Chapter 301, Mess-Swallowing Worms. The anti-heaven blade, as a fish, were similar to the blade fish in the regular fishery, except that they were more mysterious. They lived in the water below 500 meters and preferred darkness. It was difficult to spot them in the water since they were dark themselves. Han Fei kept descending. Up to this point, he had seen a dozen types of creatures, most of which fled the moment they saw Han Fei. He hadn't even reached the bottom yet. In the ocean, the most dangerous place was not the water, but the bottom of it, which was full of pebbles and sand, making it hard to tell where enemies were hiding. On his way down, Han Fei killed another 2 anti-heaven blade before he landed on the bottom. When he was only a dozen meters from the bottom, he looked around in shock. He did not perceive the environment with his mind, which could only cover 250 meters. His eyes could see much further. He saw a tremendous reef as well as the debris of a shipwreck not far away. Apart from that, was that blue coral at the bottom of the sea? He was certain that it was definitely coral, except that they were dimmer than usual. Perhaps because the water was too deep, and perhaps for other reasons, the coral was almost a unique color, which felt dim and suffocating overall. Since there was a huge reef, there was naturally a lot of seaweed. They were somewhat scattered, but they had occupied many corners in clusters. From the blue glittering sea anemones, countless tentacles were floating in the seawater and capturing the plankton nearby like straws. Suddenly, Han Fei's attention was attracted to a long bone that was floating above the sea anemones. Mortine N name white bone fish introduction. This is a transparent fish that feeds on sea anemones. Its bone can break a magic weapon when it's under threat. Level 34 T quality, rare spiritual energy, 1082, effect. It can increase one's health if it's eaten over a long period of time. Mortine N Mortine. Mortine. White bones. Mortine N. Mortine N. Mortine. Mortine in Mortine. Mortine N Mort. 19 Ain. Mortine Main C. Was not really scared. He didn't think that a vegetarian fish would attack him voluntarily. As he expected, the white bone fish slowly backed off into the darkness. But soon after the white bone fish backed off, Han Fei glanced aside at an empty area where countless spots of light were flickering. Fallen leaf starfish? Han Fei was secretly relieved. They were starfish that could flash like xuanhuan. It seemed to be their naturally endowed ability. The fallen leaf starfish were a type of nomadic starship. They did not like to stay in one place for long, and their food was mostly plankton, which was the reason why Han Fei was not worried, or it would be quite creepy when so many starfish floated by. It was because the fallen leaf starfish had a remote relative named dry leaf starfish, which also lived in the level 3 fishery. The dry leaf starfish were the most dreadful creatures in the level 3 fishery. They were small and non-fatal, but when they were stuck to humans, they would absorb the victim's vitality and make them grow old quickly. Of course, humans were not the dry leaf starfish's only victims. Most creatures in the level 3 fishery would rather keep a distance from the dry leaf starfish, except a fish named Scavenger, which was their natural enemy. In his half-stealth state, Han Fei waited for the fallen leaf starfish to pass. Now and then, a couple of the fish crashed into him and stuck to him. Having no choice, Han Fei could only go to the bottom of the ocean, or he would be covered with the fallen leaf starfish soon. However, when Han Fei was about to approach the bottom of the ocean, a long worm jumped out of the stones, giving Han Fei quite a surprise. Shoot! At that moment, Han Fei only had the time to activate his spiritual energy protective cover, but it didn't seem to be very effective in the level 3 fishery. It fell apart after taking only one attack. Han Fei's feet were grabbed by the long worm, which dragged him into the soil. Damn it, what's this thing? Darting out the blue sea wandering dragon daggers and grabbing the snow silver rod, Han Fei stabbed the soil hard. However, the long worm was still waving and trying to tear apart Han Fei before dragging him into its cave. Han Fei lowered his head only to nearly pee his pants when he saw the disgusting creature. He discovered, to his shock, that this creature did not have a head. Or rather, this creature's head was in its stomach, and it did not reveal its head until it attacked him just now. Han Fei only recognized that it was a head because he saw the circle of wrinkles around the head. Of course, this worm was dreadful not just for that. Han Fei's legs had already been swallowed. He sensed that many tentacles were trying to penetrate through his skin. His body that he had always been proud of seemed to be pierced. He was greatly frightened. Damn it! Is the level 3 fishery so dangerous? He immediately unleashed 30 blue sea wandering dragon daggers to cut whatever had tied his legs up. Finally, he plucked his legs out and flew dozens of meters away from the big worm. It was not until this point that Han Fei finally had time to check this worm's information. Namia mess, swallowing worm introduction. This is an omnivorous worm that will feed on its own kind when it is lacking food. It usually hides in the sand and can be 30 meters long when it matures. There are sharp hooks and circles of blades in its body. It also has swallowed pearls that can increase your speed when eaten. Level 36 quality, rare spiritual energy. 1,316. Points E effect inedible. Oka selectable, swallowed pearls, absorbable. Han Fei's eyes bulged after he read the introduction. This worm was 30 meters long? He immediately summoned the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and dragged the body of the mess-swallowing worm out. The more he dragged, the more shocked he was. This worm turned out to be more than 30 meters long, which made Han Fei shiver. Sweet Mother of God, Han Fei swallowed and finally had a closer look at the mess-swallowing worm. It was almost 30 meters long and half a meter wide. Its body was divided into countless sections, and there was a joint after every 2 centimeters, which made it even more disgusting than centipedes. Han Fei was reminded of the bobbits, the weird predators at the bottom of the ocean. It was said that a guy kept fish in a tank at home, but after a while, he found that the fish and coral in the tank reduced. Then, after days and nights of observation, he finally caught the lurking bobbit, which hid itself well and attacked quickly, almost never missing its target. More importantly, the bobbits could be 2 or 3 meters long. That was quite a frightening size for a worm. At this point, this mess-swallowing worm was multiple times more ferocious than a bobbit to Han Fei. It was almost an enlarged and strengthened version of the bobbit. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Sight only Han Fei cut the armor of the mess-swallowing worm and cracked its joints behind its skin. He did not kick the mess-swallowing worm away until he found a black ball. You son of a baichu, dare to eat me? You think you're awesome because you have a big mouth? Han Fei cleaned the black ball and swallowed it since it could increase his speed. If he had a lot of swallowed pearls, it was possible that his speed would be further improved. After almost being dragged into a cave by the mess-swallowing worm, Han Fei dare not stay near the bottom anymore but floated dozens of meters above the seabed. He scanned with his mind and found 8 mess-swallowing worms lurking within 250 meters. It was quite a surprise for him. Apart from the mess-swallowing worms, he even found many fearful shrimps, demon-eating conchs, and other creatures in the sand. Gloomily, Han Fei said, 9-tailed mantis shrimp, go haul those mess-swallowing worms out for me. I'm going to have their pearls today. Chapter 302, Unicorn Shark. An hour later, Han Fei had swallowed a dozen swallowed pearls. He then ran a test with the shadow swimming art. However, he found that the improvement of his speed was only in terms of his explosive power, so the improvement was not significant at all. If Han Fei's explosive power had been 100 earlier, he found that it had been increased by 1 point after he took a dozen swallowed pearls, turning it to 101. Though insignificant, the improvement was still tempting. Excited, Han Fei began to hunt the mess-swallowing worms without caring about anything else. Half a day passed. After taking 100 swallowed pearls, he found that his explosive power had been increased by 10%, and there was no effect when he took more of them. Hehe, I can only take a limited number of them anyway. However, the treasures here are truly various. People will be shocked when they know that my explosive power has increased by 10% in half a day. Though Han Fei had hunted for a long time, he was not really far away, and the creatures he met were mostly anti-heaven blade, white-bone fish, fearful shrimps, etc. He had been planning to search for the black moon sicklefish, however they seemed extraordinarily cunning. He only found 2 of them after half a day of searching, and they had slipped away before he drew near. As far as Han Fei could tell, the fish in the level 3 fishery were not rare, but they were smarter and more sensitive to danger. Some of the fish fled the moment they saw him. At this point, Han Fei was standing on a shipwreck. According to his statistics, he had found almost 10 shipwrecks after moving no more than 50 kilometers at the bottom of the ocean. It meant that too many boats had sunk in this level. 3 fishery in history. Year after year, the old boats and the new ones rotted and turned to shipwrecks after sinking. In front of his eyes, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp was fighting a purple soldier crab. To be more exact, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp was taunting the crab. The purple soldier crab was known for their legs that could control water elements and transform them into spinning water blades and minor vortexes. But of course, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp was not scared of it at all, and it whipped the purple soldier crab so hard that it was dizzy. Seeing that it was not dangerous here, Han Fei set Little Black and Little White free from the center of his eyebrow. He hadn't released those 2 because their level had only been increased by 4 after a whole year. Now, they were at quite a disadvantage against the level 30 creatures in the level 3 fishery when they were only level 26. During the year of farming, Han Fei had tried to enter the Soul Ocean more than once, but all his attempts had ended in failure. It seemed to be a complete accident that he entered the Soul Ocean. Of course, Han Fei had told Little Black more than once to swallow the primitive spiritual beasts in the Soul Ocean, but Little Black's level never really changed when it was out. As a result, those 2 had been growing much more slowly than the feather god Ray and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp did. At this point, Little Gold was already level 32, and because the 9-tailed mantis shrimp was out most frequently and had been fighting Qujin and Ling Yuan, it had reached level 34. Han Fei reminded them, be careful out there. This is no longer the level 2 fishery. Little Black, you must protect Little White. Don't run about, and stay within a kilometer from me. Hardly had he said that when Little Black swam away and moved up and down at the bottom of the ocean. Very soon, it returned with an anti-heaven blade. Han Fei was lost for words. That's too outrageous. The anti-heaven blade was definitely humiliated since it was caught by a creature that was only level 26. Gloomily, Han Fei grabbed its tail and said, you're grounded. Then, he addressed Little White. Everybody should be obedient like you, Little White. Can you tell where the spiritual energy is abundant? Little White had been resting on Han Fei's shoulder. After Han Fei asked that, it swam to a direction without even thinking. Huh? That looks promising. He had known that Little White was a great treasure hunter, but he didn't expect it to find treasure so quickly. Han Fei hurried to ask the nine-tailed mantis shrimp to kill the purple soldier crab and join him. After only one moment, Han Fei found a silver tree 10 kilometers from that place, and a spiritual fruit was hanging on the tree. Han Fei was immediately overjoyed. A spiritual fruit from the level 3 fishery, and only 10 kilometers from him? He didn't expect it to be so close. Han Fei looked around and extended his hand, taking out the blue sea wandering dragon pole. When the hook landed on the tree, he didn't pull it immediately. Instead, he waited for its protector. Generally speaking, most spiritual fruit in the sea were under protection, or they would be swallowed by regular fish long before human beings could find them. As he expected, after only 2 seconds, 2 eyeballs that looked like lanterns emerged in the dark water. Not just that, Han Fei even saw a glittering horn and 2 rows of gray teeth. A unicorn shark? Han Fei was stunned. He could tell that it was a shark without the full view of the creature, whose body size and brutal eyes reminded him of the unicorn shark he read. He had never seen a shark in the general fishery, the level 1 fishery or the level 2 fishery. The only shark he had known was Zhang Xuanhu's bloodthirsty shark. However, after only a day in the level 3 fishery, a shark was already here. Data popped up in his eyes. Nama Unicorn Shark Introduction. This is a carnivorous shark that has a unicorn horn. It can spew flames of ice and is highly aggressive. Its horn can unleash mysterious sword aura. When it's under attack, it may go on a rampage, and its horn can tear apart regular magic weapons easily. Level 37 quality, rare O spiritual energy. 1,616 points. 46-8, 47 means and improve health. If it's eaten over a long period of time. Collectible A silver radiance horn, shark teeth, shark incense, absorbable. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. A rare quality creature was not impressive, but its level was still quite high. Immediately, Han Fei summoned Little Gold. When Little Gold appeared, the unicorn shark almost fled right away, but Little Gold had blocked its retreat when it ran only 50 meters. Little Gold bumped into the unicorn shark, head to head, spinning the unicorn shark for countless laps in the water. Han Fei nodded in satisfaction. It was doubtless that the unicorn shark could defeat Little Gold. However, it was best to keep the creature's horn intact. Han Fei instantly sent a thought, Little Gold, don't break its horn. After a brief daze, Little Gold unfolded its wings and grew significantly bigger. Its gold and red wings were like sharp blades. Han Fei could only see that Little Gold was everywhere in the water. When the powerful sword auras were launched from the shark, he tried blocking it with his blue sea wandering dragon dagger, only to be blown 50 meters away. Hiss! You're quite good. Han Fei's face slightly changed. Not that the unicorn shark was weak, but Little Gold was too strong. It was genetically decided that legendary creatures could crush rare creatures. When the unicorn shark was about to die, Han Fei recalled Little Gold and fought the unicorn shark on his own. The half-dead unicorn shark was finished off by Han Fei in no more than 5 minutes. Han Fei cut the unicorn shark's horn. He weighed it and collided it with his blue sea wandering dragon dagger, only to see a white mark on it. It did not seem as hard as he thought. As for the shark teeth and the shark incense, he did not intend to keep them at all, as they were not valuable to him. Han Fei thought for a moment. By his estimation, the level 3 fishery was not as dreadful as he thought. From the fact that the few guys from the ghost boat sneaked up on him through the water, it was obvious that though there were threats in the water, they were not fatal for dangling fishers. But of course, the case was completely different for a great fishing master who would have been devoured by the mess-swallowing worm and couldn't resist one attack from the unicorn shark. Han Fei grinned and smiled. It seemed that the level 3 fishery was not dangerous except for the treasure troves. However, in order to be stronger and find treasures, he had to go to the dangerous areas. With that in mind, Han Fei was less enthusiastic when he looked at the spiritual fruit not far away, as it was merely a common and cheap spiritual fruit. Chapter 303, Dangerous Areas? Han Fei had been surprised that he found a spiritual fruit so easily when he first saw it, but he lost his interest when he realized that it was only protected by a unicorn shark. Generally speaking, better spiritual fruits were protected by stronger guardians. So, Han Fei was not hopeful about this spiritual fruit. However, when he saw the data of the spiritual fruit, it was quite beyond his expectation. Nama A Secret Jujube Tree Introduction. This is a precious tree that grows in the darkness. It can be used to create the best magic weapon. The fruits of this tree can strengthen your muscles and bones. Level 37, Quality Ultra Quality Treasure Tree. Spiritual Energy, 92,635 points, ECC for C5 points, Collectible E-Secret Dates. Secret dates, EC absorbable. Han Fei was slightly surprised. This tree was obviously on the same level as the snow silver bamboo, but it could only be made into a magic weapon at best. However, it contained almost 100,000 points of spiritual energy, which was outrageously high. Han Fei's eyes glowed, as 100,000 was a lot for him. If this fruit contained 100,000 points of spiritual energy, he did not need it to boast any other effects. Immediately, Han Fei picked the fruit and tossed it into his mouth. At that point, he tasted sweetness like never before, and the refreshing fragrance spread throughout his body. Han Fei specifically stayed here without going away. He wanted to find out if fish and crabs would be swarming at him like those in the fisheries that he had been to earlier. However, to Han Fei's disappointment, he only saw some fallen leaf starfish floating at him. Some fearful shrimps emerged and observed for a moment before they hid themselves again in the sand. Not only were they quiet, but the shoals of fish above him also passed him without launching attacks. Han Fei suddenly slapped his thigh as he realized that he forgot to recall Little Gold and the nine-tailed mantis shrimp. Immediately, Han Fei recalled Little Gold and the nine-tailed mantis shrimp. After only one moment, tremendous amounts of fearful shrimps, demon-eating conchs, and anti-heaven blade appeared. It was the demon-eating conchs that launched the attack first. With their sturdiness and fearlessly, they opened their mouths wide like black holes. Han Fei, on the other hand, drew out his snow-silver rod and whipped them. Then, the fearful shrimps were deployed, followed by the anti-heaven blade. Nine-tailed mantis shrimp, Little Gold. The moment they appeared, the diving anti-heaven blade took a turn and slipped away. The fearful shrimps and the demon-eating conchs backed off into the mud too. Naturally, Han Fei did not really intend to fight those common sea creatures. He was only testing the dangerousness of the level 3 fishery. It had been proven that the creatures here were smart and cherished their life. Having sensed the formidableness of Little Gold and the nine-tailed mantis shrimp, they abandoned all their attacks. Only the fallen leaf starfish, which were too lowly creatures to think, were still crashing into Han Fei, but they couldn't even break his spiritual energy protective cover. At this point, Han Fei was enjoying the energy from the spiritual fruit, which circulated in his body like a gentle brook. Han Fei sensed that the calabash on his wrist was glittering. He realized that part of the spiritual energy flowed into the demon purification pot. He was dumbfounded. Why are you competing for the spiritual energy from a small date when there is so much spiritual energy in Forge the Universe? But then, Han Fei noticed a change in the demon purification pot that had been quiet for a long time. He closed his eyes to perceive it more clearly, only to see two vague words that seemed to be breaking out of the dark void in the pot. Maybe because the spiritual energy was not enough, or maybe for other reasons the two words were not manifested in the end. Hiss, Han Fei was greatly shocked. Did the demon purification pot have other abilities? Han Fei remembered that the pot gained new functions after he took spiritual fruits. However, since it was hard to find spiritual fruits, he had been accumulating spiritual energy by eating fish. Also, he had acquired spiritual springs from the mantis shrimp cave, the hexagon starfish, and the firecloud cave. However, Han Fei had forgotten that it was the nature of human beings to devour other things. He had been treating the little calabash as a refining furnace and a storage space when it was silent. Will the demon purification pot grow continuously when it absorbs spiritual energy from spiritual fruits? Han Fei was overjoyed by the thought of that. It was certainly worth a try since it wouldn't waste much of his time anyway. Besides, he was going to stay in the level 3 fishery for a year. Han Fei patted Little White's head and asked, "Do you see any other spiritual fruits around here?" Little White was really considerate and a most skilled treasure hunter. After only 3 days, Han Fei found 7 spiritual fruits and collected 7 treasure rods. Though they could only be made into magic weapons could be valuable too. The ultimate magic weapons in the Linglong Tower were worth hundreds of thousands of mid-quality pearls and were as expensive as the boats. The demon purification pot hadn't mutated yet, perhaps because the spiritual fruits weren't enough, so Han Fei kept searching with Little White. Because the fishery was vast, Han Fei did not think he would run into anyone. Besides, he was hundreds of meters deep in the water. He didn't think that the guys from the ghost boats would submerge so deeply, so he simply kept Little Gold outside. At this point, Han Fei was seated on Little Gold's back, and Little Gold was sliding in the water with its wings opened. No creatures dared to approach them. Han Fei started to think that it was not completely a bad thing that the fish were clever. At least he wouldn't have to worry about them attacking him recklessly. Suddenly, Little White stopped and swam downwards. Han Fei patted Little Gold and said, "Let's go down. A spiritual fruit is coming." But after Han Fei descended, he found that Little White was trying to squeeze into a rock. "Huh? Wait, come back, Little White." Han Fei's face slightly changed. Having studied arrays for a year, he had known a thing or two about them. After he saw the distribution of the rocks and the rarity of the fish nearby, he knew that an array had been established here. Han Fei picked up a long saber. This sword was built with the bones of the blue sea wandering dragon too, but different from the daggers for the million knife art. This saber was longer and was protected by a sheath. It had been forged specifically for drawing, the skill in the saber manipulation art. Back then, Han Fei complained that the Saber Sutra, as a heaven-level technique, only had this one offensive move, which was quite embarrassing. However, when he used drawing for the first time half a year earlier, he broke Lu Renquang's 6 shields. Since then, he had known that drawing was a magnificent life-saving skill that he should not use unless it was absolutely necessary. Han Fei took out the saber at this point because he was scared. It was said that there were thousands of dangerous areas in the level 3 fishery, and one could easily encounter them. Some of those areas were obvious, such as steep trenches, places with exuberant plants, or debris full of rocks. Those areas were easy to find, and of course, they had all been explored. However, some of the dangerous areas were less obvious and well hidden, such as the Fire Cloud Cave or the invisible cave xuanhuan found when she had an attack. Those areas were difficult to be noticed. At this point, Han Fei was pretty sure that he had come to a dangerous area surrounded by an array. This place seemed plain and not dangerous at all, but just like Old Bai said, when you came to a dangerous area, you would know that it was dangerous. Han Fei recalled Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold, and then released the nine-tailed mantis shrimp, which made a better teammate when it came to fighting. Han Fei circled the rocks and smiled. A maze? It's quite a delicate design. Those rocks are not random. Some of the rocks in a shipwreck are the pivot of the array. Han Fei kicked a pebble at a certain rock, and then the rock completely submerged into the soil. Haha. Gotcha. Chapter 304, Unexpected Encounter. After locating the entrance, Han Fei stepped in without any hesitation. He was confident that such a minor, dangerous place couldn't kill him. When he stepped through the rocks, invisible ripples spread out, and things changed before Han Fei's eyes. He saw a space that was about the size of 3 soccer fields. At the end of this space was an enormous stone wall. Not far away from the entrance, there were stone tables that were entangled by glittering seaweed, which illuminated a straight aisle with green, creepy light. In particular, on either of the aisle were 9 statues that were in different postures. They were holding harpoons and swords. Han Fei was not surprised to see statues, except that those statues on his left were actually mermen. No, Han Fei did not see it wrong. Among the mermen, 8 had tails and hideous faces. Their hair was like seaweed, and their hands had 3 fingers and a web. The last one of them had feet with webs too. Behind him was a pointy fishtail, and he was holding his harpoon in an aggressive posture. The 9 statues on his right were humans. They were identical, and they were all holding a broadsword. Because the statues were in different postures, it seemed that they were showing sword moves. Interesting. Is this a sword technique? Regretfully, swords were not Han Fei's principal weapons, so the technique was useless for him. As behind the aisle, Han Fei could see a few groups of stones and one smooth and enormous boulder. As a normal person, Han Fei was curious about those statues, although this place was slightly creepy. After all, there seemed to be nothing except the statues here. But when Han Fei just set foot on the aisle, he had a weird feeling that somebody was staring at him. The 9-tailed mantis shrimp sensed nothing. It still followed Han Fei, wagging its 9 tails. Han Fei frowned and looked at the mermen who were shorter than him, wondering if the statues would come back to life. Why else would he feel that he was being watched? But the statues didn't come back to life. Nor did they roll their eyes or change their posture like Han Fei expected them to. When Han Fei reached the center of the statues, he heard dull collisions coming from somewhere, but he didn't know where. The scene before his eyes suddenly changed. He found himself floating in the water, and not far away ahead, 9 mermen were fighting 9 human beings. The battle was as vivid as could be. The mermen and the human beings were fighting, and the man holding the broadsword was slashing continuously. After his every slash, his sword would be bounced away by a certain force, allowing him to perform the second attack instantly. His attacks were most ferocious and unreserved. Han Fei confirmed that it was a technique, and that the illusion was the creator of the technique's demonstration. Han Fei even felt like applauding for the man after the demonstration. The technique was actually as good as Zhang Xuanyu's 7-layered waves in Furious Sea. However, its potential was not as good, and Zhang Xuanyu had deduced the 7-layered waves in Furious Sea into the 9-layered waves in Furious Sea. Han Fei was almost certain that this technique would surely lose when it was faced with the 9-layered waves in Furious Sea. But it did not mean that this technique was bad. In terms of the variousness of the moves, Zhang Xuanyu's 9-layered waves in Furious Sea was not as good. After the technique demonstration was over, Han Fei wondered if the illusion would be gone, but out of his expectation, though the human illusions were gone, the mermen with harpoons were still there, and they all stared at Han Fei as if they were alive. Han Fei's face slightly changed. For some reason, he sensed the determination of killing from the illusion. In the next moment, all the 9 mermen, except the one with feet, hopped and charged at Han Fei, with brilliant spiritual energy bursting out of their harpoons. Did the owner of this secret place hope to defeat the mermen with that sword technique? Han Fei was immediately amused. That technique was demon level at best, and not even high quality. It did not interest him at all. When the first merman was about to hit Han Fei drew his saber as quickly as lightning. An enormous saber aura full of coldness was slashed out, breaking the illusion as well as the 9 merman statues in the aisle. Han Fei's lips curled. He began to wonder if this was a dangerous place at all. However, he was slightly puzzled by the uncanny resistance he met just now. He didn't consider it a big deal because it was broken by him easily. After that, Han Fei continued the exploration. Rocks the height of a man were everywhere on the empty ground, but Han Fei ignored them and walked straight at the high-rising wall. But when he approached the wall, he found a long-haired girl crouching on the ground. She seemed to be unconscious. Someone's here? Han Fei's eyes squinted. Why would anyone be here? He was greatly surprised. He had run into someone so easily in a random place that he passed in this vast level 3 fishery. Hello, miss. Han Fei prodded the girl with his rod. Seeing no reaction from her, Han Fei rolled her with the rod so that she would be facing him. It was not until this moment that he saw blood spilled all over the girl's chest. Without any hesitation, Han Fei cast the divine healing technique on the girl. Cough, cough, cough. In the middle of the brilliant and sacred light, the girl coughed. Han Fei asked, "You're up?" Shoo. Suddenly, a dagger was stabbed at Han Fei, but it had been grabbed by the nine-tailed mantis shrimp's two chains before it did anything. Han Fei was lost for words. "Hey, I just saved your life. Is this how you're repaying me?" Han Fei grinned and looked at the girl curiously. She seemed a couple of years older than himself. Though she was an intermediate dangling fisher, her breath was unsteady, indicating heavy wounds. Squatting, Han Fei asked curiously, "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet anyone in this unknown place. Miss, did something in this place hurt you?" Cough, cough. "Who are you?" With a pale face, the girl was holding another dagger. She seemed to be vigilant of Han Fei. Han Fei grinned and said, "I'm a little carefree demon that likes to eat human beings without salt." The girl, they, stared at each other in silence. The atmosphere got slightly weird. Finally, the girl said, "I am xuanhuan. Who are you? How did you find this place?" Han Fei said lazily, "I happened to pass by and decided to check it out. I didn't expect to see anyone here." "Right, why are you hurt?" Xuanhuan gazed at Han Fei. "You do not dare to reveal your name?" Han Fei shrugged. "Why would I?" After a long silence, Xuanhuan finally said, "There's a sword on that wall. It's the treasure of this place. I was hurt because of that sword." Han Fei raised his head, only to see a pommel at the top of the wall. He hadn't noticed it earlier because the sword was completely buried in the wall and it was hard to notice. However, Han Fei showed no intention of grabbing the sword after peeping at it. Instead, he sat down and said, "Let's not rush on the sword. It's not going anywhere. Can I ask you a few questions first?" Xuanhuan, she was lost for words. "Is this guy a psycho? You want to ask questions after you've just been told where the treasure is?" Before the girl said yes, Han Fei had started asking, "Do you know where the abyssal chasm is?" Seeing that the girl's pupils constricted and her body shivered, Han Fei knew that it was definitely not a good place. He had already terrified her by just mentioning the place. It must be very dangerous. Xuanhuan asked in shock, "You're going to the abyssal chasm? You?" Han Fei looked at his hands and asked, "What about me?" "Is that place dangerous?" Xuanhuan sneered. "There are too many dangling fishers in the level 3 fishery. Just ask them if they dare to go to the abyssal chasm." Han Fei was rendered speechless. "Didn't I just ask you about it? Come on, tell me what you know." Chapter 305, Intelligence. The atmosphere was getting weird in the cave. Those two people were supposed to be hunting treasures, but instead, they were chit-chatting. Xuanhuan thought quickly about who the unconventional young man was. She could tell that the guy was strong, but he showed no intention of killing her. He was quite strange, too, to ask about the abyssal chasm. Xuanhuan replied palely, "Let's make a deal. You fetch the sword for me, and I'll tell you everything I know." Han Fei sneered. "It's easy for me to grab the sword, but why would I? You don't have any bargaining chips, girl. You're not suitable for my business." After a long silence, Xuanhuan said, "The abyssal chasm is hundreds of thousands of kilometers from here. If my guess is correct, you just came to the level 3 fishery, didn't you? If you want to go to the abyssal chasm, you might as well find a dragon boat that's going to that place first." Han Fei was slightly surprised. His background had been exposed so easily? It seemed that he knew too little about the level 3 fishery. He shook his head. "I'm more concerned about the abyssal chasm, or the places around it, than the dragon boat. You can tell me everything you know in exchange for your life." Xuanhuan's pupils constricted. "What do you mean?" Han Fei said casually. "I'm going to be blunt. It was you who ambushed me when I passed the statues, wasn't it? Then you pretended to be unconscious here. But you are too lousy an actress. You think I'm a fool and can't see through your fake blood? Also, the sword up there is a trap, isn't it?" Then Han Fei sent a thought and activated the chains of the nine-tailed mantis shrimp. Bam, bam, bam! The chains pierced into the ground around Xuanhuan and caged her. Han Fei rose and said, "Rest assured, nothing on you interests me. You have no treasures or a beautiful look. Let me tell you, I don't like old women." Pooh, Xuanhuan almost felt like beating him up. Old woman? She was not 20 yet. Was that old? Of course, Xuanhuan did not really dare to do anything. She had planned to kill Han Fei earlier, but she didn't know that Han Fei was so strong. She could barely resist Han Fei's attack, and she would have been killed if Han Fei weren't still under the influence of the illusions. Now, this guy's mantis shrimp was very powerful too. Was he a heavenly talent from one of the towns? Xuanhuan finally gave in. "Actually, I don't know much about the abyssal chasm. First of all, it's true that the abyssal chasm is far away from here. When I first arrived, I was only 50,000 kilometers away from the abyssal chasm, but that was half a year ago." Half a year ago? Han Fei was lost for words. How far away had the girl traveled to end up in this place? Han Fei asked. "Did you float on the ocean for half a year?" Xuanhuan shook her head. "Of course not. I came here on a dragon boat. I couldn't afford the accommodation on the dragon boat anymore a month ago, so I went into the ocean to look for treasures." "Huh?" Seeing that Han Fei was suspicious, Xuanhuan spoke straightly. "You think it's free to stay on the dragon boat? Fishers have to pay at least 100 mid-quality pearls for a day on the dragon boat." Some of the noble heavenly talents might spend 10,000 mid-quality pearls a day for their stay, not counting their food. Han Fei raised his eyebrow. The dragon boat is so profitable? He took a deep breath. It was hard for him to imagine how many people lived on the enormous dragon boats, but there must be hundreds of thousands of them. If anyone paid 100 mid-quality pearls a day, the daily revenue of one boat would be almost 1,000,000 mid-quality pearls. Since there were 100 dragon boats in the level 3 fishery, whoever ran this business would be earning billions of mid-quality pearls a day, wouldn't they? Gudu. Han Fei swallowed hard. He was greatly shocked by the profit. One day's income here was enough to buy countless fish dragon restaurants. Young Ruoyun was not nearly as shocked as Han Fei was. Of course, the dragon boat does not only charge mid-quality pearls. They also charge fish, spiritual fruits, magic weapons, and spiritual plants of the same value. So, if you have materials that are no longer useful to you, you can sell them to the dragon boat for mid-quality pearls of the same value. Han Fei tried to calm himself down. That was just money, which was only valuable in circulation. So, he managed to put it aside. Han Fei asked, so, does it have anything to do with the abyssal chasm? Yang Ruyun looked at Han Fei thoughtfully and asked, is this really your first trip to the level 3 fishery? Han Fei nodded. What about it? If I had known more about the level 3 fishery, I would have killed you directly. Seeing that Han Fei showed no intention of killing her, Yang Ruyun was secretly relieved. There are a few places you should know in the level 3 fishery. The vast seaborne prairie, the mysterious undersea city, the unpopulated Thousand Smoke Valley, the sea entrance stairs where the heavenly talents are gathered, and the most perilous abyssal chasm. Seeing no reaction from the heavenly talent, Yang Ruyun went on. Those places are all life-blighting except for the sea entrance stairs. But heavenly talents perish all the time, even in the sea entrance stairs that are famous for its fortunes. As for the abyssal chasm, it's murky as the seaborne prairie in the level 3 fishery. Too many experts have explored it, including peak-dangling fishers, but do you know what became of them? Han Fei raised his eyebrow. What? Yang Ruyun replied in fear. They disappeared. So far, no more than 10 people have ever escaped from the abyssal chasm, and half of them went crazy after they did. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Was the place so dangerous? Han Fei asked. What about the survivors? Yang Ruyun shook her head. I don't know. I've never met them. Maybe the big shots on the dragon boats know more. What secrets do you think a Mr. Nobody like me would know? Han Fei did not suspect her. He believed that if someone survived the abyssal chasm and didn't go crazy, they would definitely be controlled by the powerful guys, and a common dangling fisher might be unaware of the details. However, Han Fei was not going to the abyssal chasm just yet. He was only getting to know it. Han Fei asked, then what do you know about other treasure troves around the abyssal chasm? Yang Ruyun chuckled. Treasure troves? There are too many treasure troves in the level 3 fishery, like where we're standing right now. If you look carefully, there are definitely similar treasure troves around the abyssal chasm, except that they will be much more dangerous and harder to find. Han Fei nodded. He knew that Ren Tianfei wouldn't let him find the treasure so easily. Besides, he did not intend to go there at this point yet, although he could make preparations first. Earlier, Ren Tianfei had left a message warning him not to go there even if he became a dangling fisher, or he would die for sure. But that message was ambiguous. Should he not go there when he just became a dangling fisher, or should he simply not go there even when he reached the peak of it? Han Fei was not sure. He preferred to believe that the former was true. After all, Han Fei felt that he was very strong as a dangling fisher. If he became a peak dangling fisher, he would probably be able to fight a hanging fisher. Could he still not go there by then? If not, Ren Tianfei could have hidden his treasure in the unknown world instead of the level 3 fishery, right? Of course, that being said, Han Fei wouldn't go to explore the abyssal chasm right away, not after everything he learned from young Ruyun. Han Fei asked, anything else? Are there secondary treasure troves that are less dangerous? What? Young Ruyun shook her head. Secondary treasure troves? Any treasure trove can be dangerous. Many treasure troves seem unremarkable, but too many bones might have been buried in them, which you can't tell from the outside. If you're absolutely confident, you wouldn't ask that question. Han Fei was rendered speechless. Had he just been despised by a girl? Han Fei snorted. Don't presume that you can be arrogant just because I don't want to kill you, nine-tailed mantis shrimp. Keep her under watch. Then Han Fei retrieved his fishing pole and cast the hook to the sword that had been plunged into the wall. Chapter 306, Water Dividing Seal. The wall seemed smooth from far away, but on a closer look, it was full of sword marks as if someone had been practicing sword arts here. To Yang Ruyun's surprise, Han Fei stepped on the wall and ascended with his spiritual energy protective cover, fearless of the possible danger. The wall was no more than 100 meters high. Han Fei was not scared of such an altitude at all. When he set foot on the wall, he suddenly felt that the sword marks on the wall seemed to be back to life. Shadows of swords seemed to be flying in the void and stabbing at Han Fei. His lips cramping, Han Fei took a turn and accelerated, dodging the sword shadows easily. But as he climbed higher, the sword shadows got denser and denser. Soon, the sword shadows were so concentrated that it was impossible for Han Fei to dodge all of them with his 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. As young Ruyun watched it in shock, The blue sea wandering dragon daggers emerged from Han Fei's body one after another, and very soon, Han Fei was surrounded by the sharp daggers that left even more marks on the wall. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei had approached the pommel, but before he reached for Yet, the sword shadows had accelerated continuously and overwhelmingly to the point that the blue sea wandering dragon daggers could barely defend him. If the sword shadows were real swords, Han Fei would have been less worried. However, as sword shadows, they would only regather after they were blocked and dispersed by the blue sea wandering dragon daggers without being really broken. At this point, Han Fei sensed strong saber auras. If a peak great fishing master were here, they would have been cut into pieces in no time. Those sword shadows were already as powerful as beginner dangling fishers. Besides, they were simply too dense. Thankfully, it was Han Fei who came to draw the sword. Having practiced the saber manipulation art and the saber sutra, Han Fei strengthened the attacks of the blue sea wandering dragon daggers and managed to resist the sword shadows. While Yang Ruyun observed it in fright, Han Fei laid his hand on the pommel. A sword was drawn out, and the vigorous aura of the saber cut Han Fei's spiritual energy protective cover with a clunk. Crack. The spiritual energy protective cover was broken, and the saber aura kept cutting Han Fei's skin, raising the same noises. Humph, you're just a sword. Do you really think you're something? Han Fei sensed that the sword was trembling and trying to break free from him. He realized that he might have met a weapon that had a spirit. Clang. Han Fei grabbed a random blue sea wandering dragon dagger and cut the sword. Clang, clang, clang. If you're disobedient, I'll beat you up until you obey. Boom, Han Fei jumped off from the wall. He then threw the sword to the sky and slashed it hard with dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers. Yang Ruyun was completely dumbfounded, not expecting anyone to threaten a spiritual weapon that had been sealed for the next owner into obedience. It was truly an eye-opener for her. After only 1 minute, the sword stabbed into the ground, not moving at all anymore. If the sword could talk, it would be crying out aloud at this point. Have I ever done anything wrong to you? Why are you slashing me? I'm a spiritual weapon. Please show some respect. It was not until this moment that Han Fei finally examined the information of the sword. Name Wind Sword Introduction. It weighs 3,000 kilograms and can break the wind. R-Quality S-Kyo Mid-Quality Spiritual Weapon Enchantment. Anti-Heaven Blade Recastable SRU Unrefined. Note, because of the restrictions of its materials, it can only be reforged into a mid-quality spiritual weapon at best. Heh, no wonder you gave in so quickly. You're just an anti-heaven blade. Han Fei grabbed the wind sword with one hand. Its weight suited him well, but he was not a swordsman. Also, an anti-heaven blade as the spirit of the weapon was beneath him. This sword was no better than his blue sea wandering dragon daggers anyway. He was about to throw the wind sword into Forge the Universe when he noticed that Yang Ruyun was staring at it. He chuckled. You want it? That's fine. What do you want to exchange for it? Yang Ruyun looked at Han Fei thoughtfully. You have so many spiritual weapons. Do you need this one? Han Fei shrugged. I don't. But it's mine whether I need it or not. If you want it, you have to give me something for it. Yang Ruyun said, I have a spirit-level ultra-quality technique named Wind Sword 9 Slashing. Do you want it? Han Fei chuckled and pointed at the 9 statues on the aisle. You mean that technique? Sorry, but I'm not interested in it. Yang Ruyun was silent. She was poor in the first place. What could she possibly have to exchange for a spiritual weapon? Han Fei waved his hand, and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp loosened the chains. Han Fei said casually, Forget it. I'll spare your life for all the information you told me, but don't think about this weapon. It's a spiritual weapon with a real spirit that can be sold for hundreds of thousands of mid-quality pearls anyway. I won't give it to you for free. Yang Ruyun rose palely. This spiritual weapon is really too precious for me. Farewell. She did not beg. Now that she couldn't have it, she decided to leave, fearing that Han Fei might change his mind later and kill her. But Han Fei did not stop her, but simply watched her leave with a smile. He was considering something else in his mind. He needed to polish his weapons again. Now, his only worthy weapons were the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. The invincible water-stirring seal in the past had almost been shattered, and the snow-silver rod was barely useful too. After Yang Ruyun left, Han Fei sent a thought and asked the 9-tailed mantis shrimp to guard the door and kill whoever trespassed. Then, Han Fei sat down, and a calabash appeared in his hand. The water-stirring seal, the wind sword, the bones of the blue sea wandering dragon, Sun Ye's spiritual sword, the snow-silver rod, and all the rods he acquired in recent days were stuffed into the calabash. Hey, forge now! Han Fei sensed that his spiritual energy was plummeting. He had truly invested a lot this time, including 2 spiritual weapons, multiple ultimate magic weapons, and treasure rods. If the level 3 fishery was truly as dangerous as Yang Ruyun said, a great weapon would be indispensable. Han Fei devoted all the materials to a tiny seal, but its materials were much more valuable than those of the water-stirring seal. More spiritual energy was consumed than when he forged the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. Each blue sea wandering dragon dagger cost about 50,000 points of spiritual energy, and it was just a low-quality spiritual weapon. However, he sensed that he spent 10 times more spiritual energy this time. In his head, he imagined a seal the size of a fist with 2 fish on the top and 4 sides down below. The demon purification pot, on the other hand, soon forged the seal according to Han Fei's imagination. Han Fei could sense that a lot of materials were being obliterated. The previous water-stirring seal had only the size of a fingernail left, and the snow-silver rod also became an unknown white substance. The other treasure rods had even less left than the snow-silver rod did when the impurities in them were vaporized. Eventually, it was the wind sword and Sunya's spiritual sword that provided most of the advanced materials. A moment later, Han Fei spent almost 500,000 points of spiritual energy, and a blue seal popped up before him. A string of data appeared in his eyes. Nama Water Dividing Seal Introduction. This is forged with hundreds of rare materials. Weight 10,000 kilograms, it can suppress anything. It's so hard that only an ultra-quality spiritual weapon can break it. Quality, high-quality spiritual weapon enchantment. R recastable, unrefined, R refined. Note, since nothing is enchanted yet, this weapon can be forged into high quality at most. Its level may increase when spirits are enchanted to it. Han Fei grinned and dripped his blood on it. Then, the water-dividing seal submerged in his body. Then, he triggered a thought, and an enormous seal was summoned. Bigger, bigger, bigger. Han Fei tested the limits of the water-dividing seal. It was almost too much for him to bear when it was about 50 meters long. The bigger the seal was, the more spiritual energy it required, and the more powerful it was. He knew that the water-dividing seal could still be bigger, but it would be less condensed if so. The seal was gradually reduced in size, and when it was about 30 meters long, Han Fei sensed that the water-dividing seal had peak damage. Hey, it's related to the upper limit of my spiritual energy. Han Fei sensed that the power of the seal had to do with his limits. Earlier, when he used the water-stirring seal, he almost made it a dozen meters long. Back then, because the water-stirring seal's level was low and his spiritual energy capacity was high, he didn't feel anything. But this time, he sensed that his weapon had to be supported by his power. Therefore, theoretically speaking, the stronger he was, the more powerful his weapon would be. Although this water-dividing seal almost consumed all of Han Fei's materials, he did not feel regret at all. If anything, he found it to be a bargain. He knew that the number of materials did not always matter in refining. It was impossible to build a mid-quality spiritual rod with however many ultra-quality treasure rods. It was the quality of the materials that decided everything. It was possible to cross one minor level, but it was very hard to cross 2 minor levels. At this point, although the water-stirring seal had only turned from an ultra-quality magic weapon to a high-quality spiritual weapon, it was completely different from before. Han Fei only waved his hand casually and, boom, squeezed by the water-dividing seal, the wall had a dent multiple meters deep. Han Fei's attack had ruined the previously flawless wall. Chapter 307, Enchantment. Han Fei weighed the water-dividing seal in his hand. He now had the blue sea wandering dragon daggers and the water-dividing seal. If he grew stronger, he would probably be able to use that mysterious rod too. Thinking about that, Han Fei thought that he had reached a new peak in terms of equipment, and he was confident to go to any regular place in the level 3 fishery. He looked at the demon purification pot again, but the words were still vague, although they seemed to be popping up. It was definitely a new function. Han Fei decided to look for more spiritual fruits. He had a whole year to explore the dragon boats and the treasure troves, so it was more important for him to improve his capabilities comprehensively. It would be better if he could find another spiritual spring and finish the deduction of the 4th level of void fishing. He searched the place again and found no other treasures. He finally let go and decided to leave, but then he thought of something and returned to the wall. With the blue sea wandering dragon daggers, he carved on the wall quickly and soon created the image of a man in a weird posture. Han Fei looked at his masterpiece in satisfaction. It was the first treasure trove he explored, so he would leave the first posture of the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. It would be his gift for future explorers. After he explored 108 treasure troves, he would leave the 108 postures in the technique, and someone would collect all of them someday. By then, he could leave a map on the 108th treasure trove he visited and call himself a master like Ren Tianfei did. Han Fei had a strong sense of achievement when he thought about that. He wondered how strong he would be by then. After that was done, Han Fei finally left the place. He looked around but didn't see Yang Ruyun. Then he summoned Little White, Little Gold, and Little Black and continued his search for spiritual fruits. 7 days passed. Han Fei did not look for the dangerous places specifically. Instead, he searched the ordinary places because he thought that the dangerous places that had spiritual fruits would be too crowded. During the 7 days, Han Fei did not run into any dangerous place except for a pit of snakes where he found 100 poison fruit. As for the 100 poison fruit, it was an antidote, spiritual fruit that was much more advanced than the exotic poisonous fruit. It could resist mystic-level poisons. It was not exactly a treasure, but still better than nothing, as too many creatures in the ocean were poisonous. He could buy the spiritual fruits that could increase his poison resistance, but they were very expensive. Now that he encountered one, there was no reason to give it up. At this moment, after killing a rare red-haired crab protector, Han Fei picked a spiritual fruit and put it in his mouth. It was the 16th spiritual fruit that Han Fei had found during the last 7 days. Nobody else in the level 3 fishery was better at looking for spiritual fruits than he was. The moment he devoured the spiritual fruit, Han Fei sensed excruciating pain on his wrist. Delighted, he closed his eyes. As he expected, a big word popped up from the dark chaos. Enchantment. Han Fei was briefly stunned. He had seen this word too many times. It was in the tag of every spiritual weapon he saw. Something was instilled into his head. Enchantment was a way to enliven a spiritual weapon, or in other words, it was a way to add spirits to spiritual weapons. Han Fei was overjoyed. He had known that the spiritual weapons had spirits, but he never knew how to add spirits to them. He even looked for the information in the school library, but it contained few books on refining. Most graduates of the Thug Academy were fans of fighting instead of refining. It was not unusual that they left few tricks on refining behind. At this time, Han Fei realized that the demon purification pot could inject the soul of fish into weapons. A few days earlier, the wind sword he drew in the treasure trove was a mid-quality spiritual weapon because the soul of an anti-heaven blade was injected into it. It was also why the sword appeared intelligent. At this point, the function of enchantment was a pleasant surprise. Han Fei didn't know that he could unlock such an awesome ability after only a few days. In the meantime, Han Fei had been notified that it required 1,000,000 points of spiritual energy to activate the function. Hiss, Han Fei was lost for words. Earlier, it only cost him 10,000 or maybe 5,000 points of spiritual energy to activate Forge the Universe. Why did enchantment require 1,000,000? That was 100 times more. However, what Han Fei did not know was that, although there were many refiners, few of them could seal spirits into weapons. Although it seemed natural to endow spirits to spiritual weapons, it was actually not as easy as it looked, and achieving that function demanded a high price. However, Han Fei did not consider it a big deal anymore after the initial surprise. He had collected more than 1,000,000 points of spiritual energy from the spiritual fruits he found in the past days. So, he had enough spiritual energy to spend. Activate. Han Fei saw that the calabash appeared in his palm, and tremendous spiritual energy was absorbed by the calabash. It was not until an hour later that the calabash was finally back to peace. Then, it became a tattoo on Han Fei's wrist again. Han Fei, on the other hand, cast his fishing pole and captured an anti-heaven blade. He then threw a blue sea wandering dragon dagger and an anti-heaven blade into the demon purification pot. Enchantment. A moment later, Han Fei found that his spiritual energy was reduced by 50,000 points. Immediately, his heart became heavy. It only took him 50,000 points of spiritual energy to forge a blue sea wandering dragon dagger, but the enchantment on a dagger cost the same price? Naturally, the level of this blue sea wandering dragon dagger had changed. Naname blue sea wandering dragon dagger. Introduction. Made of the bones of the blue sea wandering dragon, this blade is extremely cold and can freeze the enemy if it cuts into the enemy's body. Quality, mid-quality spiritual weapon enchantment. Anti-heaven blade resettable, irrecastable. Han Fei realized that it was not a bad deal. The water-dividing seal cost tremendous materials and spiritual energy, but it was still a high-quality spiritual weapon, but the level of the blue sea wandering dragon dagger was increased when an anti-heaven blade was enchanted to it. That was definitely a bargain. He instantly threw the blue sea wandering dragon dagger out at a mess-swallowing worm that was hiding in the sand. To his surprise, the blue sea wandering dragon dagger seemed to be 2 daggers. Huh? It's indeed much more powerful than before. Han Fei did not kill the mess-swallowing worm. He merely weakened it and reset the enchantment with the worm. A moment later, he spent another 80,000 points of spiritual energy on the weapon. Its quality remained the same, and its enchantment became the mess-swallowing worm. This time, when Han Fei controlled the dagger, he found that it was no longer in double. Instead, its explosive power was much higher than before. If the speed of the blue sea wandering dragon dagger was 100 earlier, it was now 200 at this point. That growth was horrifying. Greatly shocked, Han Fei had new conclusions. Firstly, the spiritual energy required for enchantment was different when different creatures were enchanted. Secondly, the weapon would boast part of the features of the creatures that were enchanted to the weapon. After the experiments, Han Fei had a plan. The water-dividing seal was heavy and ferocious. Then, theoretically speaking, it could be even heavier if it was enchanted with a gigantic tortoise. The blue sea wandering dragon daggers, on the other hand, were cold and fast. Then, he should find creatures with similar features to build up those weapons. But Han Fei did not hunt the mess-swallowing worms for enchantment immediately. Although the mess-swallowing worms were quite useful, their consumption was huge too. His spiritual energy would be used up before he enchanted the 100 daggers. To increase his combat ability, Han Fei enchanted 10 blue sea wandering dragon daggers in a row, which cost him 800,000 points of spiritual energy. He smiled bitterly after the expenditure. He had thought to save spiritual energy to deduce void fishing, but the storage of his spiritual energy had actually been declining. After only a few days, his stock turned from 5 million to 4 million. If I keep looking for spiritual fruits, I can only enchant a few spiritual weapons at best. It's time for me to explore the real treasure troves. Chapter 308, Take Me With You. It was one of the most regular things to hunt treasures in the level 3 fishery, but the problem was that most people didn't know where the treasures were. For example, Han Fei was absolutely confused even though he had a map. The previous treasure trove he visited was not marked on Old Bai's map, so Han Fei had no references at all. After searching for 2 days, Han Fei couldn't stand it anymore. He decided to see if he could board a dragon boat. His plan was to locate one of the treasure troves on the map while he was on the dragon boat so that he could navigate it himself, or he couldn't tell where he was at all without any references on the ocean. On one particular day, Han Fei recalled Little Gold and rode the 9-tailed mantis shrimp to the surface. As it happened, when Han Fei was ascending, he saw something glittering far away. He had thought that it was an exotic creature, but when it was closer, he found that it was xuanhuan, whom he kicked away a few days earlier. Is she here for me? Huh? Wait. Someone is chasing her. xuanhuan was also stunned to see Han Fei. She hurried to say telepathically, "Help me." Blinking his eyes, Han Fei replied, "Don't bring trouble to me. You're neither my family nor my friend. Why should I help you?" xuanhuan said. "I know a treasure trove." Han Fei immediately declared, "Come to me. I'm never reluctant to rescue a damsel in distress." xuanhuan, she was completely rendered speechless by Han Fei's dramatic change of attitude, but she was too exhausted to run further. Han Fei was her last hope on this vast ocean to save her life now. Han Fei immediately stood before xuanhuan. He saw 4 people chasing her. xuanhuan hid behind Han Fei. Han Fei then found that the girl's belly had been stabbed and that she had multiple more wounds on her body. She was clearly not in her best condition. When Han Fei saw her pursuers more clearly, his face changed, and he wondered whether they were lucky or unlucky, because they were the same people who ambushed him last time from the ghost boat. Han Fei immediately whispered, "You stay here. You'll die even if you escape. I'm the only one who can treat your wounds." Then Han Fei rushed out. He was eager to seek revenge. Last time, he was tricked by those people. Now that he ran into them again, how could he let them get away? Those 4 people obviously slowed down, not believing that the woman had a helper. That was impossible. But how could she run into another person so luckily on the vast ocean? More importantly, why was her helper so fearless? He was bold enough to launch an attack when he was against 4 people. When Han Fei approached them at a high speed, their faces all changed as they recognized the young man from the other day. They wondered why he was still in this area. They were rather speechless. Most people would have swum far away after such a long time, but Han Fei seemed to have spent all his time here. That didn't make sense. They immediately made the decision to run. As pirates from a ghost boat, they had keen eyes and knew that the young man was not normal, because no normal person would attack 4 people crazily. Han Fei shouted, "Stop, thieves! Stop if you don't want to die, or I'll chase you to the ends of the world." They couldn't have looked more awful. For the first time in their life, they were threatened by a young man. But they did not dare to look back at all, because Han Fei was too fast. When they slowed just now, Han Fei had covered half of the distance between him and them, and he was still accelerating. "Let's run in different directions." Han Fei couldn't have looked more awful when they split. He could not catch up with the manipulator, so he went after the hammer guy. Those brawny guys were usually slow runners, and this guy was not an exception. Han Fei approached him quickly. The hammer guy said, "Young friend, we've settled our score. It's not smart to waste your strength here on this vast ocean." Han Fei shouted, "You can't just get away after beating me up wherever you are." xuanhuan was dumbfounded as she watched it. They were assassins from a ghost boat. He was chasing 4 assassins from a ghost boat on his own? Was she hallucinating? The problem was that the assassins fled the moment they saw Han Fei. Why? Hew. Before Han Fei arrived, his daggers had been launched. The 10 blue sea wandering dragon daggers, all enchanted, had become mid-quality spiritual weapons and were twice as fast. The hammer guy waved his weapon and tried to defend himself, but he heard his flesh being torn apart in the next moment. He hit none of the daggers when he waved the hammer crazily. Appalled, he attempted to run, only to find that he couldn't move anymore. The freezing aura from the daggers had frozen him where he was wounded. He staggered and nearly fell over. "Where are you going? Take my seal?" The man saw the illusion of a seal behind him. Having no time to run anymore, he could only try his best to resist the attack. Bam! Spiritual energy burst out of the hammer when it had a head-on clash with the water-dividing seal. Crack! To the man's shock, his hammer, which was a spiritual weapon, was broken into halves. Boom! The man was blown to the bottom of the ocean, raising a storm of dust dozens of meters high. Delayed by the man, Han Fei knew that he couldn't catch the other 3, so he simply landed at the bottom of the ocean and waited for the dust to disperse. A moment later, xuanhuan joined them, and the dust was mostly gone. She saw a brawny man lying in a pit with nothing but the handle of his hammer. Blood was bursting out all over his body. Gulp! xuanhuan swallowed and peeped at Han Fei, feeling lucky that she didn't keep attacking Han Fei earlier, or she couldn't have resisted such a ferocious attack. Han Fei asked, "Where are your companions? Confess." The man's bones had almost been fully shattered. He struggled to reply, "Everybody from the ghost boats accepts their fate. If we die, we die. They won't care about me." Han Fei sneered. "Hee hee. Since you split when you escaped, You definitely have ways or a rendezvous to regather. Take me there, and I may spare your life. That's my promise. Look at this girl. She tried to kill me earlier, but I let her go. The man gritted his teeth in silence, not convinced by Han Fei at all. It was a law that nobody in the level 3 fishery was to be believed. Han Fei squinted and waved his hand, covering the man with a healing sheen as well as xuanhuan. Both of them were greatly shocked. You are a spirit gatherer? Neither the man nor xuanhuan could believe it. With the daggers and the seal, the guy had undoubtedly thought him to be a soul warrior, but why a spirit gatherer? Han Fei stepped on the bottom, establishing a spirit gathering array. He then injected spiritual energy into their bodies. Han Fei said unhurriedly, I'm still new to the level 3 fishery, and I'm in need of a few tour guides. You think I was chasing you to kill you? The man replied, dazed. You weren't? Han Fei said while rolling his eyes. Killing is never the best choice. Aren't you in the ghost boat business? Take me with you. I can be your boss. We can rob whoever we want. Wouldn't it be much better than your 4-man team? The man? Broyun? Did he want to be involved in the ghost boat business? The man stared at Han Fei, still confused. But Han Fei grabbed him and said to young Broyun, let's talk on the surface. A moment later, Han Fei said lazily on the boat, what can I earn from killing you? You deserve to be poor with your way of doing the ghost boat business, which is purely based on luck. He looked at the man in disdain. Why are you still holding the handle of your hammer? You call yourself a ghost boat sailor when you don't even have a mid-quality spiritual weapon? The man swallowed and said, Han Fei interrupted him, well what? Later, when we find enough materials to forge spiritual weapons, I can give you each a mid-quality spiritual weapon with a sealed spirit, provided that you pledge your loyalty to me. The man swallowed hard and thought quickly. He knew how expensive a mid-quality spiritual weapon with a sealed spirit could be. He could afford a spiritual weapon without sealed spirits, but those weapons weren't real spiritual weapons, which, as their name suggested, required a spirit. Not everybody could forge a weapon with a sealed spirit. Taking a deep breath, the man said, I'm Wang Yi. I pledge my loyalty to, Han Fei said, to your young master. Wang Yi pledges his loyalty to his young master. Chapter 309. Oh, what a coincidence. Han Fei didn't feel much about Wang Yi's surrender. Judging from the current situation, this was entirely because Wang Yi was suppressed by his force, but even so, he didn't care. The reason why he wanted to engage in the ghost boat business was that these people wandered around the level 3 fishery all year round and they must know a lot. In addition, Han Fei also felt that this was a very promising business, how easy it was to rob people, and he might snatch something good. Han Fei looked at Wang Yi. Go, let's go find your companions. Wang Yi obviously hesitated for a while, then nodded and took the initiative to control the fishing boat. After a moment, about 600 kilometers away from the previous location, Wang Yi stopped the fishing boat. Master, this is it. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay, you two, go down with me. Young Ruyun did not object. In fact, she was now on the chopping block. Han Fei didn't even say whether he would let her join the ghost boat business, so her only remaining value was that she knew a secret realm. Underwater, Han Fei discovered that there were many sunken ships here. In just a small area, there were nearly 100 shipwrecks. Wang Yi said through a voice transmission, this was once a dangerous place. There used to be a deep-sea big octopus lurking here and attacking passing fishing boats. Therefore, some strong master came and killed it. Han Fei responded, so, this is where you meet? Wang Yi nodded. Han Fei was speechless. Who would come to such a place? Who could he rob here? Suddenly, Han Fei smiled. Oh, what a coincidence. We meet again. Under the water, Han Fei saw the 3 guys who ran away from him. At this moment, the 3 were startled and were about to run. Han Fei immediately transmitted his voice. Hey, don't run. Don't you see Wang Yi by my side? He has already pledged allegiance to me. Not knowing if his words worked, Han Fei looked at Wang Yi, who seemed to be communicating with the 3. Han Fei said to Wang Yi, just tell them, I can promise them what I promised you. Han Fei, he just wanted to persuade them first. After they surrendered, it would be his greatest kindness to let them go. Wang Yi nodded and continued to transmit his voice to them. After a while, a voice sounded in Han Fei's head. How can you promise that you will not attack us? Han Fei disdainfully said, attack you? Why the bother? Are your weapons better than mine, or is your money more than mine? Don't overestimate yourselves. Believe it or not, I can stone you to death with mid-quality pearls. The faces of the others changed slightly. This guy was really arrogant, but if what Wang Yi said was true, they'd better not be his enemy. The female manipulator swam forward and looked at Han Fei. Then why do you want us to be under your command? Han Fei smiled. How long have you been in the level 3 fishery? The female manipulator responded. Almost 3 years. Han Fei nodded. The reason why I want to accept you is that you are familiar with this place. You know more about the level 3 fishery than me. When I know enough about this fishery, you can go. Another spear-bearing man said, who knows whether or not you'll kill us then? Han Fei gave him a sideways glance. As I said earlier, what good is it for me to kill you? None of you are worthy of a mid-quality spiritual weapon. Why do I bother to kill you? They were embarrassed by what Han Fei said. How can you look down upon us like this? Anyway, we are junior peak level dangling fishers and all have spiritual weapons and have obtained a lot of opportunities. Why did you speak as if we are a bunch of small potatoes? Han Fei said. It's up to you. Anyway, I didn't expect anything from you. If you don't want to go with me, just continue to run your ghost boat. Don't regret missing today's chance when you die. With that, Han Fei swam away. Although he needed others to tell him about the level 3 fishery, he didn't want to waste time on these people. Behind him, the people followed. Although they themselves thought it was ridiculous for them, 4 dangling fishers, to surrender to a person of the same level. Han Fei glanced at them and then pointed his finger at the endless sea, saying, "Look at this. What the hell is this place? No one passes by here at all. Why did you choose to run a ghost boat here? Can't you choose a better place? Everyone? One?" Han Fei scoffed. The best way, of course, is to find a dragon boat first. Then look for a target on the dragon boat. After the target leaves the dragon boat, follow him and get him in one go. Look how easy it is. Han Fei was trying to teach them the right way to rob people, and the 4 people including Wang Ye were dumbfounded. This guy can't be a normal teenager. He is a robber. The hunter among the 4 was named Zhao Haitao, and he said, "People who dare to disembark on the dragon boat are all strong masters. With our strength, it is very difficult to follow and hunt them." The female manipulator named Chen Yuan added, "We used to have an armorist. He died on a failed hunt." Han Fei looked at the spear-bearing soul warrior whose name was Lu Han. The latter smiled bitterly and said, "The ghost boat business is actually not tolerated by the cultivators of the level 3 fishery. Many people will deliberately lure us into traps with themselves as bait." "That's just your excuse." Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, "To put it bluntly, your strength is not good and your weapons are too poor. In the level 3 fishery, strength is above everything else." Scolded by Han Fei, these people lowered their heads in embarrassment. They had never dreamed that one day they would be scolded by a boy for performing too poorly in robbing people. Han Fei waved his hand and asked, "Do you know where the nearest dragon boat is?" Chen Yuan said, "A month ago, there was a dragon boat heading westward from here. I'm afraid it's too late for us to catch up with it now." Han Fei curiously asked, "So, can we only wait?" They nodded. Han Fei was helpless. "Do you mean there are so few dragon boats that we must depend on luck to board one?" "Everyone," Han Fei asked again. "Then do you know any dangerous places or secret realms that others don't know? Tell me about it. Let's explore them one by one. I promise you won't regret it." Wang Yi paused. "Master, the nearest secret realm we know of that hasn't been explored much is 100,000 miles away." Poof, Han Fei was dumbfounded. "Then why didn't you explore it?" Everyone was embarrassed, and Wang Yi said, "That place is a little closer to the sea grassland. We have approached it once, but there our armorist was killed." Han Fei hung his head. "You lost an armorist there even though you were all dangling fishers? It seems that this secret realm is not bad. Okay, when we finish exploring the secret realm around here, we will go there." Wang Yi quickly said, "Master, it is very dangerous there." Han Fei glared at him. "So what? If it's not dangerous, can it be called a dangerous place? If it's not dangerous, how can it be called a secret realm? No wonder you are only dangling fishers at such old ages. You're too timid." Everyone was speechless again and thought, "That's enough. How many times have you humiliated us?" Han Fei looked at Yang Ruoyun. "Well, where is the secret realm you mentioned?" Yang Ruoyun hesitated. "It's within 10,000 miles, but I couldn't get to that place." "Within 10,000 miles? Wang Ye and the others looked at each other, and Wang Ye said, "But as far as we know, there is no dangerous place within 10,000 miles. Yang Ruoyun added, "It's covered by ice clouds and white mist. I tried to go in once, but felt a strong breath, and then I withdrew." "White mist salt marsh?" The others couldn't help but exclaim. Han Fei looked at them. "Hey, don't you know this? Why didn't you tell me about it?" Wang Yi said, "Master, we know about the white mist salt marsh. It's special because there is a special salt marsh with high salt content under that water area. Therefore, ordinary creatures will be dehydrated to death once they go in because of the difference in internal and external salinity." Chen Yuan added, "Yes, we once explored that place, but we couldn't make it into the depths. Besides, we didn't feel any dangerous breath there." Everyone looked at Yang Ruoyun. How could there be a living creature in a place with extremely high salt content? At least they hadn't encountered it. Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Let's go check it out. Just because you couldn't get in doesn't mean I can't." Chapter 310, White Mist Salt Marsh. One day later. As led by Han Fei, they came to the White Mist Salt Marsh. Underwater. About 500 meters deep, Han Fei saw the salt marsh. At this moment, he understood why this place was called White Mist Salt Marsh, because in this very wide area, the salt condensed, causing this large area to show a foggy form. There were not many creatures here. Outside the White Mist Salt Marsh, there were a large number of white coral reefs, which seemed to have been dead for a long time. In these coral reefs, the remains of creatures could be seen everywhere, such as anti-heaven blade, dead octopus, dead crabs, dead shrimps, dead snails, their bodies littered everywhere. At the edge of the coral reef, there were some blue sea snakes that jumped into the White Mist Salt Marsh from time to time. What surprised Han Fei was that once this blue sea snake jumped into the White Mist Salt Marsh, it would go crazy and twist its body as if falling into an illusion after taking a drug. After a long while, these sea snakes would run out of the White Mist Salt Marsh, vomiting circles of white mist from time to time. Yang Ruoyun explained, There seems to be a psychedelic power in this white mist that can make these sea snakes overexcited, but they will die staying in it for too long. After all, the salinity inside is very high. Han Fei turned to the others and asked, "Are you going down?" Yang Ruoyun shook her head. "No, I won't." Wang Ye and others also shook their heads. Even if Han Fei was here, they would not go down, not because they lacked spiritual energy, but they feared the psychedelic effects of the mist. Han Fei snorted. "Okay, then I'll be going down alone. If you think I can't get out, you can go. But you'd better pray not to be caught by me again." Han Fei itched to try. In his opinion, this was not a secret realm, but there must be a treasure in it. Therefore, in his mind, the value of Wang Ye and the other people was much less than that of the White Mist Salt Marsh. However, he wanted to take this chance to test them. Anyway, they would be his henchmen for a period of time. The water around Han Fei was rolling, and an invisible water ball immediately enveloped him. Yang Ruoyun and the others retreated quickly because they could feel the water ball was squeezing the space crazily. Once it exploded, they would be severely hurt. Han Fei used the water control technique, and this water ball was to prevent the surrounding high-concentration salt water from approaching him. Han Fei jumped into the white mist salt marsh. At the same time, he took out a long knife. If there was any danger, this knife might save him. As soon as Han Fei entered, the people outside began to discuss. Xuanhuan mumbled, "Wang Ye, I don't think this guy is credible. He is so young and tricky. He must be a heavenly talent from a certain town. We are just running a ghost boat. Do you really think we can follow him?" Wang Yi frowned. Whether it is possible or not, at least one thing he said is true. He just arrived here and doesn't know much about the level 3 fishery. We'd better observe him for a few more days. If he is not trustworthy, we can run away from him when we get on a dragon boat. Zhao Haitao frowned. It's easy for him to kill us. Don't forget, 4 of us once trapped him, but he easily beat us. Now he has no reason to kill us. Han Fei was trying to perceive the area during his dive down. Unfortunately, he didn't feel anything but boundless white mist. There were silky white threads in the white mist which seemed to be trying to drill into the water ball where Han Fei was, like thin white worms. If they were really a kind of worm, Han Fei would be disgusted, but fortunately they were just a kind of smoke that resembled worms. Han Fei controlled the seawater in the water ball, trying to push these threads out. However, just as the threads were pushed out a little bit, they gradually got in again. Han Fei was speechless. No wonder they said that spiritual energy would not be enough down here. This did consume a lot of spiritual energy. He had to control the water ball with spiritual energy to prevent the white mist from infiltrating. After diving for about 500 meters, Han Fei found that the pressure from the surroundings began to increase, and the originally spherical water ball had been compressed into an oval shape. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that in the white mist, there seemed to be a white unknown object flashing by. Just when he wanted to chase after it, he found that the white figure had disappeared. "Humph, are you trying to scare me?" Han Fei was calm. If it dared to appear again, he would catch it. Han Fei continued to dive, but when he continued to go deeper for 300 meters, he found that he had bottomed out and what was under his feet was hard white ground. Han Fei threw out a blue sea wandering dragon dagger, slashed the ground a few times, and found that there was all solidified salt under his feet. Unfortunately, the water here was too turbid, so he could only vaguely see the ground nearby and didn't know if there would be any monsters under this salt layer. Therefore, he immediately ascended about 30 meters, so as not to be almost dragged into the pit by a monster like when he just arrived in the level 3 fishery. Since he couldn't continue to dive, he could only go back and forth. Han Fei released Little Black and Little White and let them stay in the water ball instead of the white mist salt marsh. After all, whether one could survive here had nothing to do with strength but the salinity in the body. Little White, can you perceive where spiritual energy is most abundant? Little White swayed and swam to the left and then right. After hesitating for a long time, he looked to the right of Han Fei with uncertainty. Han Fei grinned immediately. "Good boy, let me get you some treasures." He took Little Black and Little White back and went straight to the right. Han Fei felt that the place that made Little White uncertain must at least have something special, and Han Fei fully believed in the intuition of his little baby. Han Fei swam swiftly forward. Suddenly, 100 meters away, the white figure flashed again. Han Fei immediately threw a dagger at it. The blue sea wandering dragon dagger with a soul attached was so fast that the surrounding white mist was cut into a gap by it. However, before the blue sea wandering dragon dagger approached, the white figure disappeared again as if it had never appeared before. Han Fei squinted slightly and felt a trace of threat. But then, something suddenly occurred to Han Fei. How did Yang Ruoyun get here? Since she couldn't beat Wang Ye and the others, she wouldn't be much stronger than them. But none of the 4 of them felt the threat in the white mist. Why did she feel it? Even Han Fei himself felt there was something in the white mist only when he was approaching the bottom of the salt marsh. If it hadn't been for the fact that the range of his spiritual perception was as large as 250 meters, he would not even feel anything. Heck, there must be something wrong with Yang Ruoyun. Han Fei frowned. There was definitely something wrong with this woman, and she almost deceived her. If the woman hadn't left when he went out, he must make her pay a price. At this moment, Han Fei already felt the danger, and he seemed to be targeted. Phew! Suddenly, Han Fei moved his body aside, and the blue sea wandering dragon dagger in his hand cut through the white mist like lightning. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. Han Fei could see the white mist shaking, and something did flash past him just now. In Han Fei's spiritual perception, it was a humanoid creature who seemed to be expert in using knives. Han Fei glanced at the torn water ball. At the instant it was torn by a knife, a lot of white mist poured in. Han Fei released spiritual energy to shake the white mist out of the water ball, but just as he did this, the figure came again. Humph, I've been waiting for you. Reveal your true shape. Swish, 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 swish. Dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers shot out instantly. Han Fei was confident that in this mist-shrouded place, no matter how fast this figure was, he wouldn't be able to avoid so many blue sea wandering dragon daggers. However, an unexpected scene appeared. In Han Fei's spiritual perception, this figure flickered from left to right in the white mist. Immediately, a huge wave of spiritual energy penetrated through the white mist. Bam! At that moment, Han Fei felt like he bumped into a rock-holding turtle and the water ball shield was shattered. And Han Fei was shaken, flying hundreds of meters away. Boom! With a loud noise, Han Fei felt that he had smashed something through and the environment in front of him suddenly changed. The hazy salt marsh suddenly became extremely pure. Yes, pure, damn pure. There was no obstruction as far as he could see. Under his feet, there was a hard salt layer, which is as smooth as a mirror. Wow, was this really a salt marsh? Han Fei was a little stunned. It was so beautiful. This is a breathtakingly beautiful place. Yes, Han Fei was blasted out of the mist and rammed into this beautiful place. The surroundings reminded Han Fei of the mirror of the sky in the Salar de Uyuni. The mirror-like salt marsh was boundless. And the white mist above his head was dyed blue-green by the plants growing on the salt marsh not far away and looked like an azure sky. The beauty was beyond description. The water and the sky were integrated into one, looking so ethereal, dreamy, and refreshing. The first idea coming to Han Fei's mind was whether there was any way to take a picture of this scene and then he could show it off to Xuanhuan and the others. While Han Fei was still marveling at the beauty here, a figure emerged from the white mist. Seeing this person, Han Fei was stunned and his eyes almost popped out. What in the Home God of Fishing, Chapter 310, White Mist, Salt Marsh, Chapter 311, Shadow. If the beauty under the white mist was breathtakingly beautiful, then this person in front of him made Han Fei utterly upset. The person was none other than himself. Suddenly, Han Fei realized something and quickly looked down, and what he saw made him turn pale. He hadn't noticed until just now. Since the salt layer under his feet was like a mirror, then why didn't he see his reflection in it? At this moment, Han Fei looked down and found that there was only a black shadow under his feet, but no reflection was mirrored back. Han Fei raised his head with a jerk and his eyelids twitched. Who the fuck are you? What did you do to my shadow? However, the opposite self didn't speak, but just stared at him like a puppet. Han Fei swallowed. That's really scary. His reflection that should have appeared in the mirror suddenly ran to the opposite side of him and became a person. Scarier yet, this person tried to punch him just now. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, trying to calm down. His first feeling was that there was a problem with the salt concentration in this water area. By rights, it should be mixed with the brine above, but it wasn't. The water here was very pure. To be exact, the water here was not salt water, but fresh water. Han Fei secretly held the water-dividing seal and hid it in the palm of his hand. He had already seen the weirdness here. Han Fei shouted via voice transmission, "Can you speak? As my shadow, you can only be a shadow for the rest of your life. How can you fight against me?" As Han Fei waved his hand, blue sea wandering dragon daggers shot out instantly. However, to his shock, although the shadow on the opposite side did not have any blue sea wandering dragon daggers, he suddenly took dozens of knives similar to the blue sea wandering dragon daggers out of thin air and shot them at him. Damn it, clank, 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 crack, 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 crack. The next second, Han Fei smiled. Haha, that's funny. My blue sea wandering dragon daggers are all mid-quality spiritual weapons. What the hell are those in your hand? At this moment, the fake knives summoned by the shadow broke one after another. Han Fei grabbed at one of them and raised his brows. Are they made of salt? Han Fei couldn't believe it. In this world, only his shadow would take salt as his weapon. But the shadow was his, which made him feel both funny and annoyed. The blue sea wandering dragon daggers continued to attack the shadow, but at this time Han Fei was no longer so scared. The shadow couldn't even copy his weapons. He was certainly not as strong as him. But the shadow was moving, and what he used was the 28 spirit-absorbing war bodies. Han Fei was speechless. No wonder he couldn't cut him just now. It turned out that he was cutting himself. The blue sea wandering dragon daggers were very strong, very fast, and carried the power of ice. But after all, his opponent was his own shadow, so the shadow always narrowly dodged his attacks. Even if the dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers were shot at the shadow at the same time, he wasn't hurt. Han Fei smiled. You can dodge 10 knives, but what about 30? As Han Fei waved his hand again, 20 more blue sea wandering dragon daggers floated out of his body and shot out again. This time, the shadow could hardly resist these knives. There were 30 knives, and Han Fei also activated the million knife art and saber manipulation art. Han Fei believed that even he himself wouldn't be able to block them, let alone his shadow. Sure enough, under the siege of 30 knives, the shadow seemed completely unable to cope with his attacks. However, the next minute, Han Fei widened his eyes again. The shadow also possessed a super strong physique, and a layer of salt crystals appeared on the surface of the shadow. Shit, what is that? Clank, clank, clank. Hanfei saw the large pieces of salt crystals being broken, and the shadow took the chance to avoid the blue sea wandering dragon daggers that should have penetrated his body. Hanfei narrowed his eyes. This move was smart. He could learn it. However, even if the shadow blocked this attack, could he still block the following attacks? Soon, when the first dagger plunged into the shadow's body, Hanfei rushed up. While the shadow froze for a moment, Hanfei swung the small seal in his hand at him. Bam! The beautiful mirror of the sky was destroyed, and a big hole appeared. The salt layer of the shadow was smashed by this blow, and then all the blue sea wandering dragon daggers pierced the shadow madly. Looking at the hedgehog-like shadow, Hanfei actually felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, that was his shadow. But then he told himself that this was a fake, so he immediately picked up the water-diving seal, came up, and kept smashing at the shadow with all his force. Even Hanfei himself wouldn't have been able to stand the continuous impact of the water-dividing seal and the crazy cutting of the dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers, let alone his shadow. Soon, the shadow was smashed to death by him. In the end, Hanfei discovered that this thing was actually bloodless and fleshless, and was just a puddle of salt. What the heck is this? A salt spirit? Hanfei put away the blue sea wandering dragon daggers and the water-dividing seal and twisted his neck. Haha, what makes you think you can fight me, salt spirit? I'm afraid that you are out of your mind. However, within 3 seconds, Hanfei got a violent strike. He was sent flying and rolled on the ground several times. When he got up, he saw a brand new shadow appear. Hanfei was dumbfounded. This is cheating. Why did another pop up as soon as he solved one? This time, Hanfei attacked even more fiercely. A storm of blades swept across, and the blue sea wandering dragon daggers and the water-dividing seal attacked the new shadow at the same time. But in a blink of an eye, this shadow also held a water-dividing seal. Ufk, you damn copycat. How can your fake weapons piled up with salt be compared to my high-quality spiritual weapons? Hanfei shouted. The shadows of the two big seals collided, and the fake seal was shattered. However, Hanfei found that the shadow turned stronger this time. If the shadow just now had only less than 50% of his strength, then this one already had almost 60%. After half an hour, Hanfei chopped the shadow into 2 pieces and finally killed this shadow. Hanfei was confused. Am I so strong? Did it take me so long to beat my own shadow? However, the next moment, he felt something was attacking him from behind. Fuck. Hanfei felt his blood freeze. Not again. Hanfei jumped up and dodged. When he looked back, he found that a new shadow appeared again. Hanfei was helpless. Damn, are these shadows endless? If it were an ordinary person, only 2 shadows would exhaust his spiritual energy. Even if it was Hanfei himself, without the reserve of spiritual energy, he had consumed 2/3 of his spiritual energy. But in this blink of an eye, another shadow popped up. How long could he hold out without his reserve of spiritual energy? This time, Hanfei tentatively tried to fight without using weapons. But the shadow didn't follow him but controlled the fake daggers and fake seals to attack him. Hanfei cursed and turned to run. Shit, the shadows are endless. I'm not going to waste any time here. Hanfei didn't run towards the exit above the mist, but to the plants. The plants that could grow in such a place must be special. He would take away all the spiritual plants here first. The speed of the shadow was not as fast as Hanfei. Therefore, once he distanced himself from the shadow, the latter couldn't catch up. If you really want to fight, let's fight after I collect all the treasures here. After a while, Hanfei picked up a small green fruit tree with a spiritual fruit hanging on it. Without hesitation, he uprooted it and threw it into Forge the Universe. Soon, he found another cluster of blue melon vines with armwong melons on it. He uprooted them and took them away too. And then, he saw a red weed, which he also uprooted and took away. After running for about 30 minutes, Hanfei suddenly discovered that he had reached the edge of the mirror of the sky. Oh, I thought you were boundless. It turns out that you also have a border. At this moment, Hanfei looked back and found that the shadow was still kilometers away from him, so he couldn't help but hook his finger at the shadow. Hey, come here. Chapter 312. Kill himself. Hanfei was overjoyed. There were a lot of spiritual grasses here. Although he didn't take a closer look just now, none of the spiritual fruits he collected seemed to be ordinary. Hanfei hooked his finger at the shadow contemptuously and started running again. Half an hour later, he had explored more than half of the mirror of the sky and had dug up no fewer than 30 spiritual plants. When Hanfei ran back to a pit he had dug up, he realized that he seemed to have finished exploring this place. He looked back and found that the shadow was still chasing him. Hanfei was stunned. Where did this guy come from? What was the power that gave him the ability to resurrect, imitate, and copy others? Hanfei stopped, preparing to kill this shadow. No matter what, since it was his own shadow, all the tricks and skills the shadow had acquired should be the same as him. No matter how well the shadow imitated him, it would be just as good as him at most, let alone surpass him. Thinking about it this way, Hanfei felt that this was a good opportunity to challenge himself. After all, it was the first time for him to fight himself. In the past, when Hanfei beat others, he couldn't quite understand the feelings of others. This time, he was finally able to fight himself and could test out how strong he was, Hanfei said. No matter if you can understand me or not, and no matter what you are, let's have a good fight now. I won't use any weapons. In an instant, the blue sea wandering dragon daggers entered his body, so did the water dividing seal, and Han Fei even removed the spiritual energy protective cover on his body. The shadow on the opposite side didn't seem to understand what Han Fei was talking about, and it pounced on him. The fake daggers cut through the clean water like sharp arrows traveling through the water. Han Fei grinned and also ran at him. Relying entirely on the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies and water control technique, he made complex but not fancy dodging movements. In front of him, a fake dagger swept across his cheek, and Han Fei swung his fist at the shadow. Bam! 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 Clink! Clink! A fierce battle broke out, and Han Fei almost exerted all his strength. After about 30 minutes, Han Fei finally killed the shadow, who had only 70% of his strength. Han Fei had never experienced how strong he was. However, when a copy of himself stood opposite him and fought against him, he realized how strong he was. Almost all the combat skills he had used would be reproduced by the shadow, and the shadow was even more proficient and flexible than him. As he expected, a new shadow of 80% of his strength appeared. Another fierce battle began. This time, it took Han Fei more than half an hour and 5,000 points of spiritual energy to kill this shadow. Han Fei pondered, there seems to be a lot of room for improvement in his combat skills and combat consumption. When his copy with 90% of his strength appeared, Han Fei found that the battle was getting even harder, so he had to wield a mid-quality magic sword and fight the shadow. But he was beaten up by his copy, and sometimes he was not even able to fight back. The battle lasted for a whole hour. But this time, Han Fei strictly controlled the consumption of spiritual energy. After all, if he didn't use the reserve of spiritual energy, he would have been beaten by the shadow that had 80% of his strength. At this moment, Han Fei relied on his strong physique to fight against the shadow who possessed 90% of his strength. He had no other choice. If he did not rely on his physical strength, Han Fei would have lost early on. Now, he was using the shadow to continuously temper his fighting ability. 3 hours later, Han Fei was battered countless times and finally managed to tie with the shadow with 90% of his strength. 6 hours later, Han Fei could already resist the shadow despite its strong defense and extremely fast speed. To put it bluntly, the shadow opposite him was actually himself. The shadow with 90% of his strength was theoretically much weaker than him, and it was natural for him to defeat the opponent. 1 day later, the shadow with 90% of his strength turned into a pile of salt crystals. Han Fei panted hard for quite a while, and then stood quietly on the mirror of the sky, waiting for the shadow with 100% of his strength to appear. But this time, the whole mirror of the sky began to tremble slowly, and a figure on the mirror's surface not far away gradually bulged, and some salt crystals gradually changed into his appearance. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Whew! Is it difficult to simulate the peak state me? Han Fei smiled. The shadow appeared, but the secret of this place had not yet come out. Before, Han Fei suspected that when the shadow with 100% of his strength appeared, the secrets of this place would be revealed. However, it wasn't. The shadow was still the shadow, the mirror of the sky was still the mirror of the sky, and the ground was still full of big pits that had been dug by him. There was still a white mist above his head. However, after he picked all the spiritual grass here, there was no greenness, but only pure white mist. Han Fei glanced at the white mist and wondered, if the secret was not in the mirror of the sky, could it be in the white mist? Suddenly, Han Fei made a strange move. He summoned 9 tails. Moreover, it was not the attaching kind of summoning, but he directly summoned him out. As soon as 9 tails came out, he was stunned. 2 masters? Fortunately, he was clever. Soon, he perceived that the master opposite was a fake because he didn't feel connected to him at all. Han Fei looked at the opposite shadow, thinking to himself, I have a contractual spiritual beast. What about you? Sure enough, the salt crystals bulged again and a fake 9 tails appeared. Han Fei grinned. Interesting. It seemed that not only the human body, but any living thing can be copied here. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei took back 9 tails. If what he guessed was right, the mirror of the sky was just a rigid mechanism that could only simulate the form. As for the ability, the fake 9 tails must only possess less than half of the real one's strength. Shoo, 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 shoo. Han Fei attacked with all his strength. It was already difficult enough to beat the shadow with 90% of his strength. Now, he certainly should take this shadow of all his strength more seriously. Of course, Han Fei was not worried. After all, it was only a copy of him and had not surpassed him. But he was very curious that if he killed this shadow, would a stronger one pop up again? As soon as Han Fei attacked, the shadow on the opposite side moved. The 2 figures quickly tumbled and the fake 9 tails stood aside, at a loss for what to do. Han Fei smiled. Sure enough, he couldn't even use the 9-star chain. Han Fei took the opportunity to hack at the fake 9 tails, which could dodge but could only use some basic combat skills and attack instinctively. Ha! Let me solve you first. Han Fei activated a spiritual energy protective cover, avoiding the blow of the shadow. He activated the million knife art and killed the fake 9 tails in one blow. The coming battle was crueler. Han Fei controlled the blue sea wandering dragon daggers to fight the shadow, and both of them used the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. In the end, Han Fei used the saber manipulation art. They were locked in this pitched battle. As for drawing, Han Fei didn't want to use it. He didn't want to kill such a good training partner so quickly. Who could be a better training partner than himself? This battle lasted 1 day and 1 night. This was the longest and most laborious battle that Han Fei had experienced, but it was also the battle that helped him best. In this battle, he had been bombarded countless times, used the divine healing technique hundreds of times, and consumed nearly 100,000 points of spiritual energy. When Han Fei felt that his fighting skills had been honed extremely well, a long knife appeared. As the knife was drawn, the salt crystal body was marked with a huge crack. Everything happened so fast that the shadow was hacked in half before it could react. The shadow turned into salt crystals again. Just when Han Fei thought the truth was about to be revealed, the salt crystals rose again and the shadow appeared again. Fuck, Han Fei was angry. Can't you give me a break? Moments later, when the two began to fight, Han Fei found that the shadow's strength had not improved. Han Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That makes sense. If it can become stronger, does that mean that this mirror of the sky possesses consciousness? A consciousness beyond humans? If this is a masterpiece of a strong master, how powerful was he? It's impossible for such a person to appear in the level 3 fishery. Han Fei had been thinking about it but didn't want to continue fighting. Since the shadow would always appear, there must be a reason. What was the reason? Han Fei had explored almost every inch of the mirror of the sky, and even spiritual grass had been dug away by him. There were no secrets left for him here. Then, there seemed to be only one reason left. Han Fei stepped on the ground and condensed a large high-pressure ball with the water control technique once again. Then he had 9 tails attached to him. Bam! Han Fei broke through the white mist and smashed the salt layer, and then he was in the white mist again. With a flash between his eyebrows, Little Black and Little White appeared. Han Fei asked, "Little White, do you feel anything wrong?" Chapter 313, Mirror of Icy Salt. Behind him, the shadow was still chasing, but Han Fei just ignored it. As he scuttled quickly, Little White suddenly stopped and looked to Han Fei's left side. Little Gold, Atach, Han Fei's speed soared, and the shadow, not attached to by a contractual spiritual beast, could not catch up. After a while, Han Fei sensed that a 6-sided stone was suspended in the air 100 meters away. Data appeared in his eyes. Namey Mirror of Icy Salt Introduction. A divine weapon created by heaven and earth, condensed with the essence of 1,000-year-old icy salt. It can replicate any creatures under hidden fissure. Quality Y, low quality divine weapon, current state. Number of times, 3 times, non-recastable, NUU unrefined. Note, once taken away from the white mist salt marsh, the mirror of icy salt will become a consumable divine weapon. Please use it carefully. A low-quality divine weapon? Han Fei got excited. He grabbed the mirror of icy salt and dropped his blood on it to refine it. Just as he refined the mirror of icy salt, the shadow behind him suddenly shattered into salt crystals and scattered into the white mist. After Han Fei took the mirror of icy salt, he saw a large amount of white mist gradually sinking into the mirror-like seabed of the mirror of the sky. Han Fei swallowed. A consumable divine weapon? Only 3 chances to use it. This was definitely a treasure, an incomparable treasure. Unlike Lua Little White's death replacement art, this mirror of icy salt could replicate himself at his peak state. And this meant that he would get 3 opportunities to use clones, which was simply amazing. There was really such a special treasure in the world. Thank God that no one took this thing away. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get it. To be precise, all the people who came in had fallen into a trap. They might have been to the mirror of the sky, but the shadow avatars one after another would have definitely driven them crazy. If Han Fei hadn't mastered the water control technique, if he hadn't had the reserve of spiritual energy, if he hadn't made it to the end, Han Fei wouldn't have thought that the real treasure was hidden in this white mist. Even in the white mist, if it weren't for Little White and his 250-meter spiritual perception, he might still not have been able to get this low-quality divine weapon. Too many coincidences helped Han Fei get this opportunity. This was really a huge win for Han Fei. If there had ever been a hidden fissure here, he could get the mirror of icy salt directly without a fight. As the white mist poured into the mirror of the sky, his field of view broadened out a little, so the way out was no longer difficult to find. It had been nearly 2 days since Han Fei entered this place. He didn't know if the henchmen he had just got were still there. As for Yang Ruyun, Han Fei always felt that there was something wrong with this woman. How could she, a hunter, get in here? Was the threat she said the shadow? But in this white mist, nothing could be seen. How could she perceive a threat and manage to escape? Han Fei was thrown straight into the mirror of the sky. Han Fei jumped out of the white mist salt marsh, only to find that there was no one around. He was speechless. As he expected, these bastards all ran away and no one was left. Shit, huh? Suddenly, Han Fei looked to the white coral reef not far away and his face suddenly darkened. Wang Ye, Chen Yuan, Lu Han, and Zhao Haitao were all lying there, dead, and their bodies were lined up in a row. A piece of fish skin was left beside their bodies. Han Fei picked up the fish skin, which read, "No matter whether you can come out alive or not, I'll remember you, idiot. Do you think that there is only one wind sword in that secret realm? If I hadn't been seriously injured, how would I have surrendered to you? But forget it, everyone has his opportunities. However, since these 4 people run a ghost boat business, they deserve to die. Anybody in the level 3 fishery has the right to punish them. I hope that I don't encounter you on a ghost boat one day. Otherwise, Han Fei was speechless. Was he scammed again? Yes, he was very sure that he had been scammed again. He was scammed by Chen Yuan first, and then by Yang Ruyun. Being stunned for a while, Han Fei recalled that when he met Yang Ruyun in that secret realm, the girl was seriously injured indeed. At the time, he just thought that she was injured by the drawing, but now he didn't think so. If she was hurt by drawing a knife, she wouldn't be just vomiting blood. At least there should have been a wound on her body, right? But even her clothes were untorn. Besides, was it really just a coincidence that Yang Ruyun ran into him while being hunted down by Wang Ye and the other 3? Not really. What if Yang Ruyun's real intention was to trick Wang Ye and the other 3 into killing him? If that were the case, he would have been used by her like a pawn, as he took the 4 of them as his subordinates and thought he'd be a wise guy. Now the 4 of them were killed by her. In fact, when he first heard about ghost boats, Han Fei didn't feel very angry. In addition to being scammed by Chen Yuan, which annoyed him a little, Han Fei felt that running a ghost boat was a normal business. There were bandits in the mountains and pirates in the sea. That was normal. Of course, it was a different story if they slaughtered innocent people. Now, Han Fei felt bothered. 4 henchmen were killed. They also knew of a secret realm. Now they all died before they told him where the secret realm was. On the sea. Han Fei was sitting on the fishing boat alone. However, it didn't take long for him to meet a large school of humming fish. In a short while, the bow of the ship was surrounded by humming sounds. Han Fei's face immediately darkened. So, whenever I get a treasure, I have to suffer losses several times in a row? Controlling the fishing boat to take off, Han Fei chose a random direction and flew out for thousands of miles. Without meeting anyone, Han Fei landed on a random place in the sea and let the boat drift. Being idle, Han Fei took out the large pot, reached out his hand to grab a mass of water, threw it into the pot, and poured various flavors into it. Han Fei patted the bottom of the pot with one hand and waved the fishing rod with the other as he began to fish. After a moment, Han Fei cast several times by using the water vein technique and caught an anti-heaven blade. After throwing it onto the boat, Han Fei found that there were many hard spines on the fish. After handling the fish, he found the flesh of the fish was crystal clear and tender. It was a very firm kind of meat, a bit like tuna. Because there was no fire here, Han Fei could only use spiritual energy to heat up. Although spiritual energy could also generate heat, different from a flame, it couldn't bring him a warming feeling. But above the vast ocean, Han Fei didn't have so many choices. It was better to have something to eat than nothing. An hour later, half the pot of fish went into his stomach. Behind him, Ninetail's 9-star chain kept attacking. Yes, sure enough, the level 3 fishery was different from other places. When a boat drifted on the sea, the creatures in the sea would attack people on the boat. At first, it was just a crescent moon fish. Then some red-browed prawns appeared, and occasionally some large snails and squid clung to the hull, which was very annoying. On the 3rd day, Han Fei met some people. 3 people in one fishing boat drove past Han Fei. Han Fei wanted to go up and say hello. After all, it was not easy to meet people in such a large fishery. But before Han Fei went up, they ran away and didn't feel like talking to him. On the 4th day, he met someone again. However, when the man saw Han Fei eating on the fishing boat alone, he ran away too. Han Fei didn't know why. Why do these people run away when they see me? Do I look so scary? On the 6th day, Han Fei encountered a ghost boat again, which appeared more frequently than dragon boats. However, different from the last time, Han Fei took the initiative this time. The other party was a ghost boat team with all 5 professions. At first, they were locked in the fight. Han Fei fought the 5 of them alone, which really shocked them. In the end, Han Fei failed to take them down, and the battle ended hastily, and everyone continued to go their separate ways. It was not that Han Fei didn't want to keep these people, but that they were all dangling fishers, which made it difficult to beat them. If Han Fei didn't use his trump card, he really couldn't kill them. On the 8th day, Han Fei was practicing his fishing skills in boredom, wondering how he could trick the black moon sicklefish into biting the bait. Then, from a distance, he saw a huge black shadow floating over from the sea. Damn, a dragon boat. Chapter 314, Boarding the Dragon Boat. The sight of the dragon boat shocked Han Fei. The visual impact was too shocking. The huge hull was like an ancient behemoth in the ocean. Although it was still far away, Han Fei could see the huge bow, which was like a huge dragon's head. The hull was hundreds of meters high and towering, like a huge wave rising on the sea. In front of the dragon boat, the sea was separated, and countless crescent moonfish accompanied the boat while swimming, jumping up from time to time and rolling out arcs on the sea surface. From a distance, Han Fei heard deafening humming sounds. There seemed to be a huge amount of humming fish surrounding the dragon boat. Han Fei even saw single-horned sharks jumping out of the water. When getting closer to the boat, Han Fei could see clearly. Not only the single-horned sharks jumped out of the water, but also a large number of butterfly fish jumped out of the water from time to time, flying happily in midair. Toot! The dragon boat made a great hooting sound, and the billowing sound radiated in all directions and resounded throughout the sky. But after a short while, the dragon boat approached. Around the dragon boat, occasionally fishing boats left and flew to the boundless ocean. In the distance, there were also sporadic small black spots appearing, which were the people nearby coming to board the boat. Han Fei controlled the fishing boat to take off and went straight to the dragon boat. This scene was simply shocking and quite fresh. Before, Han Fei had always heard about the dragon boat. Now he finally saw one. How could he not go up and take a look? As the fishing boat approached, Han Fei felt the majesty of this huge dragon boat. There was a dragon head decoration on the bow, and the hull was forged from bluestone and wood. Pieces of dragon scale carvings brought the dragon a tint of mystery. However, those dragon scales didn't seem to be for decoration. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a small spirit gathering formation carved on each dragon scale. With the countless dragon scales, how many spirit gathering formations were on the hull? As for the stern, Han Fei couldn't even see the stern at all. The distance from the bow to the stern was too far, spanning more than 30 kilometers. The dragon boat had 5 layers. The higher you went, the smaller the area was. The first deck layer was full of people, who were all fishing. At the moment Han Fei glanced over, he saw no less than 100 people retracting fishing lines. And on their hooks, some were hung with humming fish, some crescent moon fish, some spiked armor fish, and some anti-heaven blade. Han Fei even saw someone catch a black moon sicklefish. The fishing boat was still several kilometers away, and Han Fei heard a hubbub of voices on the dragon boat. Han Fei also saw that around the dragon boat there were armored guards who were holding long spears and standing in every corner of the dragon boat. Han Fei had never boarded the dragon boat before, so he didn't know where to get on. Fortunately, there were others who were going to board the boat, and he just followed others to the middle of the boat. After flying for 3 or 5 miles, Han Fei found that there were dedicated entrances on both sides of the hull. There were special personnel responsible for reception, and a row of guards were guarding each entrance. Han Fei immediately drove the fishing boat over and then heard someone shouting, "Do you need to deposit your fishing boat?" With a thought, the fishing boat under his feet was taken in to forge the universe, and he jumped onto the deck from the sky. Han Fei smiled. "No thanks." The receptionist was a junior dangling fisher. He nodded slightly and said to Han Fei, "Which floor do you want to live on?" Han Fei was taken back. "Is there any difference in living on different floors?" "Huh, is it your first time in the level 3 fishery?" His words attracted many people not far away who perked up. Someone yelled, "My little friend, come here quickly. I am known as the Dragon Boat Know-It-All. I can explain to you everything about dragon boats, and I'll only charge 500 mid-quality pearls." Someone waved to Han Fei. "Brother, you and I are about the same age. I can be your guide and only charge 400 mid-quality pearls." Someone shouted, "Little brother, do you have any valuable treasures? I would like to buy them at a high price." "Little brother," Han Fei was dumbfounded. "Gosh, is there still a pimping business here?" the receptionist said with a smile. "If this is your first time boarding a dragon boat, you'd better find a guide. This dragon boat is not big, nor is it small. There are all kinds of industries on board, and if you explore it by yourself, I am afraid it will cost you a lot of time." Han Fei nodded and said, "How much boarding fee do I need to pay?" That person said, "If you only board the boat and don't live here, 100 mid-quality pearls are enough. If you need a separate room, then you need to pay 300 mid-quality pearls for a room on the first floor, 500 on the second floor, 1,000 on the third floor, 5,000 on the fourth floor, and 10,000 on the fifth floor. This depends on your own choice." Han Fei was taken back. Sure enough, he underestimated the business on the dragon boat to be profitable. This is fucking expensive. Yes, it only takes 100 mid-quality pearls to board the ship, but you would have to pay at least 300 if you want to stay. The receptionist smiled. "If it is too expensive for you, there are still 3 floors of cabins 30 meters below the deck. The rooms on the first floor are 100 mid-quality pearls a day. Those on the second floor are 4-bed rooms, only charging 50 mid-quality pearls. As for below the third layer, it is provided free of charge, but there are various kinds of people there. It's up to you." Han Fei slightly narrowed his eyes. This dragon boat had 8 floors. However, when he looked at the vast boat, he felt relieved. With this height, it was more than enough to build a 100-story building, let alone 8 floors. However, he had a lot of secrets, so he certainly couldn't choose a place with too many people. The 3 layers below the deck were out of the question. This first layer was the deck layer, where there were a ton of pedestrians and people fishing around the boat everywhere. This layer was almost a bazaar that was bustling with people coming and going, so it was also not suitable. From the second floor up, the number of people suddenly decreased. Maybe most people were reluctant to spend so much money on rooms. Han Fei smiled and said, "I will book a single room on the second floor for 10 days. But the receptionist didn't even bat his eyelids and seemed not to care about the 5,000 mid-quality pearls at all. He must have seen a lot of rich people. "Okay, just a moment." The receptionist took out a small carved stone token from the desk beside him and handed it over. "Have a good time. By the way, the guide is only responsible for explaining the first and lower 3 floors. If you need to know more about the upper floors, you need to choose a better guide. Besides, if the guide is not a guest on the second floor or above, it will cost some mid-quality pearls for the guide to get on the upper floors." Han Fei nodded. This was understandable. After all, on the dragon boat, the layers were so clearly divided, so of course people were not allowed to go up randomly. Otherwise, it would be a mess. Han Fei took the token, and at the same time, with a wave of his hand, 5,000 mid-quality pearls were stuffed into the box beside him. Seeing this scene, the crowd all gasped. So many mid-quality pearls. This boy certainly wouldn't live on the first floor. Immediately, they drummed up more loudly. Han Fei walked straight to the deck and was immediately surrounded by dozens of people. Behind him, the guard scolded, "Don't push." But those people seemed to have been accustomed to this scolding and refused to leave. Someone grabbed a fish skin map and said, "Little brother, I have a map of the dragon boat here. It only costs 100 mid-quality pearls." Another person also held a fish skin map and said, "Little brother, I have a route map of the dragon boat. It's not easy to get and only needs 100 mid-quality pearls." Someone beckoned, "Brother, those are nothing. I have a map of the dangerous places of the level 3 fishery. The price is only 500 mid-quality pearls." Yes, you heard it right, only 500. Dude, don't listen to them. I can take you around the dragon boat. Only 400 mid-quality pearls are needed. Han Fei was a little stunned. Just now, the receptionist suggested that he choose a good guide, but these people didn't look trustworthy at all. Suddenly, among these people, Han Fei spotted a little girl about his age. At this moment, she was looking at him with her lips pursed. The girl didn't speak, but just looked at him, with one hand open, and the words 500 mid-quality pearls were written on it. Han Fei couldn't help being curious. Others charged 400, but you insist on charging 500? The petite girl was only an advanced great fishing master. It could be said that she was the weakest in this crowd. After all, the others were at least peak-level great fishing masters. Without any hesitation, Han Fei pointed to the girl and said, "I pick her." Chapter 315, The Guide, Lin Miao Miao. The crowd suddenly stopped and quickly looked back, only to find that Han Fei had chosen a girl who was only an advanced great fishing master. Even the girl herself was taken aback. Most of the time, her income was very small. Only when there were many people boarding the dragon boat at the same time would she have a chance. However, Han Fei picked her from the crowd, which surprised her very much. Someone said irreconcilably, "Brother, you've got to look for a good guide. Not everyone can be a guide." Han Fei took a look at that man. Not everyone likes to find an uncle as a guide. "I prefer this little girl." Everyone, the girl, the others, were speechless. They lost just because they were not a child? For Han Fei, 500 mid-quality pearls were nothing at all. This time he brought a total of 200,000 mid-quality pearls with him. Even if he spent them all, he could just go to the sea to get some treasures. Hundreds or thousands of mid-quality pearls certainly wouldn't be a problem for him. The crowd dispersed in half, and some people still held up the fish skin map and shouted, "Brother, now you have a guide, but you still need a plan of the dragon boat, right?" Han Fei looked at the girl, who transmitted a voice to him, "No need." Han Fei said impatiently, "No, I have a good sense of direction. Why do I need a plan of the dragon boat? What about a route map?" This time, the girl took the initiative to transmit a message to him. "It's fake." Han Fei snorted, "Go away. I don't want anything. I don't care where I'm going." After dismissing these pimps, Han Fei looked at the girl and asked, "Do you have a sea-swallowing seashell? How shall I pay you?" To Han Fei's surprise, the girl nodded and said, "Everyone who can come to the level 3 fishery has sea-swallowing seashells. Similarly, they also all have their own fishing boats. I am not as poor as you think." Han Fei was a bit embarrassed. It made sense. Otherwise, how could they come to explore the level 3 fishery? Han Fei waved, and a fishskin bag appeared with 500 mid-quality pearls in it. Han Fei handed it over casually and said, "Hey girl, what's your name? Since you don't need money, why do you want to be a guide?" The girl received the money and then looked at Han Fei earnestly. "My name is Lin Miao Miao. I'll only be responsible for explaining the knowledge about the dragon ship to you. It will take about 3 days. My price is 500 mid-quality pearls per day. And I am not a young, innocent girl. I think I might be older than you. In a few months, I will be 17. Besides, I don't do anything other than explaining the dragon boat. If you want a young girl, you should go to the negative layers below the deck." Han Fei, Artie? Han Fei? One? Han Fei was speechless. "Did I hire you or did you hire me?" Han Fei said crossly. "I am not interested in you." "Don't take me wrong. But why do you charge so much?" Lin Miao Miao replied earnestly. "My explanation includes the upper layers, which can prevent you from taking a lot of detours. For example, those who sell maps just now are not credible. As for the route map of the dragon boat, in fact, the dragon boat does not have a route, but drifts at random. As for the charts of dangerous places, those dangerous places have already been dug up by others. Therefore, those are of no value." Lin Miao Miao kept talking. Han Fei knew that her point was that those people were all liars. Han Fei asked, "How are you going to take me around and show me the dragon boat? Are we just walking around all 8 floors? I'm afraid then you won't be able to finish your job in 3 days. Lin Miao Miao said, "To be precise, there are 12 floors in total. Generally speaking, the real -1 floor is the trading area of the dragon boat. The -2 floor is the food and beverage area, and the -3 floor, which we usually call -1 floor, is used for living. Of course, each floor has a dining area, but the -2 floor provides most kinds of food. Below the living floor is the bottom of the dragon boat, which is the demonic fish breeding area." Han Fei was stunned. The trading area takes up a whole floor. How big is it? Lin Meow Meow continued. I won't take you through each district, but only explain to you the precautions in this district to prevent you from being deceived by others. Because, for all the transactions that happen on the dragon boat, you must check the money and product on the spot. Han Fei nodded. Okay, tell me first, why are these people fishing on the deck? I think they can only catch fish like hummingfish and crescent moonfish, right? Lin Meow Meow explained. Most of the people who fish on the deck are dangling fishers. The spending on the dragon boat is actually very high. These people have run out of money, so they need to fish to make money. Han Fei was surprised. Is the cost of living here that high? Lin Meow Meow looked at Han Fei. You'll only stay a few days in the dragon boat, but you'll spend 5,000 mid-quality pearls. I will be your guide for 3 days, which will cost you 1,500 mid-quality pearls. If you go to the trading area, perhaps you won't have any money left when you come out. As for young girls, they're also very expensive. Oof, Han Fei said with a dark face. Girls? I just said that for fun. My goal is the infinite ocean. Why would I want a young girl? Han Fei was speechless. This girl is too plain-spoken. Lin Meow Meow tilted her head and glanced at Han Fei. She was wondering about Han Fei's identity. There was a high probability that he was some heavenly talent from a rich or powerful family. Of course, Lin Meow Meow didn't know Han Fei's earning power. If she knew that Han Fei's money was all earned by himself, she might have treated Han Fei with more respect. While they were talking, someone caught a black moon sicklefish and a huge sickle cut through the air. The angler failed to block it, and the sickle flew directly towards Han Fei. Han Fei was shocked. Watch out. However, Han Fei calmly took out a blue sea wandering dragon dagger. With a flash of spiritual energy, he took the sickle bare-handed. The spiritual energy burst, and air billows surged. Lin Meow Meow's face was a little pale. She was hit by this force and almost injured. However, she was even more surprised by Han Fei's reaction speed and strength. The strength of the Black Moon sicklefish should not be underestimated, but Han Fei caught the sickle so easily. Many dangling fishers who were fishing didn't have this strength. Warning, warning. Just a few seconds later, a guard appeared in front of Han Fei. He glanced at Han Fei. Are you all right? Han Fei smiled. I'm fine. The guard nodded and shouted to the angler, warning, you're fined 500 mid-quality pearls. Han Fei was surprised. He is fined so much just because he failed to block the sickle? Lin Meow Meow said with a sigh of relief. Since they are fishing, they have to bear corresponding responsibilities. If anyone is hurt, he'll be fined even more. Han Fei looked at the sighing angler and couldn't help but ask, how much is a black moon sicklefish? Lin Meow Meow replied, the market price is about 320 mid-quality pearls, but the price changes every day, depending on the number of fish consumed on the dragon boat every day. When it is high, it can reach 400. When it is cheap, it is only 200 or so. Han Fei smiled. So this poor guy had to pay 200 mid-quality pearls instead of earning any money? Sorry for him. Suddenly, Lin Meow Meow asked, do you have any short-term goals? For example, to improve your strength, buy weapons, find treasures, pick one and I can give you some information. Without hesitation, Han Fei asked, I want to find some unexplored dangerous places. Do you know any? Han Fei pondered. He better not mention the Abyssal Chasm. While in the White Mist Salt Marsh, he discovered that the secret realms of the Level 3 fishery were not simple at all. How long had he been here? And he had already met the White Mist Salt Marsh. Then, the Abyssal Chasm should be much more dangerous than the White Mist Salt Marsh. That being the case, in the first half of the year, he might as well find more dangerous places to explore to quickly improve his strength. Lin Meow Meow answered, I don't know. You'll have to find them on your own. If anyone finds an unexplored dangerous place, he can sell this news. But the price is not cheap. At least millions of mid-quality pearls, and most people simply cannot afford it. Han Fei took a deep breath secretly. That's fucking expensive, but it's reasonable. After all, it's an unexplored secret realm, and the clue about its location can be sold. Chapter 316. Good luck. Han Fei felt that only fools would sell clues about dangerous places and secret realms. Those are chances. How could anyone not want them? As if she could guess what Han Fei was thinking, Lin Meow Meow said bluntly, dangerous places do not necessarily mean chances. Some people have discovered dangerous places, but they don't have the strength to explore them, so they can only choose to sell the clues about them. After exchanging the clues for money, they can also buy a lot of resources on the dragon boat to improve their strength. Han Fei wondered. Then, how can the purchaser ensure that the clue is real? What if it's fake? Lin Meow Meow shook her head. The dragon boat will buy the clues first. After confirming the clue is true, the dragon boat will choose to explore them on their own or sell them. During this period, the seller is not allowed to leave the dragon boat. So the dragon boat acts as a dealer. They must earn a lot from this business. Lin Meow Meow smiled. In fact, you are right. Normally, very few people sell the clues about dangerous places. Even on the dragon boat, this kind of person is rare. They wandered about for a long while, and Han Fei got much information from Lin Meow Meow. He learned that there were several places in the Level 3 fishery where danger and opportunity coexisted. Those places seemed to have shocking secrets. Every moment, people went to those places, and some got opportunities while some died. There were no less than 10 such places in the Level 3 fishery. And the most typical one of them was the steps into the sea. Lin Meow Meow explained that the steps into the sea was an extremely amazing place in the level 3 fishery. There is a vast offshore platform, and in front of the platform are steps naturally formed by water currents. No one knows how these steps were formed. People only knew that in a 1,000-mile radius around this place, it was all forbidden, sealed off by a huge seal. If you wanted to enter the steps into the sea, you could only take that offshore platform. The steps stretch down, and it is said that every step down, more danger awaits. It is said that the current record of the steps into the sea was 28 steps. Someone went down 28 steps and did not die. Such a result meant that the challenger had received an unparalleled opportunity. However, Lin Meow Meow was not clear about the details. She was just an advanced great fishing master, not yet qualified to go to the steps into the sea. For a great fishing master, the dragon boat was better than anywhere else in the level 3 fishery. At this moment, Lin Meow Meow took Han Fei to the trading area on the -1 floor. As soon as he entered the trading area, Han Fei heard various kinds of voices. The blue amber that I just got from the sea is an excellent material for making spiritual weapons. It's on sale. A yellow-blooded sea cucumber caught from a secret realm, which can quickly increase the body's vitality and blood and is a super tonic. If you want to buy it, be quick. This is the only one. The horn of the single-horned shark. Anyone want it? The black moon sicklefish is on sale. Only 100 mid-quality pearls. Treasure hunting fish on sale, 200 mid-quality pearls each. Open its treasure bag and you may get a big chance. The dead leaf starfish that is extremely difficult to capture, 800 mid-quality pearls each. The first choice for a contractual spiritual beast, don't miss it. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Sure enough, the things sold on the dragon boat were different. These were all good things. He still remembered when he first went to the level 1 fishery. They fought so hard for a treasure hunting fish. Then he saw a stall with hundreds of treasure hunting fish, and from time to time people went to buy the fish to get a treasure. Treasure hunting fish were better than treasure digging fish. After all, it was a species in the level 3 fishery. The things drawn from them should be worth some money. Lin Meow Meow shook her head. Don't be tempted. The probability of getting a treasure is not high. You may not even get a spiritual fruit. Han Fei swallowed. But it's only 200 mid-quality pearls per fish. Lin Meow Meow was speechless. Why do you want to waste 200 mid-quality pearls? Lin Meow Meow said. Drawing a lottery is easily addictive. Some people come to buy treasure hunting fish every day but end up penniless. Han Fei hadn't experienced this before, so he just waved his hand. It's okay. I'll just buy some for fun. Lin Meow Meow. Han Fei quickly walked to the treasure hunting fish booth. The boss was a little old man. Seeing Han Fei, he hurriedly greeted him. Little friend, take a look. A couple of days ago, someone got a piece of green jadeite from a fish I sold, which was worth 20,000 mid-quality spiritual beads. He really made a fortune. Do you want one, my little friend? Han Fei rubbed his hands and said, I want 10. The little old man's eyes lit up. Wow, this is a big customer. Lin Meow Meow tried to stop Han Fei. Hey, why do you buy so much? Han Fei smiled. I'm curious. I have always wanted to cut open a treasure-digging fish, but later I felt the digging treasure fish was too low-leveled. Now I want to try the treasure-hunting fish. The little old man hurriedly nodded. Yes, yes. If you come to the level 3 fishery but don't cut open a treasure-hunting fish, that's a pity. My little friend, you look like a lucky guy. I bet you can get something good. As he said this, Han Fei pointed. I want this one, and this one. Suddenly, when Han Fei's hand passed a treasure-hunting fish, he noticed a slight tingling in his wrist and quickly said, and this one. Han Fei carefully chose for a long time, and 10 treasure-hunting fish were placed on the table. The little old man held up a knife and asked, My little friend, may I cut them open for you, or will you do it yourself? Han Fei reached out, and a blue sea wandering dragon dagger appeared in his hand. I'll do it myself. Let me try my luck. Han Fei secretly smiled. My dear Calabash selected some for me, and I also chose some myself, in case these people were shocked by my luck. Rip, under the stares of the passers-by and Lin Meow Meow, the big bump on the treasure-hunting fish's head was cut open, revealing a pale golden stone which was inlaid with crystal-clear gravel. Ah, natural gold. It's worthless, some passer-by sighed. The little old man said, Nonsense. Who said that natural gold was worthless? Natural gold is also called fish head gold. It's a material for refining high-quality magic weapons. It is worth 100 mid-quality pearls. Han Fei didn't care and continued to cut. Rip, oh, soft plaster. This time it is even worse. The little old man tried to drive the onlookers away again and smiled. My little friend, don't listen to their nonsense. Soft plaster can be used for healing. It is a first-class medicinal material that is worth 80 mid-quality pearls. Han Fei had never researched this material before. As a spirit gatherer, he didn't need any medicinal materials. He was surprised that there was almost everything in the ocean. This soft plaster was soft and looked delicious. Han Fei continued to cut. Huh? A water drop crystal? This thing is not bad. Someone immediately said, little friend, I'd like to buy it for 200 mid-quality pearls. Can you sell it to me? Another one said with a smile, little friend, I can pay 300 mid-quality pearls for it. The little old man rolled his eyes. Shut up. This water drop crystal can temporarily store about 1,000 points of spiritual energy and can instantly fill up your spiritual energy shortage at critical moments. It can save your life, so its value is at least 500 medium pearls or more. Little friends, it's yours now. Hanfei looked at Lin Miao Miao, who was also a little surprised. Hanfei is lucky. Lin Miao Mi nodded slightly. It's worth about 500 mid-quality pearls. Hanfei said casually, put it aside, let me continue. However, when he cut open the fourth fish, there was nothing in its head. The little old man hurriedly said, little friend, don't worry. It is really rare to see a treasure-hunting fish with no treasure. Hanfei nodded and continued to cut, only to see the treasure bag glowed yellow. Someone exclaimed, oh, it's a treasure. Hanfei felt people immediately gather up from behind. He quickly dug up the thing, only to hear the little old man exclaim, it's a flash stone. Crushing it, you can appear 10 miles away in a flash. It can save you when you're running for your life. It is worth at least 3,000 mid-quality pearls. Little friend, you have made a fortune. Someone behind him shouted, little brother, I want this flash stone. 3,000 mid-quality pearls, I can pay now. Another man said, hey, no rush. Brother, I'll give you a price that you can't refuse. I can give you 4,000 mid-quality pearls. Suddenly, a woman transmitted her voice to him. I can pay 5,000 mid-quality pearls. Hanfei looked back and saw that it was a girl. However, Hanfei ignored her and threw the flash stone into his Forge the Universe. I'm not going to sell it. Then, Hanfei got a spiritual fruit which contained more than 80,000 points of spiritual energy. Someone offered to buy it with 800 mid-quality pearls, but Hanfei didn't sell it either. After that, Hanfei got 2 more spiritual fruits, all of which were worth more than 500 mid-quality pearls. The onlookers were all stunned by his good luck. The crowd behind Lin Miao Miao and Hanfei couldn't help but be surprised. Hanfei is so lucky. He has earned nearly 10,000 mid-quality pearls in total, right? Hanfei pushed the treasure-hunting fish that he had cut open aside and said to the little old man, I want 10 more. Hearing this, the crowd behind him also shouted, I want 2, I want 5, I'll pick 10. Everyone was a bit jealous of Hanfei. Was it because the quality of this batch of treasure-hunting fish was exceptionally good? Even the old man himself doubted it. Is this lad's luck really so good? Even Lin Miao Miao wanted to have a try. Hanfei paid 2,000 mid-quality pearls for the fish and instantly earned 5 times that amount. Is his hand guided? Chapter 317, Men Like Shopping Too. Hanfei was dumbfounded. What are you doing here? How can I continue to try my luck with so many people here? The treasure-hunting fish on the little old man's booth were immediately sold out, and Hanfei hurriedly grabbed 3 fish that his little calabash was responsive to. This scene attracted many people to watch. For a while, the little old man's booth was overcrowded. However, after only half an hour, someone exclaimed in chagrin, oh, why is it soft plaster again? Oh my god, I have dug out 3 topazes already. Shtat, damn. There is nothing in the treasure bag. Some people were complaining, while some were overjoyed. Haha, I got a spiritual fruit. Oh, a water drop crystal. That's great. In the crowd, Hanfei secretly took 3 spiritual fruits out of the fish heads, which no one noticed. After half an hour, Hanfei squeezed out of the crowd and said to Lin Miao Miao, that's crazy. These people are crazy. The old man's fish are sold out. The old man's fish are sold out. Don't you know why they rushed to buy the fish? Lin Miao Miao was really envious. Hanfei spent 4,000 mid-quality pearls but earned his money back with the flash stone alone. And she also noticed that Hanfei got 3 spiritual fruits just now. He had earned a lot this time. Hanfei casually put the things he got into a fish skin bag. To him, these things, including the water drop crystal, were all useless, so he just put them into a fish skin bag. However, the total value of this fish skin bag would be at least 5,000 mid-quality pearls. Hanfei said in distress, can I sell these things? Lin Miao Miao's eyes lit up. You want to sell them? Yes. They're all useless things that take up space. I'd rather trade them for mid-quality pearls. You can sell them to the dragon boat, but the price will be lower. If you trust me, I can get you a 30% higher price. Of course, I want a 10% commission. Hanfei threw the bag to Lin Miao Miao. Deal. Lin Miao Miao was taken aback. Brother, why do you trust me so much? This is 5 or 6,000 mid-quality pearls, Lin Miao Miao asked. Aren't you afraid of me running away with the bag? Hanfei smiled and said, you can have a try. Lin Miao Miao, CLW, CEI. Lin Miao Miao, CLW, 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 CLW in the video were 3 miles. Hanfei watched everything with interest, stopping to watch from time to time and even reaching out to touch the fish on sale. Lin Miao Miao followed him and kept introducing things they passed. In her eyes, Hanfei was a shopaholic. At this moment, Hanfei asked, excuse me, how much is this yellow blood sea cucumber? The vendor replied, little brother, it sells for only 1,000 mid-quality pearls. The price is very low. Hanfei scoffed. That shop only charges 600. Why do you want 1,000? What? 600? Well, my sea cucumber is fatter than his. Okay, I'll only charge 600. Han Fei shook his head. You are not honest. I'll only pay 500 now. The vendor, is that unacceptable to you? Okay, I'm leaving. Seeing Han Fei was about to leave, the vendor hurriedly shouted, Don't go, little brother. Okay, 500. We're friends now. Lin Miao Miao watched Han Fei skillfully paying and couldn't help but wonder, is this guy really from a rich family? Why are his bargaining skills even better than hers? Han Fei put away the yellow blood sea cucumber and secretly smiled. Idiot, you only sold it at 500 mid-quality pearls? This is a great tonic, which can greatly enhance the body's chi and energy. It will be sold at least 1,000 mid-quality pearls in the Blue Sea town. Suddenly, Han Fei pointed to a group of shops. Are those specialty stores? Lin Miao Miao said. Yes, the shops here have to pay rent that is very high. However, the quality of the products in the shops are better than those outside. From afar, Han Fei saw a spiritual fruit store and quickly walked over. This shop is great. In order to activate the soul-attaching ability, he had been searching for spiritual fruits on the seabed for many days. If he had boarded the dragon boat earlier, it would have saved him a lot of trouble. Lin Miao Miao was surprised. Do you still want to buy something? You have already spent all the money you just made. Inside the shop. As soon as Han Fei walked in, a girl walked up and said, Brother, may I help you? We have a complete set of spiritual fruits here. You won't be disappointed. Han Fei looked around and many strings of data appeared. He didn't bother to read them one by one, but directly aimed at those with the most spiritual energy. Lin Miao Miao quickly followed up. Han Fei, you'd better buy spiritual fruits according to your own needs. Han Fei grunted. Yes, I know. Han Fei pointed. I want this, this, and this, huh? Can this be poison resistant? Okay, I'll take it. And this, this, this. Lin Miao Miao was dumbfounded. So was the shop owner. Since she opened the store, she hadn't seen a person with such a fast purchase speed. He didn't even need to browse, but he just pointed to the spiritual fruits and demanded them. He must be very rich. Lin Miao Miao was stunned. This guy is so rich. She hadn't even seen the names of those spiritual fruits clearly, and he had bought so many. When the 20 spiritual fruits were placed on the counter, Han Fei suddenly asked, Will you give me a discount? The shop owner's eyes narrowed with smiles. Sure, I'll give you 5% off. Han Fei frowned. Only 5%? Give me a better discount and I'll buy 30 pieces. Oof, Lin Miao Miao was about to vomit blood. 30 pieces. Oh my god. The shop owner's eyes lit up. 10% off. Han Fei began to point again, and soon picked 30 pieces. When the mid-quality pearls were poured into the basket, the shop owner grinned from ear to ear. The shop owner asked, Little friend, where do you live? In a few days, my store will have new spiritual fruit delivered, which will be the best. May I deliver them to you so you can pick some then? Han Fei shook his head. No, I may leave in a few days. I will come back if I've got time. The shop owner secretly sighed. What a pity. It's not so easy to have a customer like this guy who has money to burn. Han Fei put the 30 fruit in a fish skin bag, randomly grabbed one spiritual fruit, and took a bite. Wow, in the blink of an eye, he ate this spiritual fruit, and a burst of fragrance spread out, attracting many people to stop and watch. Lin Miao Miao swallowed and asked, Aren't you supposed to cultivate while eating a spiritual fruit? If you eat like this, a lot of spiritual energy will escape. Han Fei didn't respond. You don't understand. I can store the spiritual energy, okay? Han Fei said leisurely. Eating fruit is a pleasure. Spiritual energy is not my first concern. Lin Miao Miao was speechless. If I could beat you, I really would slap you to death. That is a spiritual fruit. It's worth at least 800 mid-quality pearls. How can you just waste it like this? Are you stupid? Han Fei took out another anti-poison spiritual fruit, and under Lin Miao Miao's gaze, he bit most of it and swallowed. Lin Miao Miao felt helpless. Why? Why did she pick up such a client? He was simply a spendthrift. When she watched him swallowing the spiritual fruit, her heart was aching. As they walked, Han Fei suddenly stopped. Oh, do you know where the dragon boat is sailing to now? Is there any special secret realm in this direction? Just like the steps into the sea, the kind of place where everyone can go, that was Lin Miao Miao's professional field, so she immediately answered, The dragon boat will pass through the sea grassland and then pass through the Valley of 10,000 Smokes. After that, I don't know. The dragon boat will change its route from time to time. The reason I am sure that it won't change route in the short term is that it did so 5 days ago. Han Fei muttered. Sea grassland, Valley of 10,000 Smokes, Han Fei suddenly said. Isn't the sea grassland 100,000 miles away? Lin Miao Miao nodded. Yes, the speed of the dragon boat is not very fast and it will reach the sea grassland in about 20 days. Han Fei nodded. Then I'll stay on the dragon boat for half a month and I'll leave when it reaches the sea grassland. Chapter 3018, met her again. Han Fei spent half a day in the trading area. During the period, he went to buy some treasure-hunting fish again. However, this time, the quality of the fish were not so good, and he only got 3 spiritual fruits, so Han Fei lost interest in it. Lin Miao Miao followed him all the way. This was the first time she saw a boy more interested in shopping than girls. Seeing that most of the first day had passed, she couldn't help but remind him, Aren't you going to other areas? If you walk so slowly, we can't finish half of the trading area in one day. Han Fei was absent-minded. At the moment, he was looking at a large store called Treasure Square, wondering if he should go in and have a look. Therefore, Han Fei said lightly, "It's okay. If 3 days is not enough, I will hire you for 2 more days. I have the money." Lin Meow Meow was a bit pissed. Yes, you're rich, but so what? However, when she heard Han Fei agree to hire her for a few more days, she comforted herself. Well, no rush. He is not in a hurry. Why should I be in such a hurry? The two walked forward and were about to step into the treasure square when Han Fei suddenly glimpsed a familiar face. Yang Ruoyun? Han Fei? Yang Ruoyun's face changed slightly. You came out of the White Mist Salt Marsh? White Mist Salt Marsh? Lin Meow Meow's pupils constricted. She had heard of this place, and it was said that a strong team had gone to explore it when the dragon boat passed through it, but no one from that team came back, and it seemed that they all died there. This incident caused quite a stir. Therefore, many people went to the White Mist Salt Marsh to try it out. As a result, they all seemed to come back in discomfort. But this shopaholic went into it and came out of it? Han Fei sneered. Oh, what a coincidence. I really didn't expect to meet you again in the vast level 3 fishery. Yang Ruoyun snorted. Recently, only this dragon boat passed by, so of course I would board it. What kind of coincidence is this? Han Fei looked at Yang Ruoyun up and down and shook his head. Oh, so you are actually an intermediate peak-level dangling fisher. I had just got 4 henchmen and you immediately killed them. Can you explain? Yang Ruoyun took a deep look at Han Fei. Those people deserve to die. Cultivation is not easy. I don't know how many innocent people died by their hands. Anybody has the right to punish them. Han Fei was a bit surprised. Yang Ruoyun didn't seem to feel guilty at all. She seemed to hate the ghost boat runners very much. However, Han Fei immediately found out that something was wrong, and he smiled and said, What about the secret realm before? Did you go back? I have already explored it. It's just a small secret realm. How can there be any chances? Yang Ruoyun glanced at Han Fei. Are you going to discuss this with me here? Han Fei hesitated. This woman was shrewd and very good at pretending, and he was very suspicious. Before she killed Wang Yi and the others, did she take away their secrets? For example, the secret realm near the sea grassland that no one had discovered. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Then let's find a place to discuss it. Yang Ruoyun thought about it. Okay, how about the catering area on the lower floor? Han Fei smiled. Okay. Lin Meow Meow stood by and said awkwardly, Then I'll leave first. When you finish talking, I will find you again. Han Fei shook his head. No, I still have a lot of places to visit. Come along, let me treat you to a meal. Yang Ruoyun took a look at Lin Meow Meow. She was just an advanced great fishing master, and she didn't take her seriously at all. In the level 3 fishery, an advanced great fishing master couldn't even leave the dragon boat. The catering area on the -2 floor of the dragon boat was also bustling, which was full of shops and street stalls. Yang Ruoyun seemed to be familiar with this place and took Han Fei straight to a shop called the Tipsy Fairy. This shop was very large. Different from ordinary restaurants, there were many big stoves here, and the diners just threw the seafood into the stoves. When the seafood was cooked, they took it out and ate it. Han Fei immediately looked away. I lost my appetite just looking at the food. Can I cook by myself here? Yang Ruoyun nodded. Sure, but it's not quite convenient. Most people won't take so much trouble. Han Fei was speechless. Girl, what do you mean? You mean I'm a troublemaker, right? Han Fei couldn't help but mock them. That's because they don't know how to enjoy life. Life is short. Let's not fail any delicacy. Facing the vast sea all day long, can't you find yourself some pleasure? Lin Meow Meow interjected in a low voice. As long as you aren't killed, you can live a long time. Han Fei was embarrassed. Girl, why are you always so plain-spoken? Han Fei had the waiter move the big stove away, took out his big pot, chopped a bunch of fancy low-quality spiritual fruits, and stacked them on the bottom of the pot. Then, he lit a fire under the pot and picked a red-haired big-mouthed crab from Forge the Universe. Instead of cooking it with the shell on, he cut open the crab shell and took out the meat and roe with a blue sea wandering dragon dagger. Then, he froze them into cubes before he put them into the pot and cooked them. This scene amazed many diners. Except for Yang Ruoyun, who had seen it, even Lin Meow Meow was amazed by his cooking method. Next door, someone asked, Little brother, your cooking method is very special. Han Fei responded, Eating and sleeping are pleasures of life. How can I not take them seriously? Someone said, Brother, mind sharing a table with me? No, sorry, we're talking about something private over here. Hearing this, the surrounding diners didn't speak anymore and all turned back to their food. Han Fei was fiddling with the hot pot, dripping chili oil into it, and asked via voice transmission, I don't want to know what's in the secret realm now. Anyway, I didn't get it. If you can get it, it's your chance. But my 4 dead henchmen knew a secret realm. I think you know of it too, right? Then, Han Fei stared at Yang Ruoyun coldly. Yang Ruoyun replied calmly, Do you know what your temporary henchmen did after you entered the White Mist Salt Marsh? Han Fei paused. What did they do? Yang Ruoyun said word by word, They tried to kill me, rob me, and then run away. Han Fei smiled. But in the end, they died by your hand, didn't they? Since we meet again, I think you should tell me about the secret realm, right? The dragon boat will reach the sea grassland in a few days. Will you not disembark then? Yang Ruoyun unceremoniously picked up a piece of crab roe and dipped it in the vinegar that Han Fei poured out. I don't know whether you're my enemy or not. I can stay on the boat, but you will definitely not find that secret realm. If you don't want to share the information, why did you agree to have this meal with me? Tell me, what's the purpose? Yang Ruyun replied. In fact, there is no real conflict between you and me. I can give the secret realm to you and even send you there, but you have to help me with one thing, Han Fei grinned. It seems that what you want me to help you with is not simple. Yang Ruyun shook her head. Kill 2 people with me. Regardless of success or failure, as long as you agree to help with this, I'll give the secret realm to you. Han Fei thought to himself, this woman is a bit dangerous. I must be careful. Otherwise, I'll be scammed by her again. She was hostile to me from the very beginning. Otherwise, why did she trick Wang Ye and the others into attacking me back then? Han Fei asked. Who do you want to kill? Lin Miao Miao couldn't hear anything on the side. All she saw was that Han Fei and Yang Ruyun picked up a piece of crab meat from time to time and occasionally looked at each other, making some expressions on their faces. So she just picked up a piece of crab meat in boredom and ate it. Then she froze. What kind of dishes did Han Fei make? The taste was so peculiar. It's so damn tasty. Lin Miao Miao struggled in her heart. Should I eat more? But isn't it rude? If I eat too much, will they look down upon me? While Lin Miao Miao was still struggling in her heart, Han Fei and Yang Ruoyun seemed to have finished talking. Yang Ruoyun got up and left, leaving only Han Fei and Lin Miao Miao facing a hot pot. Han Fei glanced at Lin Miao Miao. It's okay, you can eat it. This red-haired big-mouthed crab is a rare creature of level 36. How much do you think you can eat as an advanced great fishing master? In the end, as Han Fei said, only eating for a short while, Lin Miao Miao went red all over. With her strength, she couldn't even catch an anti-heaven blade, let alone the red-haired big-mouthed crab. Eating too much of this high-leveled creature, she felt her body was filled with spiritual energy and she was a little drunk. After finishing the hot pot, Han Fei looked at his room token and saw it was engraved with the words, second floor, 93077. Han Fei said casually, just come to me tomorrow, let's call it a day. Chapter 319, A Striking Formation. Han Fei did not continue to wander around. The dragon boat was so big that it would take him more than a month to wander all over it. He was not in a hurry because he had planned to stay here for a period of time. Now he was thinking about Yang Ruyun's suggestion. She, who had stayed in the level 3 fishery for a long time, must have been familiar with the common tricks here. She wanted him to help her intercept and kill 2 intermediate dangling fishers. But Han Fei knew that as his level improved, it was less and less likely for him to beat people at higher levels than him. It should not be a big problem for Han Fei to beat an advanced dangling fisher. However, it would not be easy for him to kill them unless he used some special tricks. Although he easily beat Wang Yi and his partners, he would still be injured if he wanted to kill them. Since Yang Ruyun could kill the 4 of them, she couldn't be weak, so the people she wanted him to help kill must be very strong. What Han Fei was worried about was not the other party's strength, but whether there would be a trap. According to Yang Ruyun, these 2 people used to run a ghost boat and killed several of her friends. However, this was only her one-sided story. Yang Ruyun was very cunning, and he didn't quite believe her. But in the end, it was a matter of strength. Strength was above all. His current strength was recognized by Yang Ruyun, but it was obvious that she didn't seem to be afraid of him. Was it because he wasn't strong enough? In the face of absolute strength, any plot was nothing but a paper tiger. It seemed that he had not become a real tiger yet, so Han Fei felt that he should cultivate harder. After experiencing the White Mist Salt Marsh, he had a lot of things to digest. He should take advantage of these 10 or 20 days to digest his experiences. The second floor of the dragon boat. Han Fei was allowed to enter after showing his token. When Han Fei found room 977, he was stunned. He thought that it would be a high-end suite. However, there was nothing but a cultivation platform in the room. Do I have to sleep on the floor? Han Fei was speechless. Although theoretically cultivators didn't need to sleep, it didn't mean that they didn't want to sleep. This room was too disappointing. The 4 walls of the room were paved with evil ultra-quality spiritual wood. He couldn't help but gasp. Wow, mortal-level ultra-quality spiritual wood. Then how much would it cost for such a big ship? Then Han Fei felt that the spiritual energy in the room was much denser than outside. Spiritual energy seemed to be flowing from the seaweed carvings on the walls. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. This amount of spiritual energy was even less than a spirit-gathering formation. Han Fei sat on the ground and dumped out the spiritual fruit that he had bought on the dragon boat and dug up in the White Mist Salt Marsh. And then he was shocked. 37 spiritual fruits were bought from the dragon boat alone. As for those he dug up from the White Mist Salt Marsh, some were thumb-sized, some fist-sized, some loofah-long, and some ball-shaped, plus there were 3 spiritual plants. There were 21 spiritual fruits and 3 spirit grasses in total. Among the 58 spiritual fruits, there were 39 physique and chi-enhancing fruit, 3 for spiritual power, 2 for poison resistance, and 1 for enhancing vision. The rest were all simply to enhance one's spiritual energy. Among them, the best quality one could enhance 102,062 points of spiritual energy, which was a lot. The 58 spiritual fruits could provide him with nearly 4.68 million points of spiritual energy. Han Fei took a deep breath. Before, he always found it difficult to store spiritual energy. Even if he kept searching around the level 3 fishery, it would take at least several months to find 50 or 60 spiritual fruits. But a trip to the White Mist Salt Marsh and boarding a dragon boat had got him so many spiritual fruits at once. Han Fei had decided to change all the hundreds of thousands of mid-quality pearls he brought with him into spiritual fruits. It was a good bargain to quickly improve his strength with money. Han Fei regretted not bringing more money with him. If he had known that spiritual fruit could be bought with money here, he would have taken half of the savings of the fish dragons with him this time. Han Fei grabbed a few spiritual fruits and ate them. In a short while, he had eaten nearly 10 spiritual fruits and couldn't take any more. It was good to increase spiritual energy with spiritual fruit, but because of the fruit's different functions, just as Lin Miao Miao said, eating too much at once required cultivation. However, even so, it was rare. Who could eat 10 spiritual fruits at once? In the room, Han Fei's eyes glowed slightly, his mind was unusually sober, and his body was rapidly changing posture. Now, although the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies could still provide support to him, the effect was far less than before. Even the divine quality technique had limitations. Early the next morning. At dawn, Han Fei heard a rapid knock on the door. Han Fei, who had just stopped cultivating, frowned and opened the door, only to see that Lin Miao Miao was already standing outside. "Why have you come so early?" Lin Miao Miao was slightly taken back when she saw Han Fei. For some reason, she felt that today's Han Fei had changed somewhat from yesterday, but she couldn't tell the exact difference. Without thinking about Han Fei's changes, Lin Miao Miao quickly said, "Come on, the feast begins." Han Fei wondered, "Feast? What feast?" However, when Han Fei had just walked out, he found that many people had come out of their rooms and walked directly towards the outermost corridor. Han Fei curiously asked, "What's going on, huh? How did you get on this floor?" Lin Miao Miao took Han Fei's hand. "I paid for it. Please reimburse me. You asked me to come to you yesterday." Han Fei shrugged. It didn't matter. Dozens of mid-quality pearls were nothing to him. When Han Fei arrived on the deck of the second floor, he found that it was already full of people. There were even more people on the first floor, which was densely packed. Han Fei said in surprise, "Oh, what kind of feast is this?" "Why are there so many people watching?" Lin Miao Miao mysteriously said. "You will know right away. You're lucky to have me as your guide. Other guides would not have brought you to see it. Many newcomers don't know that this feast is happening." Han Fei became more curious. What kind of feast was it? It seems to be rather large. Suddenly, Han Fei heard buzzing sounds from the dragon boat, which were spreading in all directions. Buzz, buzz. After 3 consecutive buzzes, many people widened their eyes, waiting eagerly. Bang, bang. Han Fei was taken back for a moment, almost thinking that he had heard it wrong, but the banging sound became more and more intense. The people around all cheered, and as this banging sound increased, the sky seemed to change color. Seeing almost visible spiritual energy converging up from all directions in the sky, Han Fei was shocked. Spirit gathering formation. Han Fei suddenly remembered that when he landed on the dragon boat, he saw there were countless spirit gathering formations carved on the ship, which must have been activated now. There was more and more spiritual energy, which gradually formed a storm of spiritual energy. Perhaps the dragon boat attracted too much spiritual energy, which caused the sky to be distorted. The sky wasn't actually distorted, but was covered up by the huge amount of spiritual energy. Han Fei took a deep breath. It was incredible. Even the sky was covered up by spiritual energy. How much spiritual energy had gathered on the dragon boat? The buzzing sound continued. On the sea, various kinds of fish began to appear, including hummingfish, anti-heaven blade, spiked armor fish, crescent moon fish, pearlfish, treasure hunting fish, squid, razor clams, spiritual turtles, and so on. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. This scene was like when he was practicing the void fishing art on the sea, but it was grander and more striking. Han Fei looked to the surface of the sea. It was full of all kinds of marine lives, even including exotic creatures. Lin Miao Miao said, "You can't go out when the dragon boat is gathering spiritual energy. Someone once rushed out of the dragon boat to catch the exotic creatures but ended up slaughtered by fish as soon as he touched the sea. Even a peak-level dangling fisher was no exception." Han Fei smiled. That was for sure. A man might be able to handle dozens or even hundreds of marine creatures. But what if there were thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions? Chapter 320, Ghost Speed Divine Boat. Right now, as far as he could see, there were millions of marine animals gathering. If they had all become his reserve of spiritual energy, Han Fei could have deduced the 4th and 5th levels of the void fishing art in one go. Han Fei swallowed, watching the fish jumping out of the water and the spiritual energy storm formed by endless amounts of spiritual energy. He was lost in thought. Han Fei asked, "Lin Miao Miao, in the level 3 fishery, how fast is the fastest fishing boat?" "Huh?" Lin Miao Miao seemed to be used to this scene and immediately replied, "I'm not sure. I can only use the most common fishing boat." However, the fishing boats of the most excellent talents of the Thousand-Star City can fly 30,000 miles a day. 30,000 miles a day? Han Fei calculated. His white fishing boat could fly about 10,000 miles a day if the spiritual energy was sufficient, and the fishing boat bought in the Linglong Tower could reach up to 7,000 miles a day. But what if he carved speed formations all over his fishing boat? Han Fei narrowed his eyes. He knew how to make speed formations. In the spirit-gathering scripture left by old Zheng, Although it was mostly about the applications of spirit-gathering formations, it also introduced many other kinds of formations, including speed formations. Han Fei's breathing became a little short. What if he got a fishing boat with a basic speed of 30,000 miles per day and then engraved speed formations all over it? This thought flashed out of Han Fei's mind but moved him deeply. The formations on a boat could gather spiritual energy, so could they accelerate a boat? That's great. Seeing Han Fei pondering seriously, Lin Meow Meow smiled. Are you shocked by this huge formation? The first time I saw it, I was also shocked and couldn't even speak. Later, the waves will be surging and the seawater will jump straight to the sky, making it even more spectacular. Lin Meow Meow thought that Han Fei was stunned by the scene in front of him, but he was actually stunned by his own thoughts. Han Fei wanted to build a boat, the fastest boat in the level 3 fishery. With such a boat and his reserve of spiritual energy, he could almost traverse the level 3 fishery in dozens of days. At that time, he could start from the iconic places such as the sea grassland or the steps into the sea to explore the dangerous places on the map from Old Bai. The more he thought about it, the more Han Fei was excited. He finally knew why he hadn't encountered many dangerous places so far. It was because he didn't have a good boat. When the water curtain covered up the sky, the schools of fish leaped and the spirit-gathering formations on the dragon boat stopped gathering spiritual energy. The grand scene came to an end and the crowd began to disperse. Han Fei didn't mean to leave, but asked Lin Meow Meow, "Do you know where I can buy a fishing boat on the dragon boat?" Buy a fishing boat? I think your fishing boat is pretty good. Han Fei just asked, "Just tell me where to buy one, please," Lin Meow Meow suspiciously said. "I will take you there, but the best fishing boats sold on the dragon boat are not much better than yours." "It doesn't matter. On the way," Han Fei asked, "why does the dragon boat need to gather spiritual energy?" Lin Meow Meow looked at Han Fei like she was looking at a fool. "For use. There are countless rooms on the dragon boat. The higher the level, the more spiritual energy there is. Some people consume a lot of spiritual energy in cultivation. Besides, a large number of creatures are kept at the bottom level of the dragon boat. They all need spiritual energy and consume a lot." Han Fei remembered that the spiritual energy in his room was indeed more than outside. This dragon boat was so big, so there must be many places that needed to consume spiritual energy. Just controlling the dragon boat to move forward would consume a striking amount of spiritual energy. There were few shops selling fishing boats on dragon boats, only 2 or 3. The one Lin Meow Meow brought Han Fei to was run by an old man. "Grandpa 7, I brought you a customer." Han Fei saw a thin old man who was playing with a floating stone. The shop was messy, like a repair shop, with all kinds of small accessories scattered everywhere. Han Fei was surprised. "Do you know him?" Lin Meow Meow pursed her lips and said, "When I came to the level 3 fishery for the first time, my fishing boat was destroyed. Fortunately, I met Grandpa 7. I am trying to save money to buy a new fishing boat," the old man said with a smile. "Meow Meow, you haven't been here for a long time. Have you made enough money to buy a boat?" Lin Meow Meow secretly sighed. "Well, soon. Grandpa 7, this is my client. He wants to buy a fishing boat." Before she finished speaking, Han Fei interrupted. "I'm not going to buy a fishing boat." The old man glanced at Han Fei. "Then why are you here?" Han Fei grinned. "Sir, I'm here to buy knowledge." "Could you tell me what materials are required to make an ultra-quality fishing boat?" Lin Meow Meow looked stunned at Han Fei silently. "What materials? Do you want to make a fishing boat yourself?" The old man was obviously taken aback, then raised his eyelids and looked at Han Fei up and down. "You just want to know about the materials, not the structure." Han Fei nodded. "Yes." Han Fei knew very well about the structure of a ship. Except for aircraft carriers and cruisers, he was very familiar with all kinds of ships, including yachts, fishing boats, dredgers. Of course, these ships were very different from the fishing boats in this world. The old man looked at Han Fei. "Huh? So what kind of fishing boat do you want to build? The fastest one?" The old man sneered. "There is no fastest fishing boat in the world. Fishing boats will only become faster and faster as the materials get better." Han Fei shrugged. "Then I want to build the fastest fishing boat in the level 3 fishery." Lin Meow Meow was speechless. "Are you serious? The fastest fishing boat in the level 3 fishery? Do you know how much a fishing boat that travels 30,000 miles a day in the 1,000-star city costs?" It was at least 4 to 5 million mid-quality pearls. However, the old man just smiled. "That's fine, but the knowledge about it is not cheap. It doesn't matter, as long as you can provide it." The old man nodded casually and stood up lazily. "Since you have been brought by Meow Meow, I can give you a better price. 100,000 mid-quality pearls. Oof, Han Fei was dumbfounded. "Come on, with 100,000 mid-quality pearls, I can buy a fishing boat," the old man snorted. "I guess you are inspired by the Great Spirit Gathering formation, right? There are not many materials that can carry formations. You want the fastest, but do you know how fast the fastest fishing boat in the level 3 fishery is?" Han Fei shook his head. "How fast?" The old man raised a finger. "At present, the fastest one is the Ghost Speed Divine boat in the 1,000-star city, which can travel 4,200 miles per hour. In theory, this is the fastest fishing boat. It can even travel smoothly in the unknown place, and few other fishing boats can catch up with it." Han Fei's eyelid twitched as he calculated in his head. This speed was indeed fast. If he traveled with it all day and all night, theoretically, he could travel a distance of 50,400 miles. Han Fei took a breath and asked, how many ghost speed divine boats are in the level 3 fishery? The old man thought for a moment. I have no idea. They were all brought in from outside, but I think there must be a dozen or so. So many? Many? The old man patted a boat in his shop and said, do you know how much a ghost speed divine boat is worth? No less than 10 million mid-quality pearls, and you may not be able to buy it even if you have the money. Do you think that's a lot? Han Fei took a breath. 10 million middle-quality pearls? That's quite a lot. If he used this amount of money to buy spiritual fruits, how many could he buy? Han Fei realized once again that he was terribly poor. Why did he think that he wouldn't spend much in the level 3 fishery? See, only asking a question would cost him 100,000 mid-quality pearls. He was really going on a spending spree in the level 3 fishery. Then he asked the old man, sir, if you build a boat with those materials, how fast can it be? The old man shook his head slightly and sighed. If you can get all the materials and are able to make it, it may reach the speed of 5,000 miles an hour. Han Fei frowned. After engraving the formations on it? The old man rolled his eyes at Han Fei. Yes. Do you think it's so easy to make a top-speed fishing boat? If it's so easy, wouldn't they have filled the entire level 3 fishery? Are you buying or not? Lin Meow Meow was speechless listening to the conversation between the two. She was still considering how to improve her strength, but Han Fei had already started to play with fishing boats. She couldn't help but secretly sigh. She really didn't understand the rich man's world. Being fast or slow, in her opinion, didn't make much difference. However, Han Fei smiled and said, yes. Chapter 321, Fishing Boat Materials. Han Fei certainly would not be surprised by the price of 100,000 mid-quality pearls. On the contrary, if he could really buy knowledge about the materials for making the fastest fishing boats in the level 3 fishery with only 100,000 mid-quality pearls, he was very willing to spend this money. Dumb, dumb, dumb. Han Fei waved his hand and suddenly 5 large boxes fell on the ground. When the boxes were opened, they found they were full of mid-quality pearls, and Lin Meow Meow's breathing became short after seeing it. This was 100,000 mid-quality pearls. Is anyone really willing to spend so much money just to buy a list of materials? Han Fei didn't ask if the list given by the old man was true, because he saw that the piece of wood the old man played with was a spiritual weapon. What shocked him more was that he saw that there was a formation engraved on the wood, which seemed to be a speed formation, which was slightly different from, but very similar to what he knew. So he was sure that this old man wouldn't cheat him just for 100,000 mid-quality pearls. Han Fei said calmly, please check the number of pearls. The old man glanced at Han Fei again. Don't you want to know whether it is difficult to obtain these materials or not? If they are so easy to obtain, do you think the fastest fishing boat in the level 3 fishery would still be the Ghost Speed Divine Boat? Han Fei smiled. Being difficult to obtain doesn't mean impossible to obtain. Or you can write an alternative next to each material, okay? Even if the made boat doesn't reach 5,000 miles per hour, it will not be much slower than the Ghost Speed Divine Boat. The old man nodded slightly. Okay, I can write down the name of the materials and even tell you the approximate locations of them. However, I don't know where some of the materials are. It depends on your luck. The old man rummaged in the shop's trash for a long time and finally found a small box. Then, he took out a fish skin map, wrote something on, and threw the box to Han Fei. The old man picked up a floating stone and said, for this kind of fishing boat, 1 floating stone is not enough, and you'd better not use ordinary floating stones on it. Would you like to buy some from me? They are not expensive. I can give you them for the price of 30,000 per stone. Han Fei ignored the old man. The floating stone in your hand is the same as that of the fishing boat I bought for 100,000 mid-quality pearls, okay? Han Fei looked at the old man's fish skin map and saw he needed 4 floating stones. Then he looked and saw information about the main keel, side keel, as well as the words dragon boat tendon and dragon boat ribs, and realized that the old man's plan was to turn a single-cylinder engine into a 4-cylinder engine. What a genius. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. I'll buy some, but only for 20,000 each. The old man shook his head. 20,000? Impossible. I've already given you the lowest price. Okay, I can charge you 5,000 less, this old fox. Han Fei smiled. Sir, I will pay you 50,000 at most because I'm running out of money. The old man said indifferently, you can still make money. Look at the people on the boat. Everyone is making money. Han Fei smiled. I don't know if I can meet you again after I get off this dragon boat. If I board another dragon boat, someone else will earn this money. The old man thought about it. What he said made sense, so he said sullenly, forget it. If it weren't for that fact that Meow Meow brought you here, I wouldn't give you this price. Okay, 50,000. Take them. On the side, Lin Meow Meow froze with just her eyes blinking. Are rich people all so wayward? He spent 150,000 mid-quality pearls only to buy a fish skin map and 2 floating stones. His spendthrift ways shocked her. After leaving the fishing boat shop, Han Fei walked onto the deck and looked up at the sky. Why am I so poor? Oof, Lin Meow Meow rolled her eyes. Are you serious? If you are poor, then there are few rich people on this dragon boat. Han Fei found that now he only had 20,000 mid-quality pearls left. This was only the second day after he boarded the dragon boat. And he had almost spent all the 200,000 mid-quality pearls. Who could understand his pain? Something suddenly occurred to Han Fei, and he looked at Lin Miao Miao. I have a batch of goods to sell. Can you sell it for me? Lin Miao Miao blinked. What goods? Han Fei waved his hand, and some spiritual wood and a sea bamboo weapon of ultra-quality magic level appeared in his hand. This. Lin Miao Miao took a look at it and rolled her eyes. This kind of submarine spiritual wood and spiritual bamboo rod may be worth a lot of money in the towns. However, in the level 3 fishery, it is worth at most 500 mid-quality pearls. Han Fei smiled. Okay, then I'll sell it at the price of 500. How much is an ultra-quality magic weapon? Lin Miao Miao thought for a moment. This kind of spiritual wood can only be refined into mid-quality or high-quality magic weapons worth about 20,000 mid-quality pearls. As for an ultra-quality magic weapon, the price is around 40,000 or 50,000. Han Fei was taken aback. It can sell for 100,000 or even 200,000 in the towns. Lin Miao Miao rolled her eyes again. The town is the town and the level 3 fishery is the level 3 fishery. Besides, there are very few ultra-quality magic weapons in the towns. People prefer spiritual weapons. Only very special kinds of ultra-quality magic weapons can be sold at such a high price. Han Fei wondered. In this case, if I buy here, sell there, and pocket the difference, wouldn't I make a fortune soon? Lin Miao Miao shook her head. Of course not. First of all, even if you come to the level 3 fishery, you won't directly appear on a dragon boat. You need to spend time finding a dragon boat. This risk is not small. Maybe you think it doesn't matter to strong masters, but if you buy 10 pieces of ultra-quality magic weapons, it will cost you 400,000 based on the lowest price of 40,000 each, and 4 million for 100 pieces. How many people on this entire dragon boat have so much money? Besides, things in the level 3 fishery are cheaper. Many people can't resist the temptation and will spend the money here. Even if someone spends 4 million and successfully takes back 100 ultra-quality magic weapons, who can he sell these products to? Very few people who can't come to the level 3 fishery can't afford it, and those who can will buy it directly here, and even if he can sell them, it will take him a long time. People come to the level 3 fishery, not for business, but to improve their strength. Therefore, very few people will do the reselling you mentioned. Han Fei glanced at Lin Miao Miao in surprise. This girl is very talented in business. Indeed, although the purchasing power of the townsmen was much stronger than that of the villagers, it was still incomparable with the people in the level 3 fishery. If he did the reselling, he might be able to make some money, but it would take him a lot of time. Han Fei changed the topic. Okay, let's go. Take me to buy some materials, and I'd like to buy only ultra-quality materials. Huh? Are you still going to do more shopping? Lin Miao Miao was speechless. Didn't you just say that you were running out of money? Han Fei chuckled. Yes, things are cheap here. I still have some money and can buy some more. In the trading area, Han Fei saw the treasure-hunting fish stall replenished with treasure-hunting fish. He swallowed and said to himself, no hurry, no hurry. It's still early. Do the most important things first. After a while, Lin Miao Miao was dumbfounded. Han Fei spent money like water and bought almost all the materials of the ultra-quality magic weapon level. Within half an hour, Han Fei had already bought nearly 40 materials. Han Fei suddenly turned his gaze to Lin Miao Miao. How about the things I asked you to sell for me? Where is the money? Lin Miao Miao's eyelids twitched. Are you still going to buy more? Don't you have spiritual weapons? Why do you buy these magic weapon level materials? Han Fei did not answer, but urged her for the money. Just give me the money. Lin Miao Miao was speechless. She reluctantly took out 5,800 mid-quality pearls and handed them to Han Fei, wondering in her heart, this guy must be a spendthrift. Within half an hour, the 5,800 mid-quality pearls were all spent. Han Fei said to Lin Miao Miao, I'm going back. Come to me tomorrow morning. It's still early today, Han Fei said indifferently. I'll go on shopping tomorrow. But the guide fee for today, Han Fei waved his hand and said without turning his head, I will pay you in full. Chapter 322, Dragon Boat Black Market. After returning to his room, Han Fei did not immediately go to refine the materials, but drew a spirit-gathering formation and made a small formation in the room with spiritual energy. This was a low-level formation called a FOD formation. The formation itself had no attack or defense power. Its only function was to block the sight of others. Han Fei had tried and found that his spiritual perception could not penetrate the room. Obviously, the inside of this room had been specially arranged, blocking spiritual power. The dragon boat claimed that this was to protect the privacy of all residents. After all, no one wanted to be disturbed in cultivation. However, Han Fei felt that he'd better take some precautions. What if there was some monitoring mechanism on this dragon boat that he didn't know of? Then wouldn't the secret of the demon purification pot be exposed to others' vision? When the white mist steamed up in the room and even Han Fei couldn't see anything clearly, he sat on the ground and took out all the materials he just bought. Early the next morning, Han Fei was lying on the ground practicing the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. He felt that his current physique still had a lot of room for improvement. If he cultivated at the current pace, it would take him 3 months or so to improve his physique to a higher level. Han Fei sighed slightly. Cultivation is difficult. He didn't know if it was because of the indestructible body, but his physique had been so horrifyingly strong even though his upper limit of spiritual energy could still be slowly improved, so were his flesh and bones, there seemed to be an invisible barrier. Han Fei sighed. Would he be struck by lightning when he deduced the 4th level of the void fishing technique? With this in mind, Han Fei burst into a cold sweat. Why do I have this weird idea? Do I like to be struck by lightning? Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Han Fei got up and opened the door. When Lin Miao Miao saw Han Fei, she said, why are you sweating all over? Han Fei answered casually, Cultivation. Only by practicing hard can you grow quickly. Lin Miao Miao was speechless. Cultivation? I thought you only knew how to spend money. Suddenly, Han Fei asked in a low voice. Well, where did you sell those things? Lin Miao Miao paused. What things? Han Fei winked at her. That trashy stuff? Where did you sell it? Take me there, okay? Lin Miao Miao's little face immediately blackened. Trash? You call them trash? Come on, I got a 10% commission from selling them, which showed that those things were very valuable, okay? However, Lin Miao Miao immediately asked warily, that is a secret. Do you have something to sell? Han Fei was helpless. Secret? Just tell me, we're on the same boat. Okay, I can give you a 5% commission. Lin Miao Miao hesitated for a while, a bit reluctant to tell him. She still got a 10% commission yesterday, but now it turned to 5%. Yesterday he was still spending money like dirt, but why did he suddenly become stingy now? How could she tell him her own channel just for the 5% commission? Thinking about it, Lin Miao Miao saw Han Fei pull out a long sword, which was a shiny, ultra-quality magic-level weapon. Han Fei said, I have 30 more weapons like this. Huh? Lin Miao Miao exclaimed, her eyes widening. Han Fei frowned. Don't make a fuss. Keep a low profile. Suddenly, Lin Miao Miao looked at Han Fei in shock and asked him via voice transmission, Are you a refiner? An absurd idea popped up in her heart. Did Han Fei buy the materials yesterday for refining? However, even if he was a refiner, how could he refine so fast? This was only one day, and he had refined 30 ultra-quality magic weapons. Han Fei transmitted his voice to her, I can tell you. Don't tell others. Yes, I am a refiner. However, the 3-level fishery is so dangerous that I can't expose my identity. Lin Miao Miao kept nodding. Then, follow me. Lin Miao Miao compromised. She really couldn't resist the temptation of 50 or 60,000 mid-quality pearls. Yes, if Han Fei really had 30 ultra-quality magic weapons, he could definitely sell them for millions of mid-quality pearls. Then the commission she could earn would be as much as she had earned on 10 trips as a tour guide. Lin Miao Miao whispered, Put the things away and follow me. After a while, Lin Miao Miao took Han Fei all the way to the -3 floor. Han Fei asked, Here? Isn't the accommodation here for free? Do people here have money to buy things? Lin Miao Miao shook her head. In addition to the free accommodation, the -3 floor is also the most chaotic place on the dragon boat. There are all sorts of people here. I used to live here when I had no money, so I accidentally discovered that there was a black market here. Lin Miao Miao took Han Fei to wind through the crowds and finally came to a dark house. Someone at the door was dissecting an anti-heaven blade and randomly threw the fish's internal organs to the ground. Someone was leaning against the door, cracking sea melon seeds, and gazed around stealthily. Several people were gambling in a circle, carrying wine jars, and making lots of noise. The atmosphere on the -3 floor was foul. The air smelled of fish, and his eyes could only see scenes of filth. However, when Lin Miao Miao led Han Fei into the door, 2 strong men immediately stood up. One of them glanced at Lin Miao Miao and asked, Who is he? He came to sell something. After that, Lin Miao Miao said to Han Fei, Show one to them. Han Fei nodded slightly and casually showed them 2 daggers. The 2 strong men took a look, and then one turned and went into the house. Follow me. After walking in the dark space for a while, the big man took out 2 black robes and said, Come on, put them on. Lin Miao Miao transmitted her voice to him. There are many secrets here, so everyone has to wear a black robe and face mask to avoid being recognized. Han Fei was a little surprised. Wow, that's quite mysterious. Han Fei put on the black robe. After wearing the face mask, he followed Lin Miao Miao to walk in through a secret door. After entering, Han Fei found that the space here was very large and stretched for more than several kilometers. In the darkness, many people squatted on the ground without saying a word. Therefore, it was extremely quiet. Lin Miao Miao said via voice transmission, The rule here is that only voice transmission is allowed. All goods are bought and sold on the spot. Once you pay, there can be no turning back. There were quite a few customers walking among the booths, and it could even be said to be quite lively here. Someone was reluctant to leave holding something and talking with the seller. Someone paid money, then put away the thing he bought, hid his face under the black robe, and walked into the darkness. Lin Miao Miao said, Here you don't need to find buyers, you just have pay to buy a booth. How? Lin Miao Miao took Han Fei to a shipboard not far away, tapped it lightly, and then a small window opened on the shipboard and a black-robed man glanced at them and stretched out his hand. After Lin Miao Miao paid the money, the man handed out a piece of paper with the number 63 on it. Our position is number 63 on it. Just go there and set up a stall. This was the first time Han Fei saw such a trading occasion and trading method. Following Lin Miao Miao to this so-called booth number 63, he was surprised to see a pile of sea melon shells on the ground. Lin Miao Miao shrugged. Even I don't mind it. Why do you care so much? Han Fei sighed. You don't mind it, so I can't mind it? Then Lin Miao Miao took out a large fish skin and spread it out, looking at Han Fei. Put all the things you want to sell on it, and that's it. Han Fei waved his hand, and a bunch of weapons were thrown out. Lin Miao Miao hurriedly transmitted a message to him, slow down. She immediately shook the fish skin, trying not to make a sound, but it was too late. Clang, bang, bang. Many people immediately looked at this side, and Lin Miao Miao reminded him, no sound can be made here. You will be fined 100 mid-quality pearls for making a sound. Han Fei was surprised. Ah, seriously? I'm selling weapons. How can I make no sound at all? After a few seconds, a man in black robes stood in front of Han Fei's booth and stretched out his hand. Lin Miao Miao sent him her voice. Pay the fine. Han Fei responded, can you pay for me? I have no money now. Lin Miao Miao gave the money reluctantly. That's 100 mid-quality pearls. However, her eyes changed immediately. Although Han Fei made a sound just now, it also attracted some people's attention. Soon, a few people came over. When a person saw the pile of ultra-quality magic weapons on the ground, he immediately squatted down, picked up an axe, and looked at Han Fei. How much is the axe? Han Fei responded, 50,000 mid-quality pearls. Chapter 323 killed 3 men with 1 cut. The man picked up the axe, visibly stunned, and then looked at Han Fei. This axe is not bad, but it's a bit expensive. Han Fei replied, my goods are better than normal. However, the man shook his head. How do I know who you are? How about 40,000? Lin Miao Miao transmitted a message to Han Fei. Bargaining is common in the black market. You can refuse to sell or bargain with him. However, the price is usually fixed. Han Fei nodded slightly and looked at the person opposite him. I can charge you 5,000 less. Otherwise, I won't sell it. My goods are all ultra-quality magic weapons made by a refiner. What I have here are all first-hand sources. The man thought for a moment and glanced back. When he saw several people approaching, he took a deep look at Han Fei. I'll take it. The man put down the money and left, and Han Fei was overjoyed. Wow, it's so easy to make money here. In the blink of an eye, he had earned 45,000 mid-quality pearls. One of the people who had just walked over was obviously a woman. She picked up a long whip that was serrated and extremely sharp and stroked it lightly with her hand, and scarlet blood immediately dripped out. Han Fei wanted to say, don't drip your blood on it before you pay. But the next moment, 2 big boxes appeared in front of him. Han Fei grinned. 50,000 mid-quality pearls. This woman bought the whip without further ado. After a moment, Lin Miao Miao was surprised. She had never seen people selling ultra-quality magic weapons before. Very few people would buy high-quality or mid-quality magic weapons, so she thought this business was not very profitable. But what she saw now was really an eye-opener for her. Only half an hour later, Han Fei had already sold 10 ultra-quality magic weapons. Seeing Lin Miao Miao's eyes widened, Han Fei said, don't be surprised. You don't know the difference between an ultra-quality magic weapon and a high-quality one. An ultra-quality magic weapon that gives play to its full power is sometimes comparable to a low-quality spiritual weapon. Lin Miao Miao blinked. She really didn't know this. She was just an advanced great fishing master and only had one high-quality magic weapon. Therefore, she didn't know much about weapons. After a while, Han Fei sold another 7 or 8 ultra-quality magic weapons. At this moment, he had already made a lot of money. Wow, this business is so profitable. If he kept doing this, he would earn tens of millions in half a month. Who could have expected that he could earn the total profit of the fish dragons over a year in a few days in the level 3 fishery? While Han Fei was smug, he suddenly found 3 men in black robes standing in front of the stall. Han Fei said to them via voice transmission, if you want to buy something, hurry up. They're going to be sold out soon. However, the 3 people didn't move. One of them glanced at Lin Miao Miao and then spoke to the 2 of them. You have broken the rules here. Don't you know that no more than 10 high-level products are allowed to sell in the high market at a time? Lin Miao Miao was stunned. When did this rule come into being? The man gloomily glanced at the 2 of them and explained, an ultra-quality magic weapon sells for nearly 50,000 mid-quality pearls and 10 pieces would be worth 500,000. Because of this, you will quickly drain the money in the buyer's hands. Then how can other booths do business? Lin Miao Miao said to him via voice transmission, but I've seen some people selling spiritual weapons and combat skills here, much more than 10 pieces at a time. A black-robed man snorted. That was before. This is now. Han Fei's eyes changed slightly. I've sold more than 10 now. Then what are you going to do? The man said. Tell me who refined this batch of ultra-quality magic weapons. Where is he? Tell me, and then you can continue to sell here today. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, so these people are picking on me. They are jealous of me. Han Fei looked around and found no one came up to preside over justice. He immediately realized that it was the managers of this black market who were interested in the source of his goods. Han Fei was silent for a while and then suddenly said, let's call it a day. We're leaving. However, the next moment, these 3 people stepped on his goods. If you want to leave, leave these ultra-quality magic weapons. Han Fei looked at Lin Miao Miao and smiled coldly. Is killing allowed in the black market? The 3 black-robed people sneered. You broke the rules of the black market first. Leave the goods behind. Otherwise, lead your lives here. Han Fei smiled slightly and looked at them. What if I say no? Go to hell. Han Fei felt a powerful force suddenly hit his mind. This was a soul attack. Han Fei was not injured. After all, he had the soul resistance pearl and the god-scaring painting, and his spiritual power was much stronger than an ordinary fisher's. But Lin Miao Miao was just an advanced great fishing master. Sure enough, Han Fei turned his head and saw that Lin Miao Miao was already bleeding from her nose and mouth, and she fell backwards. Fuck. At this time, Han Fei didn't care about the shit rules they said. Although Lin Miao Miao was a bit greedy for money, she had really helped him a lot these days and was also very dedicated. If he hadn't asked her to, she wouldn't have taken him to this black market. But now, she, an advanced great fishing master, was attacked by a dangling fisher that was good at soul attacks. Han Fei really hoped that she would not become a moron by this blow. Han Fei's face was all dark. This was quite possible. He remembered when Le Renquang had fainted by the soul-attracting jellyfish, he was also bleeding from his nose and mouth. But Le Renquang was much stronger than Lin Miao Miao. Just because he could withstand a soul attack didn't mean that Lin Miao Miao could. Han Fei was instantly angry and a long knife appeared in his hand. The three black-robed people on the opposite side were surprised when they saw that Han Fei was unharmed. The next second, they all summoned their weapons, but Han Fei had already cut at them. In an instant, spiritual energy surged like a dragon, and within 100 meters, there was swirling spiritual energy. The black-robed man in the stall next to Han Fei hadn't had time to run before he was thrown off by the momentum of the knife. Stop it. At the moment Han Fei launched the attack, he heard someone shouting in the distance. The sound waves billowed in, and many stallholders immediately began to pack up and were about to leave. But how could he take back the attack that he had launched? A horrible knife light cut across the sky, and the three people in front of Han Fei retreated in a panic, looking horrified. Atach! Before they finished shouting, the knife light had cut through, and the two of them were directly beheaded. The person left reacted the fastest and protected himself with a low-quality spiritual weapon. However, it was useless. With a crack, the spiritual weapon broke, and a bloodline came down from the person's forehead, and he was directly cut in half. Bastards, how dare you make trouble on the black market? Go to hell? After killing the three of them, Han Fei took Lin Miao Miao, and at the same time, with a wave of his hand, all the ultra-quality magic weapons on the ground were collected by him. Then he rushed out of the black market like a cheetah. Swoosh! Han Fei felt an arrow darting at him from behind after running less than a kilometer. For some reason, he felt this arrow could be fatal to him. Han Fei was a little horrified. This person was at least a peak-level dangling fisher. Han Fei held Lin Miao Miao in his arms and made weird postures, narrowly dodging the arrow. Huh? Han Fei ran wildly but was followed by 3 more arrows. Han Fei was shocked. This black market was actually controlled by a peak-level dangling fisher? I dodge, bam. The arrows were too fast. Although Han Fei had tried his best, he was still hit by the last arrow. Bang! His spiritual energy protective cover shattered instantly. Han Fei stumbled and fell forward, but then he had 9 tails attached to him and he stabilized his body with the virtual claws and broke out of the door. Han Fei's face was pale. A peak-level dangling fisher was really strong and the arrow went 3 inches under his skin. And the other party's remaining spiritual energy was still rampaging around in Han Fei's body. Fuck. Next time I come back, I'll kill you. Han Fei's figure quickly shuttled through the -3 floor. Along the way, many people were at a loss about what was going on, only feeling a gust of wind blowing past. But to Han Fei's surprise, although he had run out of the black market, that person still chased him out. Yes, once again, Han Fei sensed an extremely powerful arrow. Han Fei glanced at Lin Miao Miao, who was unconscious, looked around, and then went straight into a dark corner. Boom! The houses on the -3 floor were shattered by this arrow. After a few seconds, a man in a black robe walked grandly in the cabin of the -3 floor. This person held a longbow, looked at the ruins caused by him, and felt something was wrong. He blasted out the ruins with a punch, only to find that there was no one in the ruins. Huh! Where are they? Chapter 324, Forge the Universe. The black-robed man stopped for a moment in front of the ruins, but there was no one within a kilometer of him. Where did Han Fei go? Soon, guards rushed down from above. However, when the guards reached the floor, only ruins remained. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei was vomiting blood. He knew that it was difficult to take a living creature in, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. After dragging Lin Miao Miao into Forge the Universe, he found that he had consumed 1 million points of spiritual energy, which stunned him. At this moment, Han Fei was covering his belly with one hand, while watching Lin Miao Miao, who was unconscious, with a wry smile. Just now, the last blow from the black-robed man almost killed Han Fei. He was a peak-level dangling fisher, and seemed to be using a spiritual weapon with a sealed soul inside. The indestructible body failed to block this violent blow, and he was shot through his lower abdomen by the arrow. Han Fei kept using the divine healing technique on himself, occasionally using it on Lin Miao Miao. Han Fei was deep in thought. Although only 18 weapons were sold, he had got more than 840,000 mid-quality pearls, with an average of 45,000 per piece. If he used all of this money to buy spiritual fruits, he would be able to buy hundreds of spiritual fruits. Then the products of the spiritual fruit specialty store he visited last time wouldn't even be enough for him. But Han Fei then smiled bitterly again. After leaving Forge the Universe, he would be still in the same spot. He didn't know what kind of situation he would encounter after he went out. If the black-robed man was still there, he might have to use all his strength to escape from the dragon boat. Of course, it was impossible to go out now. He had to recover and return to his peak state before he went out. Thinking it through, Han Fei found a piece of fish skin and blindfolded Lin Miao Miao's eyes. Then, he took out a soul resistance pearl and stuffed it into Lin Miao Miao's mouth. Han Fei muttered, "I'm not to blame for this. I didn't expect them to make a sudden attack, but trust me, if you really become a moron, I will definitely come back to avenge you one day. At that time, I will wipe out the black market." Outside. On the deck of the top level of the dragon boat, a middle-aged man was fishing, but there was no fishing line on the fishing rod. Behind the middle-aged man, a man in black robes half-kneeled on the ground. "My lord, the bastard must still be hiding on the dragon boat. I've arranged for someone to investigate it. According to our reports, there are not many people who have seen them. Within half a day, I can definitely find them out." The middle-aged man grunted and said in a calm tone, "Killing is forbidden on the dragon boat. If you can't handle this matter well, just hand over the black market to someone else." The black-robed man quivered, bent lower, and said in a trembling voice, "Yes, my lord. Okay, go. Don't disturb my fishing." After leaving the deck, the black-robed man just summoned his subordinates and someone hurried over. "Boss, we found them." "Oh, where?" the man hurriedly said. "We haven't found their whereabouts, but we've gotten information about them." The murderer came to the level 3 fishery for the first time, and his name is Han Fei. The black-robed man paused for a moment. "Huh, Han Fei? This name sounds a bit familiar." And, his subordinate said, because this was the first time Han Fei boarded the dragon boat, he didn't know anything about the dragon boat, so he hired a guide called Lin Miao Miao, who is only an advanced great fishing mast who just lives in the free area on the -3 floor. In the past 2 days, she took Han Fei to many places. They had bought treasure-hunting fish, spiritual fruit, and floating stones. Oh, yesterday they also bought a lot of refining materials. The black-robed man's voice suddenly became cold. "They bought refining materials?" The subordinate shuddered suddenly and lowered his head, saying, "Yes." After the purchase, Han Fei stayed in his room for a whole day and didn't come out until this morning. The pupils of the black-robed man constricted. After buying the refining materials yesterday, he went to sell those ultra-quality magic weapons today? Is he actually a refiner? This news was too important. Refining was a special profession. What the brat sold were all ultra-quality magic weapons. So could he refine spiritual weapons? Could he also seal a soul into a spiritual weapon? If he could, it would be even more terrifying. Even on the dragon boat, a refiner who could seal souls was a superior existence. But why did he go to the black market to sell things? With his abilities and identity, as long as he opened his mouth, he could easily sell hundreds or thousands of weapons, let alone dozens. The black-robed man's eyes narrowed slightly. "Find them, secretly. If you find them, tell me. If anyone dares to attack them without my permission, kill them." Yes, half a day later. Han Fei's injury healed, but he hadn't returned to his peak state. After all, his lower abdomen was pierced and his internal organs were hurt. If it weren't for his divine healing technique, it would take him at least 2 days to recover. Suddenly, Lin Miao Miao coughed and started to move. It seemed that she had just recovered from her state of mental breakdown. Han Fei asked, "Oh, you finally woke up. How is your head?" "Ah, it hurts. Don't move. Your soul is damaged and your spiritual power is exhausted, so you feel uncomfortable. Meditate for a while." Lin Miao Miao was dizzy and her mind was still clouded. After a few full hours, she slowly recovered. "Ah, what's wrong with my eyes? I can't see anymore." Seeing Lin Miao Miao was about to take off the fish skin from her eyes, Han Fei quickly grabbed her hand and said, "Don't move. Your soul is damaged. Don't let your eyes be exposed to light in the next little bit. Otherwise, you might really go blind." Lin Miao Miao was so scared that she almost cried. "Oh, is it so serious? Am I going to be blind? I don't want to be blind." "How can I fish if I am blind?" Han Fei comforted her. "You won't be blind. As long as you listen to me, you will be able to take off the blindfold in 1 day at most. But now, you must not take it off." "Okay, I won't take it off. I won't. Lin Miao Miao's face turned pale with fright, but Han Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "If you really saw my Forge the Universe, I might be forced to kill you." Suddenly, Lin Miao Miao said in surprise, "The spiritual energy here is so full. Where are we?" Han Fei lied. "We are now in a room on the 4th floor of the dragon boat. It's okay. The spiritual energy in this room is very sufficient." Lin Miao Miao was surprised. 4th floor? What about the 3 people just now? They seem to have attacked us." Han Fei blinked. "How should I explain it? Tell her that I killed the 3 people with 1 cut? Or tell her that we are being chased by a peak-level dangling fisher?" Lin Miao Miao probably wouldn't believe him. Han Fei had to lie again. "I bribed them into letting us out. But we can't go to the black market anymore. Also, after all, you were injured because of me. Now I will give you a 10% commission. But you can't go to the black market anymore." Lin Miao Miao was silent for a moment. "Forget it. Just give me a 5% commission. After all, you saved me." Han Fei shook his head slightly. I don't have the habit of owing favors to others. Just keep it. As he said, he put a few big boxes in front of Lin Meow Meow. Take it, if you can. Don't stay in this dragon boat anymore. You are only a great fishing master, and the level 3 fishery is not suitable for you. Suddenly, Lin Meow Meow realized something and quickly asked, Something happened, right? If nothing happened, why would you have come to the 4th floor of the dragon boat? Han Fei thought for a moment. It's none of your business. Remember to go to the teleportation formation immediately after you go out. Go back to your town. I've given you a lot of money, which is enough for you to break through to a dangling fisher. The next day. After spending a full day in Forge the Universe, Han Fei came out with Lin Meow Meow. As soon as he appeared, he found that the ruins were gone and it was turned into a dark house again. Han Fei let out a long sigh. This was why he chose here before. It was the darkest here, and most people didn't want to sleep here. Lin Meow Meow asked, What happened just now? It felt so special. Don't think too much about it. It's just a seal on the dragon boat. Can I take off the blindfold? Han Fei looked around for a while and nodded slightly. Yes. Remember, go straight to the teleportation formation and leave. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Lin Meow Meow took off the blindfold and was then stunned. This is not the 4th floor. This is still the -3 floor. Han Fei grunted. Yes, it's the -3 floor. I lied to you. Lin Meow Meow was speechless. Liar. But then she remembered her body seemed to leave someplace. Besides, the enriched spiritual energy she felt just now disappeared suddenly. What happened? Han Fei knew his words were full of loopholes, but he didn't care. It would be fine as long as Lin Meow Meow didn't know where they had been. Han Fei explained, Don't ask. I killed those 3 people in the black market. Now, I'm afraid there is a peak-level dangling fisher looking for us. So, you must leave. Lin Meow Meow was startled and gritted her teeth. I'm going to buy some training resources before leaving. Han Fei thought about it for a while. It seemed to make sense. Back in town, where could she buy such cheap spiritual fruits and weapons? So he nodded. I'll go with you. Chapter 325, Identity Revealed. Han Fei didn't know how naive he was. He thought that the black market was a black market because it was secret. Therefore, people in the black market would not be willing to be exposed in public. Since he had escaped from the black market, it would be difficult for the black-robed man to find him on such a large dragon boat. But as soon as the two of them appeared on the -1 floor, Han Fei's face suddenly changed and he took Lin Meow Meow and said, Let's leave. No time to buy anything. What happened? Han Fei said to her via voice transmission. We are being watched. Where is the teleportation formation? Let's go straight there. Lin Meow Meow's face turned pale. In the middle of the 1st floor, it was not far from here. Han Fei immediately took Lin Meow Meow's hand and walked along the railings of the boat to the middle of the dragon boat. At this moment, there was a circle of people fishing near the railing, and Han Fei was also very close to the railing. After all, they were all focused on fishing and wouldn't notice 2 fishers passing by. Han Fei said to Lin Meow Meow, Don't panic. Relax. Just act as though you're my guide. Don't look back. But how could Lin Meow Meow not panic? However, being warned by Han Fei, she didn't dare to show her emotions, so she talked and pointed here and there as if she was explaining the boat to Han Fei. The two had only walked a short while before Han Fei found a guard staring at him and then nodding to another guard. Damn. Then Han Fei saw a middle-aged man walking towards him. The man looked at Han Fei kindly, walked slowly to him, and motioned him to leave with him. Han Fei felt the threat of this man. His heart skipped a beat. Shit, why were they discovered so soon? How did they find them? Lin Meow Meow still wanted to go forward but was stopped by Han Fei. She looked back and found that Han Fei was standing still and looking at a middle-aged man opposite him. Lin Meow Meow's face changed slightly and she seemed to realize something. The middle-aged man walked up to Han Fei with a smile. Let's talk? Han Fei smiled coldly. Talk? Let's talk here. The middle-aged man shrugged and said, Okay, then let's talk here. The middle-aged man looked at Han Fei with a smile and said via voice transmission, I wonder how you managed to escape from my arrows without using a flash stone. However, you escaped, which shows your ability. Now I'll give you a chance. Help me refine spiritual weapons, and I can spare your lives. Han Fei clenched Lin Meow Meow's hand. Was his identity as a refiner exposed? The other party was so sure. He must have found some information on him. However, what Han Fei was worried about was not whether his identity was exposed, but why the guards would listen to this man's dispatch. Not good. Did the dragon boat runners really not know the existence of the black market where so many people were trading? No, they may have learned of the black market a long time ago, but why didn't they cancel it? Profit. There were many shady deals in the black market. Although he didn't have time to go shopping in the black market, he could guess that most of the things sold there were acquired non-conventionally. In the black market, people paid money and took what they wanted, which was completely different from the way of trading outside. In this way of operation, one could get good things and gain more profits. Han Fei immediately figured out that there must be a big shot controlling the black market behind the scenes. Unfortunately, it was too late to realize it. His top priority now was how to escape. Han Fei looked at the middle-aged man and said via voice transmission, If I refuse, are you going to kill us in front of so many people? The middle-aged man smiled and said, I forgot to tell you that I am now a dragon boat inspector. You killed people on the dragon boat, so I have the right to kill you on the spot. Han Fei took a deep look at the middle-aged man. My business has nothing to do with this girl. I will send her out of the dragon boat and then talk to you. The middle-aged man laughed loudly and then looked at Han Fei sharply. You are not in a position to negotiate terms with me. I will give you 3 seconds to consider. 1, 2, Han Fei sighed slightly. Just as the middle-aged man got to 3, Han Fei suddenly held Lin Miao Miao, then jumped over the railings like a bolt of lightning, jumping directly down the dragon boat. Many people who were fishing were stunned. What was going on here? Was this guy an idiot? How dare he jump down a dragon boat? Humph! Do you think you can run away? The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold and he immediately shouted, The inspector is enforcing the law. Any irrelevant people shall leave now. Lin Miao Miao was confused. Just now, Han Fei and the middle-aged man looked at each other for a while, and then he suddenly took her and jumped off the boat. However, Han Fei's face was extremely solemn at the moment. He felt an arrow darting at him from behind. The powerful force gave him a sense of crisis again. In midair, Han Fei suddenly turned around, turning the water-dividing seal in his hand into a shadow and smashing it at the arrow. Bam! In an instant, the shadow of the big seal was shattered. Han Fei gasped and immediately activated a spiritual energy protective cover, turning over to shield Lin Miao Miao behind. Although most of the power of the arrow was blocked by the water-dividing seal, the remaining power was not something Lin Miao Miao could resist. BAM, the huge countershock force, directly pushed Han Fei and Lin Miao Miao into the water. At the moment he entered the water, Han Fei dove directly to the bottom of the sea. However, another small cyan arrow darted at him. Han Fei felt his blood freeze. If he hadn't brought Lin Miao Miao with him, he might not be afraid. However, Lin Miao Miao was too weak. Even if the arrow just grazed her, she could be killed. Han Fei couldn't help but miss Xiao. If she were here right now, she would probably lead this guy out and then try to kill him. Lin Miao Miao was horrified and transmitted a message to him in a panic. Who is he? Why is he chasing us? Han Fei's speed was very fast, and he played the effect of the shadow swimming art to its extreme. He responded to Lin Miao Miao, He is a peak-level dangling fisher who wants to kill me. Sorry for involving you in. At this time, Han Fei saw a large number of fishing hooks falling around him. He couldn't help but shake his head. Do those stupid bystanders want to fish me? With their poor spiritual power? Are they out of their minds? A golden and red light flashed across Han Fei's body and a pair of wings suddenly opened. Huh? Wow! The bystanders all exclaimed, and someone on the top of the dragon boat suddenly got up. A junior dangling fisher with a legendary spiritual beast? Is it him? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly. Is he the person the Sun family is looking for? The middle-aged man suddenly turned around and asked, How many people from the Sun family are there on our boat? Behind the middle-aged man, a peak-level dangling fisher bowed his head respectfully. My lord, there are 3. As soon as he said so, a fishing rod shot through the air. At the same time, 2 people plunged into the water. The subordinate of the middle-aged man said, My lord, the Sun family has moved. Shall we let Black Robe come back? The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. No, after all, he killed 3 people on the dragon boat. It is justified for us to hunt him down. Let Black Robe get him. As for the people of the Sun family, well, their motives are different from ours, so don't bother them. Even if the superiors blame them, it will have nothing to do with us. After Little Gold attached to Han Fei, his speed soared to his limit. In an instant, he escaped a kilometer away. However, what shocked Han Fei was that someone was attacking him with a fishing hook. And besides the black-robed man behind him, there were 2 more people. The speed of these 2 people was fast, not much worse than Black Robe. So it was likely they were also peak-level dangling fishers. In addition to the guy using the fishing rod, now there were 4 peak-level dangling fishers chasing him. Han Fei's figure flickered in the water, making various strange swimming postures, and he was so fast that the people chasing him almost vomited blood. Black Robe was surprised to see 3 other peak-level dangling fishers were also chasing Han Fei. He thought it made perfect sense for him to catch Han Fei, but he did not intend to kill him. After all, a refiner was really too valuable. But the other 3 were different. Their attacks were quite fierce, and they didn't seem to care about Han Fei's life. Black Robe asked them, Who are you? Someone responded, 1,000 Star City, Sun family. This guy is ours. Black Robe frowned and withdrew the small arrow he was about to shoot out. The Sun family? He knew that a while ago, a large number of masters from the Sun family of the 1,000 Star City came to the level 3 fishery, seemingly to find someone. They seemed to be quite determined and had almost sent their people to every dragon boat. Was the person the Sun family was looking for that boy? If this was the case, what secret did the boy have to cause the Sun family to send so many masters to chase him down? And Han Fei's face was all dark now. What should he do with Lin Miao Miao? It seemed that he had dragged her down, but how could he escape with her? Chapter 326, Powerless. This undersea chase was still going on. Han Fei, like a dragon in the sea, was madly fleeing. Lin Miao Miao was stunned. What kind of terrifying speed is this? Ahead, a school of crescent moon fish swam at them head on. Lin Miao Miao was shocked. No, it's a school of fish. However, without a word, Han Fei rushed straight at the fish school. Han Fei opened his wings and began to spin, knocking away through the school of fish. Wherever he went, the bodies of crescent moon fish were littered behind him. After 5 seconds or so, he broke out from the encirclement of the school of fish and the 4 peak-level dangling fishers followed close behind. The guy who tried to entangle Han Fei with a fishing hook had given up when he saw Han Fei escaping with such a weird technique. Now the 4 peak-level dangling fishers were shocked. The speed of this boy was too fast. He was only a junior dangling fisher, but he was not slower than them. Exhaust him, exhaust his spiritual energy. Unfortunately, these people knew very little about Han Fei, otherwise they wouldn't have come up with such an idea. Han Fei's spiritual energy literally had no limit. If possible, he even hoped to maintain this state of chase. Half an hour later, the 4 people behind Han Fei were all dumbfounded. Maintaining this peak speed for half an hour, this guy was still energetic, and he was even getting further and further away from them. Did he have a lot of pills to replenish his spiritual energy? Suddenly, Blackrobe said to the 3 others, "My friends, how about we work together to capture this guy? I only want one thing from him." However, the 3 members of the Sun family sneered. "We also only want one thing. May I ask what you want? If we want the same thing, I think you'd better give up." Blackrobe's pupils constricted. "Does Han Fei have a treasure on him?" Blackrobe said via voice transmission. "What I want is his soul-sealing technique." "It's just a technique, not an object, so I don't think we want the same thing." After seeing Han Fei forging dozens of ultra-quality magic weapons overnight, Blackrobe felt that Han Fei was not an ordinary refiner and might have a method for sealing souls. When the 3 of the Sun family heard that it was not about the sea token, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was certainly not an ordinary person since he dared to hunt Han Fei down on the dragon boat. If they had a conflict with him, they might not be able to get the sea token given that the Sun family lived far away from here. "Okay, let's cooperate. We don't want the soul-sealing technique." Immediately, a person from the Sun family said, "You block his way with fishing hooks, and I will use a special method to catch up with him. As long as we can intercept him, it'll be a piece of cake to get him." Blackrobe nodded in agreement. Han Fei wouldn't have any chance to escape. 4 peak-level dangling fishers trying to hunt down a junior one. No one would believe the former would fail. A strange blue color appeared on the skin of one person, and the next moment, he suddenly disappeared. Blackrobe froze for a moment. It was a high-level water escape method. The Sun family was really a worthy family of the Thousand-Star City. Ahead, Han Fei relaxed when he saw he was getting farther and farther from those guys. Only then did he have time to talk to Lin Miao Miao, and he said through a voice transmission, "Don't ask me why. I don't know either. Who can tell me why I am suddenly being chased for no reason?" After more than half an hour of chasing and fleeing, Lin Miao Miao relaxed too. Han Fei, who could even get rid of peak-level dangling fishers, must not be an ordinary person. This speed alone was enough to make Han Fei one of the heavenly talents in the 36 towns. Lin Miao Miao asked, "Are you really a dangling fisher?" "Yes." Han Fei was confused by the question. Lin Miao Miao looked at the wings behind Han Fei. "Your contractual spiritual beast is so powerful. Is it an exotic one?" "No, exotic creatures would not be so strong." "Is it a legendary one?" Han Fei was helpless. "Girl, we are running for our lives now. Do you still have time to chat? I can't see them anymore. We should be able to survive. If we survive, I will find another dragon boat to go home on immediately." Han Fei nodded. "Yes, you should go home. Your strength is too weak. There are not many advanced great fishing masters on the dragon boat. Why did you come to the level 3 fishery?" Lin Miao Miao's eyes darkened. "I heard that people can quickly improve their strength in the level 3 fishery, so I came here. But who could have expected that this place would be so dangerous? If no one had saved me, I'm afraid I would have died here long ago. When we escape, I will help you find another dragon boat." "Where are you from?" Lin Miao Miao smiled. "I'm from the Wind Rain Village, Cloud Town. How about you?" Bam! Before Lin Miao Miao finished, Han Fei's face suddenly changed. 3 fishing rods were attacking them from 3 directions. In an instant, Han Fei rolled in the sea and the blue sea wandering dragon daggers shot out from his body. But the opponent was a peak-level dangling fisher after all, and the quality of his fishing rod was extraordinary. Only in the blink of an eye, 2 blue sea wandering dragon daggers were taken, and Han Fei took this opportunity to break out of the circle of fishhooks. "Damn," Han Fei almost cried. He took 2 daggers from him. However, the other party didn't seem to care about Han Fei's spiritual weapons, and the fishing hooks waved again. The fishing hooks and lines whirled dazzlingly. Although Han Fei was very flexible, he was stopped for a while. At the moment when he broke through the circle again, Han Fei was shocked. A figure suddenly appeared 100 meters away from him out of nowhere. Fuck, flash. Han Fei used the flash stone he got from the treasure-hunting fish stall. As the flash stone broke, Han Fei appeared 10 miles away. A flash stone? Humph, only 10 miles. We can easily find him. The person from the Sun family who had just caught up with him suddenly vomited blood and disappeared again. Han Fei took a long breath. That was a close call. "Was that a flash stone? Did you use it?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes, if I didn't use it, they would have caught up with us." But after Han Fei ran for another several minutes, his face changed again, and that figure appeared again. Not only that, the 3 fishing hooks that were intertwined like a net also hooked at them. Fuck, how did they catch up so quickly? Han Fei's face changed drastically, and he suddenly gritted his teeth and shouted, "Explode!" Boom! 2 blue sea wandering dragon daggers exploded. In an instant, waves billowed under the sea. Han Fei had no time to mourn over the daggers. He had many spiritual weapons, but if he was caught by them, he didn't think he could escape from the hands of 4 peak-level dangling fishers. Poof! Han Fei vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood. A spiritual weapon must be nourished with its owner's blood. If the weapon exploded, it would hurt its owner. This was the first time he had detonated his own spiritual weapon, but he had no choice. If he couldn't get rid of those hooks, he wouldn't be able to escape. Now the 3 fishing hooks had been blown up. Those 2 blue sea wandering dragon daggers were mid-quality spiritual weapons anyway. If converted into money, even in the level 3 fishery, they would be worth at least 500,000 mid-quality pearls each. But now, Han Fei didn't care about that much. Many blue sea wandering dragon daggers appeared around him, and he was ready to detonate more daggers. Han Fei, hand over the sea token, and we'll spare your life. The man closest to Han Fei was also shocked. Han Fei blew up 2 spiritual weapons and destroyed 3 fishing rods? And there was still a circle of spiritual weapons around him? Han Fei was shocked. The sea token? The other party mentioned the sea token. Are you from the Sun family? Han Fei was frightened. The level 3 fishery was so big. How did the Sun family people find him? Could it be that black robes hunting down of him caught their attention? Han Fei was shocked. He just picked a random dragon boat to board. There were 100 dragon boats in the level 3 fishery. How did he happen to meet the Sun family? Could it be that the Sun family arranged their people on every single dragon boat? Han Fei was furious. Get lost, or I will blow you up. Go to hell. Han Fei saw a figure pouncing over, throwing a spear at him with all his strength, and there was a single-horned prawn on the spear. Explode. Boom. The sea surged again. Han Fei vomited another mouthful of blood. Humph. I have many spiritual weapons. Let's see who will laugh last. However, in the next moment, Han Fei was horrified. The spear stopped the blue sea wandering dragon dagger's self-destruction. Although there was only half of the spear left, it still thrust at him in an instant. Bang! Han Fei tried to resist it with the blue sea wandering dragon dagger, but the dagger couldn't resist it and was directly sent flying. Crack! Han Fei's spiritual energy protective cover was shattered and he was sent flying dozens of meters away. Han Fei looked at Lin Miao Miao, only to find that the girl was bleeding from the mouth and nose again. Being hit head-on, she was more seriously injured this time. Even Han Fei felt his internal organs were tumbling. How could Lin Miao Miao resist the impact? Damn you. Several blue sea wandering dragon daggers darted straight at the man behind Han Fei, but the man took out a spiritual weapon longsword and quickly blocked the daggers. And, getting closer and closer to Han Fei, he threw a sword chi at Han Fei from time to time. Swish! As Han Fei was blocked, the 3 people behind had gradually approached. The black-robed man launched a soul attack straight at him. And what came with the soul attack was 3 small spiral arrows that glowed blue. No, explode again. Han Fei went crazy. He couldn't let them approach him, otherwise he would be doomed. Detonating another dagger away, Han Fei took the opportunity to fly out hundreds of meters, but the guy from the Sun family nearest to him thrust a long sword at him and Han Fei felt that his life could be taken at any time. Drawing. The long knife reappeared and Han Fei activated the drawing once again since he did it 2 days ago. Clang, crack, the sword and the knife collided and broke at the same time. Han Fei was hit by the sword and a long wound was drawn from his chest to his waist and abdomen and blood gushed out. But that person from the Sun family didn't win either. He never thought that Han Fei's blow could be so powerful. As a peak-level dangling fisher, he was no match for Han Fei in physique and one of his hands was chopped off. Han Fei looked down and found that there was also a sword wound on Lin Miao Miao's body. However, different from just now, this time, this supremely powerful attack directly extinguished Lin Miao Miao's vitality. No! Chapter 327, 1 verses 4. At the moment when Lin Miao Miao died, Han Fei was stunned. He was not a saint. If someone died, he would feel sorry for them at best. After all, it was none of his business. However, people had feelings. In the past few days, although Lin Miao Miao only acted as his guide, she was quite dedicated. She worked so hard just to earn a living, but now she had died because of him. Han Fei felt very guilty. Fuse. 9 tails attached to me. Fury. Irritated, Han Fei threw Lin Miao Miao's body into Forge the Universe. Escape? Why? I want to kill. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei's eyes turned color, 1 black and 1 white, and the 9-star chains shot out. The sword-wielding man whose hand had just been cut off was shocked to see Han Fei's aura suddenly change, and he seemed about to become an advanced dangling fisher. Clang, Han Fei hit a small blue arrow away and pounced at the man as swift as a shadow. This man had lost a spear and a sword, and Han Fei didn't think that he could still take out a 3rd spiritual weapon. Even if he was from the 1,000-star city, so what? He was unlikely to own multiple mid- or high-quality spiritual weapons. The man whose arm was severed was horrified and quickly backed away, intending to retreat to the other 3 people. But Han Fei certainly wouldn't let him. The 9-star chain danced and clasped one of the man's feet. As Han Fei withdrew the 9-star chain, dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers darted at the man in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. Within a second, the man's spiritual energy protective cover was shattered, and his only hand was holding an ultra-quality magic weapon. However, before he took any action, with a boom, a blue sea wandering dragon dagger suddenly exploded. In the surging waves, the man was covered with blood, and his entire body was blown through. His eyes widened as if he couldn't believe that he actually died in the hands of a junior dangling fisher. Han Fei fell in front of this man and found that he was still alive. After all, he was a peak-level dangling fisher, so his vitality was stronger than Han Fei imagined. Han Fei stared straight at the three people a kilometer away, holding a blue sea wandering dragon dagger. He cut the dying man's throat in front of the three of them. Bastard. How dare you, Sun Qing? Fuck, I'm gonna kill you. But Han Fei was not scared at all. He waved and 30 more blue sea wandering dragon daggers appeared in front of him. Even if 5 daggers exploded and 1 broke, so what? I have so many spiritual weapons. Are you that desperate? The black-robed middle-aged man frowned. This boy, being chased by the 4 of them, managed to kill a peak-level dangling fisher within 2 minutes. He was definitely beyond most fishers. In front of the 3 of them, Han Fei waved and cast the divine healing technique on himself. At the same time, a formation appeared under his feet. However, what appeared this time was not a spirit-gathering formation, but a defensive formation. He knew that the defensive formation was useless to the 3 people, but he didn't mean to defend for long. He only needed it to block 1 blow. With a twinkle, Han Fei took the initiative to attack. The blue sea wandering dragon bow appeared in his hand, and instantly he drew the bow as round as a full moon and shot 5 arrows in a row, and spiritual energy gushed out. Black Robe was horrified. No, he can't have so much spiritual energy. All 5 sharp arrows were directed at him, each arrow stronger than the next, especially the 5th arrow whose power was overwhelming. Black Robe quickly stopped pursuing Han Fei. As an expert archer, he knew the arrows were all targeted at him. If he continued to chase him, he would have to resist all 5 arrows alone, which was certainly not a wise choice. But the 2 people from the Sun family smiled. This was a good chance. Since Black Robe helped them share Han Fei's attack, they could directly attack Han Fei. One person from the Sun family swung 2 axes at Han Fei. However, 100 meters away, when he had just lifted his axes, Han Fei drew the bow again. This time, in the blink of an eye, Han Fei's right hand was bloodied by spiritual energy, and his skin was torn apart. The man with the axes was horrified. What kind of bow technique is this? Why do I feel that my soul is trembling? Swish, an arrow was shot, but there were 2 arrow shadows, one visible and the other invisible. Not good, Sun Qing, retreat. But the distance was so close and there was no shelter in the sea. How could he retreat? The arrow that Han Fei shot had already turned into a ray of light with a full 6,400 points of spiritual energy, which completely exceeded Han Fei's own limit. Therefore, when this arrow was shot, his right hand was almost disabled. This was the first time Han Fei used the 6th arrow of the War Soul art. Seeing the person from the Sun family trying to block it with his 2 axes, Han Fei smiled coldly. Bam! The arrow shot a small hole in the axeman's chest. The spiritual energy arrow shot through the gap between the 2 axes and directly pierced his body. But even so, it wouldn't be able to kill him. It was the soul arrow that really killed him. Han Fei didn't even look at the opponent, but cast the divine healing technique on himself again. In the distance, Black Robe had just solved Han Fei's 5 arrows and saw this terrifying scene. Han Fei killed a peak-level dangling fisher with a single arrow, and he was only a junior dangling fisher. He couldn't believe his eyes. Black Robe immediately wanted to retreat. He didn't think he had any chance to win against this monstrous boy. His spiritual energy had almost exhausted, but Han Fei just stood there still and glanced over at him. Looking at Han Fei's black and white eyes and the eerie and his spooky spiritual energy, he was scared. Black Robe was not given an order to capture Han Fei, so he didn't have to risk his life. However, he didn't want to retreat. If Han Fei wasn't killed today, would he come back to take revenge? He thought it was very likely. Such things were not uncommon, and almost everyone grew up in this environment. This kind of conflict had been common since the level 1 fishery, and there were too many precedents. However, when Han Fei raised his bow again, this time it was targeting the black-robed man. The latter immediately stuffed a spiritual fruit into his mouth and escaped without saying a word. No matter whether Han Fei could shoot this arrow, Black Robe now had no spiritual energy and had to replenish it. The reaction of the person from the Sun family was different. 2 of his companions were killed, and he certainly wouldn't let Han Fei off. He brandished a long rod and rushed at Han Fei in a rage. Seeing Black Robe flee, Han Fei withdrew the blue sea wandering dragon bow. Bam, crack, an invisible barrier appeared, blocking the opponent's full blow. Formation? Break. At the moment when the formation was smashed, a mottled dark stick appeared in Han Fei's hand. The 9-star chain instantly blocked the person's way. The golden red wings chopped at his arms repeatedly, and the blue sea wandering dragon daggers surrounded and attacked him. For a while, the person was almost unable to parry. Of course, he was definitely not weak. His spiritual beast was a turtle, and his contractual spiritual beasts were an anti-heaven blade and a common crayfish, both of which had attached to him at this moment. However, they were much weaker than those of Han Fei, so they fell into a pitched battle. Realizing that he could not escape, he rushed directly to Han Fei. Being attacked by a peak-level dangling fisher with all his strength, Han Fei could hardly resist. Hit by the billowing air, he was bleeding from the nose and mouth. Having nowhere to run, he could only confront him head-on. Han Fei waved the mysterious rod with difficulty but with a cold expression. Clang! The huge wave directly sent Han Fei flying hundreds of meters away, and Han Fei vomited a mouthful of blood. His contractual spiritual beasts were shaken out of his body and his fusion state was almost forcibly terminated. Han Fei used the last bit of strength to throw this rod into Forge the Universe. This rod was too heavy. He had planned to strike a blow with it. However, the huge counterforce made him hurt even more. The person from the Sun family was hurt even more seriously. Being sent flying, he was shocked. What kind of power was that? Under this blow, his both arms were broken and he was thrown nearly 100 meters away. This person's mouth was bleeding and his hands were almost disabled. He looked at Han Fei, who was smashed into the mud pit on the seabed, and hesitated. Shall I continue to chase him or not? He didn't know how much combat power Han Fei still had. What if he detonated another spiritual weapon? The man looked around, only to find that Black Robe had slipped away already. In the end, he chose to retreat. He didn't dare to gamble with his life. After all, Han Fei was too dangerous. Now that he had found him, he just needed to find a way to notify others to come and hunt him down. He didn't have to risk his life. With this in mind, he gradually disappeared into the dark sea. But this person didn't know that soon after Han Fei was smashed into the mud pit, his fusion state was automatically terminated. With the last bit of consciousness, Han Fei entered Forge the Universe. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei jumped into the spiritual spring and then passed out. Chapter 328, A Cry from the Seabed. Han Fei had a dream. In the dream, he had been chased and finally had nowhere to escape. His body was broken and his head was shot through with an arrow. Oh! Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes, sweating. So he was just dreaming. He let out a long breath. Han Fei wanted to move, only to feel that his body tore with every movement. The severe pain strongly impacted Han Fei's brain nerves. Especially his right hand, it felt like it was being pressed by a big mountain and couldn't even lift up. Ouch! Han Fei gritted his teeth and applied the divine healing technique to himself. As the shower of energy fell, a warm current flowed throughout his body and he felt better. Han Fei used the divine healing technique on himself every once in a while. After a full day, he had almost recovered. Obviously feeling better, Han Fei dragged his exhausted body and slowly got up from the spiritual spring, only to find the water level of the spiritual spring dropped a lot, and he couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Go for wool but come home shorn. He lost 5 or 6 spiritual weapons and his long knife was broken. His strength was seriously damaged and now he only had 60% of his full strength left. He suffered a huge loss from this trip to the dragon boat. However, Han Fei didn't feel much regret. But when he saw Lin Miao Miao, who was lying quietly not far away, his heart was filled with guilt. Alas, it turns out that the level 3 fishery is really dangerous. The dragon boat belongs to someone else, not me. For the sake of self-advancement, people can be even more dangerous than the ocean. 7 days later, Han Fei was practicing the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. At this moment, his face was flushed and his solid muscles exuded a luster. Ha! Han Fei looked at the data. Owner Han Fei Levelthy 3 Junior Dangling Fisher, a spiritual energy 42,561, 42,4061, 4199 is spiritual heritage level 4. High quality is spiritual beasts, swallowfish level 25. Weapon Blue Sea Wandering Dragon Daggers, a main art. Water Vein Technique, Volume 3 of Void Fishing, Spirit Level Divine Quality. My upper limit of spiritual energy can't be improved anymore. It's time to go out. In the past few days, Han Fei had eaten all the spiritual fruits but only got 4.2 million points of spiritual energy. Plus the spiritual spring that was almost dried up, now he only had no more than 6 million points of spiritual energy. Han Fei sighed. If it weren't for the accident on the dragon boat, his spiritual energy storage would have reached tens of millions. However, Han Fei didn't feel pity. The dragon boat taught him a lesson. If you were just an ordinary person, then you would be absolutely safe on the dragon boat. But if you showed your value, then you would be in danger. If he chose to compromise on the dragon boat, perhaps the situation now would have been even worse. If he compromised, this journey would have failed. Then he probably wouldn't have had any chance to leave. Following Han Fei's thoughts, he appeared in the mud pit on the seabed again. At this moment, the seabed returned to a state of peace. Han Fei embedded himself several meters under the soil. After a while, a looming figure quietly stuck out of the dirt and looked around carefully. A black moon sicklefish suddenly swam away and a school of fish swooshed past not far away, and there seemed to be no threat, so he was relieved. After all, he had been in Forge the Universe for quite some time, and it would have been impossible for the other party to have guarded this place the entire time. The dragon boat was also not in sight. He had been worried that if the Sun family guarded this sea area all the time after he disappeared, then he would be in real danger. However, now it seemed that the other party thought he had escaped. Han Fei didn't know that the counterforce of the mysterious rod shocked his opponent. The person from the Sun family was scared away by the rod. Just having a narrow escape, Han Fei became more careful. The effect of the mist-hidden grass was really poor. Compared to true stealth, this was simply like a joke and couldn't escape the eyes of peak-level dangling fishers. But how many peak-level dangling fishers could there be? In the level 3 fishery, junior dangling fishers still accounted for the majority. Therefore, Han Fei continued to use the mist-hidden grass. After all, he was not a hunter and it was not bad to have a semi-stealth ability. Han Fei summoned 9 tails and swam forward on the bottom of the sea. Target, sea grassland. On the dragon boat, people went up and down every day. So during this period of time, Han Fei met many people. Whenever someone showed up, he would ask 9 tails to dig a hole and then he would hide in the hole. He was being so careful just to avoid meeting those people. He guessed the person from the Sun family didn't die either. As long as he was still alive, he could call more people over. Therefore, along the way, he had to be wary of all treasure hunters. Even if these treasure hunters had nothing to do with the Sun family, what if the Sun family caught them and interrogated them? Then his whereabouts would be exposed. Then probably he would be chased again. Of course, the level 3 fishery was so vast. Along the way, Han Fei met people occasionally, but more often only fish. Therefore, Han Fei, as always, swam forward and searched for spiritual fruit. In the following 10 days, Han Fei was sneaking under the sea. The only movement he made was breathing. In the past few days, he had gotten a lot of spiritual fruits and had also encountered danger. Regardless of the fact that the level 3 fishery was very large, in places like the ocean, changes might be great every thousands of miles. He had encountered deep-sea ravines and cliffs, passed through the spiritual plant area full of seaweed, passed by seemingly mysterious underwater caves, and discovered the wonderful place of thousands of miles of coral bushes. Along the way, a large number of creatures appeared and Han Fei was too lazy to remember them. He even encountered a group of marching sea leeches. At that moment, he directly rushed out of the water and floated in the air. On the 22nd day, Han Fei estimated that he was less than 20,000 miles away from the sea grassland. Because judging from the area where he was at this moment, there were more and more spiritual plants in the sea. This was a very important indicator. At this time, Han Fei was standing on the edge of a sea cliff. This place looked very beautiful. Behind Han Fei was a dark green carnivorous vine that towered hundreds of meters high. In fact, it was a bit similar to the seaweed vine in the deep-sea jungle of the level 2 fishery. Around the carnivorous vine, there were arched rock holes, large transparent sea squirts, and seaweeds that moved with the waves. Han Fei also saw colorful sea urchins scattered among the seaweed. However, although Han Fei had explored many places along the way, unfortunately, many places that looked like dangerous places were actually not. He compared Old Bai's sea chart and figured out where he was based on the topography, and found that there were as many as a dozen dangerous places nearby. However, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find one. Although this cliff crack was not recorded on the chart, Han Fei decided to try it a little bit. Before exploring this place, Han Fei had one more thing to do. He took out Lin Miao Miao's body from Forge the Universe and asked Nine Tails to dig a pit. After a while, Han Fei buried Lin Miao Miao and said to her, "The scenery here is good, so I chose this place for you to rest in peace. In the future, if I have the opportunity, I will visit your hometown. Bye." With that, Han Fei jumped down, letting his body fall into the dark crack. 100 meters, 500 meters, 800 meters. This time, Han Fei dropped a full 800 meters before he touched the bottom. He couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Plus the 700 or 800 meters between the cliff and the sea surface, it was 1,000 meters deep. Han Fei knew that a water depth of 1,500 meters was probably nothing to this world. After all, in the words of Old Bai, in that unknown place, a random dangerous place would extend millions of miles. The planet was bigger, so the water was deeper, which seemed very logical. However, Han Fei wasn't quite used to it. After all, there was strong water pressure on the seabed, and 1,000 meters deep and 500 meters deep were different stories. At least, Han Fei's current speed and responsiveness had been suppressed by more than 10%. However, at this time, he saw spots of light approaching not far away. There was not one light spot, but many. In addition to the light spots, Han Fei also saw shiny shrimps breaking through the soil. It seems that I have reached the deep water zone. There were always some weird creatures in the dark seabed. Their bodies could generate electricity and even illuminate. Obviously, now he met one of them. After a while, he saw a group of big fish swimming overhead. Name a lanternfish. Introduction. Deep-sea fish have solid physiques with flashing tentacles. When they attack, they will release the overhead and tail lights. Good at current shock, mental attack, and its overhead flashing light can be used as bait. All quality, exotic, ultra quality, equality, rarer contains spiritual energy. 1,724 points. Edible effect, long-term consumption can enhance spiritual energy. Collectible, flashing light, absorbable. Han Fei was surprised. Wow, there really is a lanternfish. What is wrong with your head? If there is a horn in your head, you can poke people with it. But why do you grow a lantern on your head? Is it to illuminate yourself? That's really ingenious. Buzz. Before Han Fei swam away, a large piece of electric light, like a small burst of lightning, fell on him instantly. Han Fei was speechless. Fuck, I am so far away from you. Buzz, 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 la, la, Who is crying? Han Fei was startled. What made this sound? It wasn't me crying. Chapter 329, Another World in the Stone. A strange feeling hit Han Fei's heart. I was electrified, but I didn't cry. Who made that sound? However, immediately afterwards, the sound of crying came from the seawater again, and it seemed that someone was perhaps singing. Han Fei was a little stunned. Who would come down to the 1,500-meter deep seabed to sing? Swish, 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 swish. The blue sea wandering dragon daggers shot out, and Ninetails, who was also shocked by the electricity, also launched an attack. As the 9-star chain swept into the school of lanternfish, Ninetails caught one with his tail and crushed another to death with one of his legs. The group of lanternfish seemed to be surprised to see them fight back, so they scattered around and increased the electric current immediately. Buzz, however, they didn't know Han Fei had been used to electric shocks. Han Fei was stretching his body to let the current flow throughout his body. Although Han Fei was still twitching slightly, he was not afraid. The electric current of the lanternfish was much stronger than that of the piercing electricity jellyfish, but they were much less in number, and compared to dragon eels, its current was not that strong. Therefore, this level of current was actually good for Han Fei. Come back, Ninetails. Han Fei withdrew Ninetails and did not attack, but instead let these lanternfish discharge electricity on him. With this, he practiced the indestructible body art to see if he could forcefully break through his upper limit of 4,199 points. Of course, Han Fei did not devote himself to cultivation. He held a knife and remained vigilant. The singing voice had disappeared. The voice was so creepy that he did not rush forward. If he ran down to look for the source of the voice, God knew what awaited him. He might as well enjoy the electrotherapy, which might improve his physique. Half an hour later, the lanternfish were all dumbfounded. What the hell are we shocking? Why haven't they died? Some lanternfish became feeble after running out of electricity, so they wagged their tails and tried to leave. However, Han Fei waved his fishing rod and hooked the weak lanternfish back. The hooked lanternfish was panicked and hurriedly used all its electricity to zap Han Fei. However, after it discharged all its electricity, Han Fei chopped off the flashing light on its head. When the hundreds of lanternfish discharged all their electricity, Han Fei could easily catch one every time he waved his fishing rod. He quite enjoyed the game. However, most of the lanternfish ran away, and Han Fei only collected less than 50 flashing lights. La 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 la. Suddenly, the voice appeared again. Han Fei quickly looked around and perceived with his spiritual perception, but there was nothing. Han Fei immediately threw the fishing hook, which circled around but still found nothing. La la. Han Fei's face turned dark. The voice was like a fisher girl humming softly. The sound was very clear and could even be said to be very pure. However, no matter how pure the voice was, it was creepy for it to appear from the deep sea. Han Fei immediately activated a spiritual energy protective cover, tentatively swimming forward. Along the way, Han Fei ignored the small shrimp that intended to attack him. Under this strait, there were very few spiritual plants. As for fish, he had only seen the lanternfish. After swimming for dozens of miles, Han Fei was taken back. What is that? It's a tadpole? Yes, Han Fei was sure that it was a tadpole as big as a calf. Its body was chubby with a long tail. At this moment, the tadpole was floating in the water and its body was shaking slightly. A string of data appeared in his eyes. An omnivorous creature, its skin is hard and cannot be pierced by non-spiritual weapons. Also quality, exotic ultra quality, also quality, R quality, R, Q quality, rare contained spiritual energy, 1618 points effect inedible, RSKLL sect inedible, fish skin, absorbable. Han Fei was surprised. Wonton fish? I have only heard of wonton noodles. And what does it mean by that its stomach occupies 90% of its body? While Han Fei was observing the fish, its body suddenly inflated like a bubble. And as its body grew bigger, its huge mouth that spanned half of its body opened. Han Fei was shocked. Wow, this fish's mouth is even bigger than Little Black's. And then, this fish's mouth suddenly turned like a sail. That huge mouth looked like a double-layered fish skin, and when it opened, it doubled its size. Shoot. Han Fei felt a strong pull around his body. The big mouth, which was a bit like a plate ray, surprised him. He immediately threw a blue sea wandering dragon dagger over. However, the dagger that was thrown out was pulled by the force, losing its direction, making it spin away in the sea. Then, it was swallowed by the wonton fish in one bite. Han Fei frowned and tried to pull the knife out. However, he suddenly discovered that the dagger that was sucked into the stomach of the wonton fish was losing contact with him. Immediately afterwards, Han Fei found that his body was flying towards the wonton fish uncontrollably. This shocked him. What the hell is the fish? Han Fei just let the fish to suck him over, holding 2 blue sea wandering dragon daggers in his hands, which were shining with spiritual energy. Rip, just when Han Fei was about to be sucked into the mouth of the wonton fish, with a dazzling cold light, he tore this wonton fish that was like a big pocket into 2 pieces. Han Fei's body was covered with a layer of filth. Watching his dagger fall out of the belly of the wonton fish, Han Fei found that it was a little out of control. Most of my residual spiritual energy has been swallowed. How did it do that? Han Fei kicked the wonton fish lying on the seabed like a fish skin and took it in to forge the universe. This fish skin was really tough, and it may not decay for 100 years if it was used to make a map. Han Fei looked around and was relieved when he did not find another wonton fish. This fish, without opening its mouth, was like a tadpole, but when it opened its mouth, it looked like a monster. It was so horrifying. Han Fei hoped there would be hundreds more lanternfish so that he could enjoy electrotherapy again. He went on and met a few octopus. However, octopus were very smart and hid in the cracks of the stones. About 10 minutes later, Han Fei heard the singing sound again. This time, the voice seemed clearer. Han Fei immediately looked around. It was dark all around and there were not many creatures. La 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 humph. I'm gonna find you soon. Who are you trying to scare? Han Fei sped up and encountered another wonton fish on the way, which he slaughtered. After about half an hour, Han Fei suddenly found that there was no road ahead. That weird singing still appeared occasionally, but this submarine canyon had no way ahead. No, the voice is echoing, so that thing must still be here. Han Fei looked back. This time, he was much slower. He directly sensed with spiritual perception and explored each rock along the way. An hour later, Han Fei suddenly stopped in front of a rock wall. This rock wall looked quite ordinary with some sparse seaweed on it. However, there were dozens or hundreds of small holes in this rock wall. If they were just common holes, Han Fei would not pay much attention. However, the small holes here seemed to be similar in size. Han Fei patted the rock wall. It was a real rock, not virtual. Then, Han Fei put his ear on the rock wall. La la la. Han Fei jumped back with a jerk and quivered. As he put his ears on the rock wall, he heard the singing from inside. Wow, is the sound from the stone? Han Fei was pondering. How could the stone make a sound? 9 tails. Dig. Let me see what the hell it is. Bang, bang, bang. As 9 tails punched the rock, the sound inside stopped abruptly. As I expected, there is something in it. Since it can make a sound, it is not a stone. 9 tails. Dig. After a while, a small hole half the height of a man was dug out by 9 tails. The loud noise attracted a group of lanternfish. So, Han Fei began to enjoy electrotherapy while waiting for 9 tails to dig open the stone. About an hour later, this thick rock wall had a channel dug through it. At this time, Han Fei also finished the electrotherapy. He quickly swam into the cave, and then he was stunned. Damn, Han Fei was dumbfounded. He never imagined that there was another world in this cave. 9 tails didn't just dig out a hole, but a new world. Chapter 330, Millennium Snapper. In front of him was like a scene of paradise in a large area of ruins. Inside the mountainside there was an oasis hidden away. Here, there were large tracts of trees radiating blue light. On the tree trunks and branches there were thin tubes, just like the meridians of the human body, which were clearly visible. In those thin tubes there seemed to be a kind of beautiful light source shining like a revolving lamp. Is this light like the tree's blood? Han Fei couldn't help but wonder. On the ground, there were flowers that resembled spiral staircases. Or to be exact, they couldn't be called flowers. Their petals glowed with blue and white light. Before Han Fei had time to stop him, the curious 9 tails had rushed into the glowing flowers quickly shrank their petals and turned into conical flower buds. Around the flowers there were clumps of seaweed, but it didn't look like normal seaweed. The plants were like long beards covering the ground, like a green carpet. In the seawater, there were colorful little shrimp shuttling around, which seemed to be alarmed by the sudden movement as they danced like fireflies flying in the night. Han Fei felt his heart skip a beat. It was too beautiful. Han Fei pondered for a long time, but couldn't find a word to describe this strange yet beautiful place. La 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 la. The gentle song sounded again, and Han Fei immediately came back from his dream. Han Fei frowned. Why is there such a weird jungle inside the mountain? Han Fei sensed with his spiritual perception and found that there were no other creatures except for beautiful plants and some small shrimp, crabs, and snails. Because of this, Han Fei felt strange. He would rather believe that this was a dangerous place with unknown fierce creatures. In that case, it would be much more harmonious than the peaceful scene in front of him now. Han Fei glanced around. The cave was not too high, probably less than 50 meters high. The trees could only push their limbs to the top, and then they began to grow horizontally. This led to this paradise being covered by plants. Swish, 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 swish. 30 blue sea wandering dragon daggers floated around Han Fei's body. Han Fei didn't believe it would be so harmonious here, and in most cases, under this kind of beauty, there would often be hidden horrors. Han Fei walked into the depths of the jungle step by step, and the cheerful singing gradually turned into a humming with an ethereal voice. Attach. 9 tails attached to him, and 9 chains appeared behind Han Fei. Having the 9-star chains and blue sea wandering dragon daggers guarding him, he was not scared at all. As he walked by, those weird flowers seemed to perceive danger, and they all shrank. Some shrank into flower buds, some into balls, and some straight into the ground. Han Fei sighed. If only Luo Xiaobai were here at this time. Maybe she could communicate with these plants and learn more about this place. However, he couldn't. He could only brave forward. After walking for a moment, Han Fei suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Why did he unconsciously walk forward for so long? The singing voice. When he heard the singing, he seemed to be enchanted and unconsciously went deeper into the jungle. Han Fei looked back and found that the way back had been blocked by the re-blooming plants, and the entrance of the cave could not be seen at all. And he, like an explorer walking alone in the Amazon jungle, came in with hope, but suddenly couldn't find his way back. Stupid camouflage. Suddenly, the blue sea wandering dragon daggers began to spin, and the surrounding area was chopped into a mess in an instant. The flowers were withering, the branches were chopped off, and the small flashing shrimp and crabs fled. La 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 la, la. The humming didn't stop. Han Fei ran quickly in the jungle. After a while, he seemed to have reached the center of the cave. Yes, Han Fei was sure this was the heartland. He saw a red tree, less than 50 meters high, with long branches and sharp palm-like red leaves, which were more gorgeous than maple leaves in autumn. On one of the branches, a red and white fish was looking at him. Han Fei's pupils constricted. This fish was even more beautiful than Little White. To be precise, Little White was more like a pure little girl, while this fish was like an enchanting and charming pretty lady. The commonality between the two was that they both had long tails. On their fins, tails, and dorsal fins there were long whiskers like streamers. Han Fei was sure that this was the most beautiful fish he had ever seen. La 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 la, the sound was made by this red and white fish. A string of data appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Annami Millennium Snapper. Introduction. The fairy in the deep-sea jungle has a charming appearance and deceptive power. It can make thousands of different kinds of beautiful sounds through its scales and has the ability to manipulate spiritual plants. It can absorb the vitality of ordinary spiritual plants, and in areas rich in spiritual plants, it almost has the ability of immortality. It is extremely dangerous. Level 38 Quality. Quality. All quality exotic X contained spiritual energy 20,038 4 points. Eatable effect. Eating it can permanently enhance the body's recovery capacity by several times. Collectible. None absorbable. Wow, Han Fei was quite intrigued after reading it was almost immortal, extremely dangerous, and its ability to permanently enhance the body's recovery capacity by several times. What kind of monster was this? A fairy in the sea? Cackle cackle. The sound of the snapper changed, and there seemed to be a bursting giggle from its body, which made Han Fei's hair stand on end. Gosh, suddenly, Han Fei found that his feet were entangled. The seaweed that had been hiding in fright now crazily entangled his feet. The trees with transparent meridians stretched out their branches. The originally beautiful branches suddenly split into countless filaments. Most terrifyingly, the big red tree where the Millennium Snapper inhabited suddenly shook and red leaves fell all over the sky. But Han Fei couldn't feel the beauty at all, because the falling red leaves turned into countless palm-sized swords, like burning flames that shot straight at Han Fei. Fuck, Little Gold, attach, Bladestorm. Han Fei panicked. Who wouldn't be panicked? The tentacles darted at him from every direction, and millions of small red swords shot at him like flying locusts. He was really scared. While Little Gold attached to him, Han Fei began to spin, breaking the seaweed under his feet, and the blue sea wandering dragon daggers, the blade-sharp wings, and the 9-star chain all spun together, forming a humanoid sword storm. Bam, bam, clank, 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 crack, 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 crack. For a time, various broken voices filled Han Fei's ears. Han Fei seemed to have become a meat grinder, crushing countless spiritual plants, turning them to mulch. The little red sword shattered continuously, and a large number of spiritual plant fragments floated around Han Fei, forming a spiritual plant storm. But Han Fei could perceive that the Millennium Snapper was still looking at him and singing, looking quite confident. La 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 la. Suddenly, Han Fei's face changed drastically. No, the spiritual plants are poisonous. Han Fei frowned. The seawater was filled with a large number of spiritual plant fragments, which exuded a strange mist, causing Han Fei's rotation speed to drop. Nerve paralytic poison? Han Fei immediately swung the 9-star chain straight at the Millennium Snapper. He didn't know if he could block these poisons, although he had eaten a lot of anti-poison spiritual fruits, so what? Facing the unknown toxin, Han Fei couldn't help but panic. Han Fei's body was gradually paralyzed. Now his only way out was to catch the fish before it got him. The chain passed through the ocean of spiritual plants, trying to catch the Millennium Snapper. However, thousands of silk threads of tentacles appeared in front of this fish. After paying a certain price, they held all 9 chains. Those spiritual plants swarmed up, seeming to be trying to devour Han Fei. The blue sea wandering dragon daggers were still spinning under Han Fei's control. However, the spiritual plants had too many tentacles and gradually entangled Han Fei's body. Bam! Han Fei's body suddenly burst with spiritual energy, shattering the spiritual plants, and then the blue sea wandering dragon bow appeared in his hand. Swish! 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 Wherever they went, the spiritual plants turned to powder. The Millennium Snapper seemed to be frightened and began to dodge in a panic. Spiritual energy arrows exploded in front of the big red tree one after another, each taking away large tracts of spiritual plants. Han Fei was not in a hurry now. Since it couldn't run, he wanted to have fun. He repeatedly shot arrows, consuming 1,000 points of spiritual energy each time. In the blink of an eye, this dreamy jungle turned into a battlefield. Bam! Under the arrow strikes, the Millennium Snapper was hit several times. This directly caused it to stop singing and turn around to run. Run? What makes you think you can still run? Will I allow you to run? Chapter 331, Journal of Death. Han Fei bombarded the forest at the bottom of the ocean with his long bow. His attacks were not exactly powerful. By his estimation, each attack cost him about 800 points of spiritual energy, which was something that Han Fei could bear. Han Fei had a high capacity of spiritual energy and a well-tempered body, but for this Millennium Snapper, it only had 2,500 points of spiritual energy in total. It did not seem very good in terms of both defense and speed. Bam, bam, bam. The spiritual plants all exploded and tremendous leaves from the tree were shredded. But to Han Fei's surprise, the branches of the tree were absolutely fine. In the chaos, Han Fei glanced at the tree and checked its data. Onama Big Red Trunk, Introduction. This is a strange wood that is from the ocean forest but has been growing here for unknown reasons. Because of malnutrition, it only has half its previous power. It's capable of sending forth a storm of swords. Its red leaves can unleash tremendous heat. L level 38 A quality. Mutated A spiritual energy. 6,068 points. Effect A inedible. Okade AAA 6x8 Big Redwood A absorbable. Han Fei suddenly remembered that it was the material for the main keel of the boat on the list that the old man gave him. Then Han Fei immediately realized that this big red trunk was a mutated version that was of a worse quality. Would it really be suitable as the main keel? Wait. While it can't serve as the main keel, it can definitely work as the side keel. Han Fei was rather delighted. He had found one of the key materials for the boat even though he hadn't been to the Seaborn Prairie yet. Hiya, Han Fei came back to himself because of the singing. He saw that the Millennium Snapper flapped its fins and raised weird sound waves towards Han Fei. Humph. Break. The fourth move of the War Soul art was activated, and the sound waves were immediately shattered. The Millennium Snapper was blown away by the brunt force and broke a tree into halves. The moment the fish was blown away, the attacks of the plants all came to a stop. Creak, smack, Han Fei dashed to the Millennium Snapper, which was still trying to run and sing, but Han Fei simply took out his water-dividing seal and slapped it over. This time, the fish had no strength to make a sound anymore. Han Fei even saw that some of its intestines were flowing out. Like a demon, Han Fei stood before the Millennium Snapper and declared, "Bend or die, demon purification pot, take it." Seeing that nothing happened, Han Fei slapped the fish again and threw it away. "Collect it. You're still refusing? Would you rather be killed?" Bam, collect. If you want to die, I'll satisfy your wish. Bam, after repeating many times, the previously charming Millennium Snapper had been disfigured into an ironhead fish with broken fins, tail, intestines, and a mouth. At this point, Han Fei had stuck the blue sea wandering dragon dagger in the belly of the fish and shouted, "If you can understand me, this is your last chance. Go in." Han Fei never expected that he would threaten a fish someday. When he ran into the dragon eel, it struggled too, but gave up when it was exhausted. But this Millennium Snapper was rather weird. It was weak and could only control the spiritual plants, but it was unwilling to surrender when it couldn't make a sound anymore. Thankfully, it finally yielded in the end. However, after the Millennium Snapper gave up and was absorbed into the demon purification pot, a shadow was left outside. Han Fei was rather dumbfounded. "Shoot, who are you?" Han Fei thought that he was having an illusion. He saw the fuzzy image of a human being. He could tell that it was a woman with a rather pretty face. "Thank you." A weird voice popped up in Han Fei's head. Han Fei was greatly shocked. "Who are you?" The image did not reply to Han Fei, but simply went on, "Don't eat the fruits, huh? What fruits? Hey, who are you?" Her voice was rather intermittent. "Don't eat the fruits or what? Please make yourself clear. Hey, can you hear me? Is the signal bad over there?" However, the image grew dimmer and dimmer. "Don't eat the fish." Han Fei almost burst into tears. "Wait, sister, are you telling me not to eat the fruits or fish? What's that supposed to mean? And who are you?" But the image got vaguer and vaguer before Han Fei's eyes, until he couldn't hear her voice anymore. The forest fell into silence. Where was she from? How was she related to the Millennium Snapper? Regretfully, nobody could answer Han Fei's question anymore. It was a mystery, but Han Fei remembered the woman's warning not to eat the fruits or fish. Han Fei did not quite understand why. What was wrong with having fish? He had fish every day back when he was in the Thug Academy, but nothing happened. After collecting the Millennium Snapper, Han Fei turned to the tree and chopped it. The moment Han Fei took action, red leaves were already falling. However, a lot of red leaves on the tree had been consumed earlier, and its branches were getting bare. It took Han Fei more than 4 hours to chop the wood. He separated the trunk from the branches and then threw all of them into Forge the Universe, which took up quite some space. Even the root had been dug out by Han Fei. It seemed like a perfect material to make a sculpture and definitely shouldn't be wasted. After it was done, Han Fei felt that his trip was totally worth it. Not only had he collected a Millennium Snapper, but he had also found a side keel for his boat. However, this place hadn't been fully explored yet. While the Millennium Snapper had been gathered, there could be more treasures here. After pressing forward for 1,000 meters, Han Fei was rather scared to see a few tombs. Those tombs had no tombstones or epitaphs. They were just 7 piles of broken stones. Han Fei was slightly surprised. Were they established by the woman he saw just now? 7 tombs meant 7 dead people, but there should be another person who buried them. Han Fei looked around and saw a stone table and a stone chair not far away. Someone seemed to have lived here a long time ago. He was rather surprised. Who would live in the ocean? Did they not need to breathe? He approached the table and found that it was covered in mud. However, there seemed to be a fish skin under the mud. Han Fei wiped the mud and his eyes cramped. It really was a fish skin. However, this fish skin was ragged and mostly lost. Only a few words had been left on it. Half a month ago, the 8 of us entered the seaborne prairie. It's said that the extraordinary spiritual fruits here can change people's spiritual heritage. It's a miracle that I became a dangling fisher with level 1 spiritual heritage, but it's too hard for me to make further progress. However, if I can change my spiritual heritage, everything will be changed. Han Fei was greatly surprised after just reading the first paragraph. How persistent must the man have been to become a dangling fisher with level 1 spiritual heritage? Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that a lot of people in this world didn't succumb to their fate. The man was indeed extraordinary. Han Fei continued reading. The man wrote, "While the seaborne prairie is dangerous, the forest below the prairie is even more so. One of us died before he was able to fight. There were terrifying octopi, black lobsters that were heavily armored, and appalling shellfish, until we ran into the big red trunk." Han Fei's eyes glittered. Big red trunk? Was the big red trunk in this place brought from the seaborne prairie? But then Han Fei realized that this place must be 2,000 kilometers from the seaborne prairie, which would take a whole day even if they were at full speed on a boat. Why did all of them die in this place? Chapter 332, The Seaborne Prairie. Han Fei continued reading the journal. The story continued on the fish skin. Those big red trunks seemed to be under the control of a certain mysterious power. We didn't break in until we ran out of our spiritual energy. Then, we saw the greatest wonder in this world. It was a branch which seemed to have stretched out from the starry sky and covered almost 10,000 square meters. Full moons were dangling from the branch, and goddesses were singing in the shadows of the moon. The branch did not attack us, but offered us its fruits. The rest of the fish skin was too broken to be read. Han Fei could clearly see the holes caused by sharp swords and the burns caused by fire. Then, Han Fei saw familiar words again at the end of the fish skin. "You must not eat the fruits. Those fruits were too delicious and improved my spiritual heritage easily. I felt that I was cleansed, and a strange power melted with me. When I turned around, they tried to kill me. What came next was illegible. Obviously, whoever wrote the journal was beaten up. The fish skin was dyed red by his blood. There was no more content." Han Fei grew wary. In any case, he bore it in his mind that there seemed to be a strange tree in the forest of Big Red Trunk below the seaborne prairie, and that the fruits of the tree were highly alluring but must not be eaten. Han Fei collected the fish skin and searched for more leads, only to find nothing. This doesn't make sense. How can those spiritual plants be flourishing without the support of enough spiritual energy? But after swimming around the place several times, which only had a coverage of 5 square kilometers, Han Fei found nothing but only several holes that connected to the outside world. It seemed that this place was based on nothing. In the end, Han Fei could only regard it as a wonder of nature, like the ever-sprawling corals that seemed to contain all the colors in the world. They were simply there, even though people didn't know why. Han Fei stopped wasting his time now that he didn't find any treasure. Nothing here was valuable except for the Millennium Snapper and the mutated Big Red Trunk. This was not so much a treasure trove as an undersea wonder. Han Fei did not think too much, as there were too many undersea wonders, such as the cliffs at the bottom of the ocean or the coral reefs. 5 days passed. Han Fei finally came to the edge of the seaborne prairie according to the map. He was relieved to see more and more plants in the water. Protruding his fishing hook out of the surface of the ocean and observing for a moment, he quietly ascended. If his guess was correct, somebody must be hunting him on the surface of the ocean. 2 days earlier, he had run into a peak dangling fisher at the bottom of the ocean who charged at him without saying anything. Unintimidated, Han Fei summoned the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and the man immediately fled. Because of that, Han Fei had been hunted for 3 consecutive days. He couldn't have dodged those guys if Little Gold weren't as fast. At this point, Han Fei did not enter the seaborne prairie directly. While the bottom of the seaborne prairie was often explored, this place was famous not because of the bottom, but because of its surface. He thought that it would be a shame if he couldn't appreciate the seaborne prairie. He didn't think that the Sun family could discover him. After all, the seaborne prairie was really huge. On the surface of the ocean, the plants were less dense at the bottom of the ocean, but when Han Fei left the water, more and more seaweed covered the area. The boat ascended to the sky. Han Fei took a deep breath greedily and looked at the ocean that really looked like a prairie. The surface of the ocean was a combination of seaweed and algae that was almost half a meter thick, enough for a human to walk on. But of course, walking there could be as dangerous as walking in a swamp. One would never know what they would step on next. The seaweed puffs were full of barnacles. Above the seaweed, the high reeds rose in clusters everywhere. Han Fei finally knew why this place was dangerous. If a person walked on the seaweed around the reeds, it meant that they would see absolutely nothing except the sky above them. There was no telling if a sea serpent would suddenly jerk from the bottom of the ocean, or if daggers would be darted to them from somewhere nearby. Han Fei realized that the seaborne prairie was terrifying, probably also because the dangling fisher's range of mental perception was not huge. At this point, Han Fei looked at the distance and found that the reeds spread to 100 kilometers away. There were only two ways to enter the seaborne prairie, from the surface and from the bottom. Undoubtedly, certain special creatures must be hiding among the reeds. They might be less dangerous than those in the water, but Han Fei had never been there, so he couldn't really tell. When he briefly stopped in the sky, someone flew a boat dozens of kilometers away. Shoot, really? How can it be so coincidental? Han Fei was about to run, but that boat simply changed its course and flew away. Huh, how scary, damn it, it's just a badge. What exactly is this sea token? Why are the people from the Thousand-Star City trying to catch me in the level 3 fishery? Is it really worth it? Han Fei was relieved knowing that the stranger was not from the Sun family. It was the tradition in the level 3 fishery that most people were unwilling to have any sort of communication with others, unless they were pirates on ghost boats, because they couldn't tell if others were friendly or not. But of course, the rule did not apply to the strongest experts. Eventually, Han Fei decided to land. He thought that since he was merely at the periphery of the seaborne prairie, it couldn't be too dangerous. Besides, he had seen people around here, which meant that there must be plenty of adventurers at the edge of the seaborne prairie. After all, he could only see dozens of kilometers, and the seaborne prairie was much bigger. There must be people in other areas too. When he was 50 meters from the surface, Han Fei began to perceive. He found a turtle hiding among the algae and some common fish that were of no threat to him. So, he collected his boat and landed on the reeds softly. After he landed, he was mired in the algae after only 2 steps. Hey, this road is rather tricky. After that, Han Fei moved agilely and cleared the path with multiple blue sea wandering dragon daggers. The reeds on his way were all cut apart. He had already examined those reeds with his perception, but it was possible that there might be hidden dangers. After several hundred meters, Han Fei suddenly looked down, only to see a few sea stars which had climbed to his legs and were trying to penetrate their tentacles into Han Fei's skin. He unleashed his spiritual energy and shattered the sea stars into pieces. Apart from the sea stars, several creatures that looked like tiny snakes suddenly lunged at Han Fei. They were not really slow, but they were regular creatures after all, and they had been chopped into pieces before they could bite Han Fei. Should I go from the bottom? There does not seem to be any treasures here. After another couple of kilometers, Han Fei frowned. It was obviously unrealistic to travel on the seaborne prairie on foot, as the reeds were even denser than the algae in the water. Han Fei decided to give up. When Han Fei was about to take out his boat, he had a strong sense of crisis and stepped aside subconsciously. At that moment, Han Fei peeped at one side, only to see a flashing tongue that was thin and long like a noodle. Shoo! Hew! Hew! Han Fei was greatly shocked. How could a creature have sneaked up on him when he had been on full alert? He had already slashed out with his blue sea wandering dragon daggers, but he missed his target. A gigantic creature jerked and rolled its tongue at Han Fei again. Han Fei was not exactly scared with his 2 daggers, but the moment he saw the information, he trembled and fell back. Arnamia green arrow, venomous frog, introduction. This is an aggressive frog that lives in the seaborne prairie. They can kill beginner dangling fishers easily. They're good at disguises and live among the algae most of the time. L level 35 quality. Rare E-spiritual energy. 1,6200 points E-effect inedible. X collectible green arrow venom absorbable Han Fei swallowed. A frog that could kill a beginner, dangling fisher easily? He was slightly shocked, knowing that he probably couldn't resist the poison. The anti-poison fruits he had were only helpful when he was a great fishing master, but now that the venom had reached a new level, those fruits probably wouldn't help. Immediately, Han Fei raised his hand and established water shields. Seeing that the green arrow venomous frog quickly disappeared into the reeds, Han Fei darted out 30 blue sea wandering dragon daggers and blocked its retreat. Poochie, the green arrow venomous frog, was killed after it had just jumped into the algae. Its stomach was cut open and 3 daggers were left in its head. After clearing the reeds within 30 meters with the blue sea wandering dragon daggers, Han Fei finally pulled the frog out carefully. When he saw the patterns on the back of the green arrow venomous frog that were identical to the algae, he couldn't have looked more awful. This creature had clearly fooled his senses earlier when he reached out with his perception. What a remarkable disguise, and it's just a rare creature, huh? Is this the poison sac? Chapter 333, Unexpected Encounter in Water. When Han Fei plucked one of the blue sea wandering dragon daggers from the back of the frog, he saw that its edge was green and knew that it had cut the poison sac. Oddly enough, the back of the frog was in different shades, so it was hard to tell it from the algae, but the parts with a deeper color were where the venom was stored. Han Fei had an idea when he saw the venom. Wouldn't it be easy and convenient to deal with strong enemies with venom? Immediately, Han Fei took out several vials and carefully stored the venom of the frog. After some hard work, Han Fei gathered about 50 ounces of venom. Then he sat on his boat and flew out of the seaborne prairie, ready to submerge where the seaweed was less dense. A moment later, Han Fei appeared at the bottom of the sea. He was more or less scared by the dim, creepy plants. Back when he and his teammates explored the deep-sea jungle in the level 2 fishery, Wenren Yu came to their rescue many times. This time, he didn't have any teammates, so he made a plan for himself. He could explore this place, but for no more than 1,000 kilometers. He wouldn't press further until he confirmed that the creatures behind that boundary weren't too dangerous for him. At the bottom of the ocean, Han Fei swam forward silently and steadily. He could see nothing but algae and seaweed that was slightly floating along with the water current. He felt that his blood was freezing after a quick glance. He saw that much of the algae had been nibbled on by spirit-devouring bugs. Those bugs were not horrifying when they were alone, but there were too many of them. Han Fei kept a distance from the algae that were haunted by the spirit-devouring bugs. Although those insects were only level 3, anyone who approached a swarm of them would have no chance to regret it. Thankfully, the algae weren't so dense at the edge of the seaborne prairie, and Han Fei could still avoid the spirit-devouring bugs. After about 20 kilometers, the algae grew intense, and Han Fei saw plenty of ponytail algae, which floated in the water like long snakes. Han Fei would have attacked them if he hadn't seen their roots. But Han Fei was shocked when he entered the jungle of those ponytail algae as they trembled all of a sudden. To Han Fei's shock, creatures that looked like lines extended from the inside of the ponytail algae. Namaga Beauty's Beard Introduction. This is a bloodthirsty parasite that lives inside ponytail algae. They can be 100 meters long and can suck their enemy's blood after entangling with them. They can be used to weave fishing nets. L level 33 quality, rare spiritual energy, 516 points, E effecti collect. Inedible S collectible, vine, absorbable. Han Fei was slightly stunned. Those insects could be weaved into a fishing net? He had never seen such a material before. Fishing nets were not a new concept, but there were no suitable materials for a fishing net in the level 1 or level 2 fisheries. The blood spider silk was too thin to make a net. Han Fei did not expect to see a suitable material in the level 3 fishery. However, Han Fei was in no mood to weave a fishing net now because he had been surrounded by beauty's beards and had to survive first. Han Fei tried to cut the beauty's beards with the blue sea wandering dragon daggers, but then he realized that those insects were smart enough to dodge his attacks. After 2 attacks, Han Fei cut one of them, but when he turned around he was surrounded by hundreds more. 9-tailed mantis shrimp come out and dig holes. Having no choices, Han Fei could only dig down. He had estimated that he would be tied up by the beauty's beards soon considering how slowly he was cutting them. But out of Han Fei's expectation, roots of plants attacked him after he had just dug dozens of meters into the soil with the 9-tailed mantis shrimp. Huh? Are those plants all crazy? Han Fei cut them with the daggers and found that there were no beauty's beards so they could be chopped easily, so he asked the 9-tailed mantis shrimp to continue. Han Fei knew that the soil could be dangerous too, but it would still be much safer than the beauty's beards and the spirit-devouring bugs up above. After Han Fei and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp minced countless roots and killed dozens of mess-swallowing worms and sea serpents, he sensed enormous quakes above his head and asked the 9-tailed mantis shrimp to dig upwards. But before he dug out, he found 3 people lurking inside the mud. Han Fei, Man, the 3 strangers? The mud exploded all of a sudden. The 3 of them attacked Han Fei simultaneously. Great, we didn't expect to meet someone else here, but you're by yourself and you should die. All the 4 of them rushed out of the mud and glared at each other. Han Fei saw that the 3 strangers were using a hook, an axe, and a saber respectively. They were all beginner dangling fishers and in their fusion state. They seemed determined to kill him. Han Fei was lost for words. Hey, let's just talk nicely. Who are you people? Who are we? Hee hee. Stop pretending. You know who we are. Kill him. The guy with a saber charged at Han Fei with enormous waves, and his companions covered him. Han Fei spoke telepathically. Do you really not want to talk? You can talk to the sea god. Die. Bam. Hew. A terrifying power suddenly emerged, and the water-dividing seal knocked out the saber guy easily. The outbreak of the 9-star chains was so unexpected that the hook guy had been tied up before he could react. The axe guy was the poorest. He saw nothing but a gold and red flash before he was blown 100 meters away into the ponytail algae as if he had been hit by a hill. No, help me. Han Fei saw that the man was instantly tied up by the ponytail algae and countless tentacles were trying to crawl into his body. But since they couldn't break his defense, they could only enter his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Han Fei was quite appalled by the scene. Was that the outcome of being caught by the beauty's beards? It seemed rather bloody. The other 2 strangers weren't any better. The saber guy had been smashed into the mud by Han Fei's seal, but he abandoned his teammate and escaped because he had recognized the gold and red flash to be a contractual spiritual beast that had wings. Han Fei didn't give him a chance at all. He had been too heavily wounded after the strike of the water-dividing seal to escape anyway. Han Fei took out the blue sea wandering dragon bow and transformed 1,600 points of spiritual energy into an arrow, which rumbled through the running man. The man couldn't understand to his death how this stranger could be so strong when he was a beginner, dangling fisher too. The battle was not long or impressive. While Han Fei could hardly defeat a peak dangling fisher, he could crush 5 guys of his level very easily. The last of them, handcuffed by the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, was horrified when Han Fei walked to him slowly. Don't kill me, I can tell you everything. Han Fei's lips curled. Is that so? Someone told me that nobody is to be believed in the level 3 fishery. If you want to live, tell me your secrets. The man said in panic. I have secrets. I have. Han Fei's eyes glittered. Oh, tell me about them. You have only one chance, and you'd better seize it. The man looked at Han Fei as if he were a devil. Will you really let go of me? Han Fei said impatiently. If you waste any more of my time, I'll send you to the sea god. The man shivered and said, I know a treasure trove 3,000 kilometers into the seaborne prairie. Han Fei stared at the man without blinking. 3,000 kilometers? He had met a lot of dangers after he just traveled 100 kilometers, and this guy thought he could go 3,000? Han Fei said, I said you only had one chance. You're telling me that the three of you could go 3,000 kilometers into it? You think I'm an idiot? The man shook his head quickly. No, we have a map. Han Fei was refreshed. Give me that. Chapter 334, Hunting. Han Fei was given not a new map, but a well-worn one. The wear and tear on the fish skin suggested that the map was made a long time ago. He asked curiously, where did you get this map? The man hesitated and said, Fur from someone else. Fur from someone else. Han Fei nodded and asked, You attacked me the moment you saw me, and your teamwork was not bad. It couldn't have been your first time. So, are you in the ghost boat business? Yes. The man did not deny it. Battles were anything but unusual for the pirates on ghost boats. If Han Fei hadn't killed two of them so quickly, there would have been a lot of ways for them to turn things around. Han Fei asked in confusion, Then why were you lurking here? Did you know that someone would drop by? The man nodded. Actually, the seaborne prairie is a place where ghost boats are gathered in the level 3 fishery, because it's very easy to hide in this place. Anyone who wants to hunt us down might be killed first here. Han Fei raised his eyebrow. So, there are a lot of pirates in this place? Yes? Han Fei asked. How many are out there exactly? The man thought for a moment, said, There's always a pirate team every 100 kilometers, but they never press too deep into the seaborne prairie, which would be lethal even for us. Han Fei realized that the place was much livelier than he had expected. According to what the man said, Han Fei would be hunted every 100 kilometers if he roamed at the edge of the seaborne prairie. It was only logical. After all, Han Fei was all by himself, and he was perfect prey as a beginner dangling fisher. Han Fei asked, What's the furthest place you've been to? The man replied, 300 kilometers. We lost 2 men that time. Han Fei was rather surprised. 2 beginner dangling fishers were killed after only 300 kilometers? That was a high casualty rate. Han Fei recalled the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and little gold. The man's eyes were cramping. He had never seen a spiritual beast with wings, and he knew that this young man couldn't be anyone ordinary. Those 2 powerful spiritual beasts told him that this young man was a monster. When the man thought in fright that he would probably be killed, Han Fei suddenly said, I said I wouldn't kill you, and I won't. You can go now. Stunned and exhilarated, the man crawled into the mud and escaped. But he was too busy running to see that Han Fei was shaking his head. Han Fei shattered the treasure map into pieces with his spiritual energy because he knew that it was a fake one. He might have been interested to explore it if the map was authentic. Han Fei sneered. You may have a chance of survival to run to other places in the forest, but why are you running outwardly? During these days, Han Fei had been on thin ice himself because he knew that a lot of people must be searching the edge of the seaborne prairie. He never showed up on the surface of the water even when he had to breathe. This man would likely be interrogated when he was caught. He might survive if he hadn't seen little gold, but now that he had seen it, it was barely possible for him to survive. But Han Fei did not consider it a big deal. He dug in the mud and found the sea-swallowing seashell of the man his arrow killed. There wasn't a lot of good stuff in the sea-swallowing seashell, just a boat, a spiritual fruit, 20,000 mid-quality pearls, and 2 low-quality spiritual blades. They were not valuable, but Han Fei did not refuse them, not after his huge losses earlier. Han Fei did not leave immediately. He worked for a long time in a secret corner and established a spirit-gathering array as well as a few ancillary arrays. The moment the spirit-gathering array took shape, spiritual energy was already flowing to this place from all directions. Han Fei nodded in satisfaction. The speed of the spirit-gathering array was almost as good as a dangling fisher cultivating in this place. As he expected, after only several seconds, the ponytail algae stuck out their tongues and the beauties' beards were gathered. Han Fei saw that crabs, snakes, and conchs were revealing themselves from the mud and the plants too. Many spirit-devouring bugs were floating to this place too. Han Fei casually put a tiny bottle here that contained a drop of the venom from the green arrow venomous frog. He sneered and said, Hey, Sun family, this will be my gift for you. At the edge of the seaborne prairie, Zhang Ming escaped crazily and did not stay in the seaborne prairie at all, because he would certainly be killed and robbed when he was spotted by other ghost boats in this place. Ascending in his boat and unleashing his spiritual energy, he was finally relieved when he was hundreds of kilometers away from the seaborne prairie. He swore that he would never get off from a dragon boat after he found one. However, while he was looking forward to the future, 3 boats suddenly emerged from the clouds. A moment later, Zhang Ming almost burst into tears. You're peak dangling fishers, why are you doing the ghost boat business too? Now, Zhang Ming was on his knees on the deck, and one of the strangers asked him coldly, Have you ever seen this young man? The second group of pirates that Han Fei encountered included 5 people. Due to the restriction of the terrain, 3 of them escaped after the battle. At this point, Han Fei was picking up the 2 sea-swallowing seashells and establishing arrays again. Different from earlier, Han Fei established a stealth array and a spirit explosion array, which could heavily wound a peak-dangling fisher if not kill them. Han Fei had dropped the idea to save spiritual energy for arts deduction or to reach new levels. This seaborne prairie was dangerous, and he should preserve his spiritual energy in case he needed it. After 300 kilometers, Han Fei found that a battle once took place here, as indicated by the broken algae and the bodies of the spirit-devouring bugs. It's been 300 kilometers. Han Fei frowned at the red wood before his eyes. Was this the dangerous place that the people he saw referred to? Earlier, the journal he retrieved from the Millennium Snapper stated that there was big red trunk in the seaborne prairie. However, he didn't see any big red trunk but a lot of sea red wood. The sea red wood was almost an excellent material for boats, but it was definitely not the greatest treasure 300 kilometers into the seaborne prairie could offer. However, the traces of logging nearby implied that most people wandered in the seaborne prairie to chop the sea red wood, which was the easiest thing for most adventurers in the level 3 fishery. Han Fei continued his exploration without staying. When he was 500 kilometers in, he saw a black fish swallowing the spirit-devouring bugs on the algae. Name a scavenger introduction. They're the cleaners in the ocean that eat algae, moss, fish, bodies, and almost everything else. It has hard armor and can barely be killed. Its fins can be made into magic weapons. L level 36 quality. Rare E spiritual energy, 1826 points. E effect. It will result in the chaos of spiritual energy when eaten. Os collectible, fins absorbable. Han Fei was rather stunned. It was probably the first fish he had seen to cause negative effects when eaten. At this point, the scavenger had already seen Han Fei. Immediately, its fins were opened up, and its head and tail rose like hard bones, making it look like a hedgehog. Han Fei swam close and planned to observe it more carefully, and it simply crouched in the water without swimming away. Clang, clang, Han Fei tapped it with the blue sea wandering dragon dagger, and a crisp sound echoed in the sea. Interesting. I'll spare you if you can take a full-strength attack from me. Han Fei raised his dagger and slashed it down, gathering his spiritual energy and launching an attack. Poochie, huh? I didn't even break its skin? Han Fei's eyes widened. He found that this creature was different from the scavengers he knew in that it had nothing but skin and bones. More importantly, its skin was half a foot thick. Han Fei could barely tell whether it was skin or flesh. He was lost for words and also shocked because it was the first fish that could resist a full-strength attack from him. Its defense was unbelievable. Huh. Could my indestructible body be like this later? Han Fei shivered. He decided that he might as well kill himself if his body was going to turn into such a wretched look. Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes grew cold. He sensed a vague quake below his feet and dropped his easiness. They're coming faster than I expected, aren't they? Chapter 335, Who's the Prey? Zhang Ming was dead. His eyes were widened before his head. Right in the place where Han Fei just set him free, he was tied up by countless beauties' beards after he broke out of the soil and then was cut into 2 parts by a pair of gigantic pincers. The guys who came with Zhang Ming were all shocked to see that. This place had been enshrouded by the beauties' beards as well as other lurkers. The moment they emerged from the soil, a couple of snakes mauled them. The few peak-dangling fishers attacked simultaneously, mincing the beauties' beards and wiping out the conchs, snakes, and crabs. Humph, it's definitely that boy. Someone said, that guy is a genius. He set up a spirit-gathering array here and attracted a lot of creatures. It seems that he spared that guy intentionally. He knew that we were after him. Another person replied, he's indeed something, or we wouldn't have been deployed to catch him. However, he still underestimated the peak-level dangling fishers. He really thinks that the beauties' beards and those regular creatures could kill us? One of them sneered at the tiny bottle in the spirit-gathering array. The pivot of the array is here. Humph, that little thief can't be far away. He reached his hand for the bottle. In his experience, good stuff was often placed at the pivot of the array to bait other creatures. Wait a moment. Someone had just reminded him when the bottle as well as the spirit-gathering array exploded, turning the whole place into a mess. A huge crater was left on the ground after the explosion, and the 7 people escaped rapidly, covered in dust. Fool, do you really think that the boy is an idiot? How could he have not set up traps? All of them looked awful. It was really embarrassing that they were tricked by a boy when they were peak-level dangling fishers. The guy holding the bottle was about to respond, but his face changed greatly. His hands and his face quickly turned green, with blood of the same color running out. Not good. It's the venom of the green arrow venomous frog. The other 6 people all backed off, their faces changing greatly. Dote, the poison man, was frightened. The skin all over his body had turned green after only 1 minute, and green blood was leaking non-stop. Who took the antidote for the green arrow venomous frog? One of the 6 guys asked with an awful expression. However, his companions all shook their heads. The green arrow venomous frogs lived on the surface of the water. They never thought that the antidote to those frogs would be needed in the water. One of them said, Xuanhuan, protect your heart with your spiritual energy. Hang in there until we come back. Then, the 6 of them looked at each other and swam to the surface of the ocean simultaneously. It was not difficult to find the antidote to the green arrow venomous frogs. If Han Fei had searched the reeds, he would have found certain plain-looking fruits. Though those fruits were unremarkable, they could resolve the venom of the green arrow venomous frogs. Of course, the antidote was only needed because the victim was a peak-level dangling fisher. If he were a beginner dangling fisher, he would have died already several seconds after he was poisoned. After about half an hour, all of them returned, but they all looked very awful, as Sun Chun had already died. He had turned completely green and black. Damn it, they couldn't be angrier. Sun Chun took the blast of the explosion first. Although the explosion did not hurt him, it stimulated the spiritual energy in his body, and plus, with the poison of the green arrow venomous frog, he had been killed as a peak-level dangling fisher. Let's go after him. The boy can't be far away since he lured us to come here. I'm going to find out what a beginner dangling fisher can possibly do. Since the moment of the explosion, Han Fei had established a spirit gathering array and a spirit explosion array. They were not meant to kill anyone. Han Fei knew very well that even 10 explosions might not be enough to kill a peak-level dangling fisher. However, Han Fei needed the spirit gathering array and the spirit explosion array to navigate them and show them that he was here. After setting up the arrays, Han Fei crept into the sea redwood. Starting from this moment, he would play an exciting game with the hunters. Han Fei did not know what was ahead of him, but he was confident of his agility. The beauty's beards and the spirit-devouring bugs were no threat for him at all. Instead of roaming the wood casually, Han Fei sped up. There were a lot of dangers in the wood. Han Fei personally saw that a long insect opened its mouth widely and bit him when he passed by. Having seen it coming, Han Fei smashed it with his seal, breaking both the insect and the tree. Sea spiders were floating among the leaves too. Threads were everywhere when Han Fei passed. He was caught in the spider threads many times and had to cut them with the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. Thanks to his speed, he avoided many dangers before they burst out. After every dozen kilometers, Han Fei would drop a pack of spiritual energy behind him. The water shivered again, and Han Fei smiled. The second spirit explosion array had been detonated, so the third one must be underway. Game on. Several hundred kilometers behind Han Fei, the six-man team looked awful as they suffered another explosion. Damn it. Did that boy think that he could kill us with such minor arrays? I really don't know what's on his mind. Don't be angry. The boy is luring us to go forward. 1,000 kilometers far is a boundary. Let's go there first and see if the boy dares to press further. Someone reminded them, be careful. He is a spirit gatherer, and he must have left a lot of arrays on his way. We'll be in trouble if he creates arrays in the sea red wood. It doesn't matter. It isn't so easy to create arrays in the sea red wood. The creatures there aren't strong but huge in number. He can't create arrays and fight simultaneously, can he? Out of their expectation, that was exactly what Han Fei was doing. At this point, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp, Little Gold, and Little Black were slaughtering the spiders in the sea redwood crazily. Those spiders were rare creatures that had extremely tensile threads, but none of their threads could approach Han Fei. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp, on the other hand, had almost been fully tied up. It could not go stealthy, and its chains were not as sharp as Little Gold's wings. So, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp was quite uncomfortable. Han Fei said, almost there. Don't be hasty. We'll let them be tied up by spider threads. Half an hour later, Han Fei was standing outside of a purple bamboo wood. Different from the bamboo wood in the deep-sea jungle in the level 2 fishery, this one seemed to be a barrier that separated the inner part of the seaborne prairie from the outer part. Han Fei examined the purple bamboo carefully and found a lot of walking sticks that were almost identical to the bamboo. Below his feet, Han Fei found a few insects that looked like earthworms. They were smooth and footless, but they felt as dangerous as the mess-swallowing worms. Even so, Han Fei did not pass the barrier recklessly, because neither the walking sticks nor the weird earthworms were strong, which was weird. At this point, another earthquake came close, and Han Fei was rather surprised. Those people had come to the sea redwood already? Immediately, Han Fei rushed into the purple bamboo wood without caring about anything else. He could always hide and forge the universe when his life was at risk, but his pursuers certainly couldn't. He had decided to lead them to the most dangerous places. Right after Han Fei passed the 1,000-kilometer boundary, the hunters from the Sun family were dumbfounded. They had expected another spirit explosion array, but they were caught in a water dungeon array. Damn it, break it now. Hew. They were truly in a flurry, wondering how the horde of creatures they met every dozens of kilometers were gathered. Here, as long as they were trapped in the water dungeon array for a moment, they would be tied up by spider threads. More importantly, even if they could break free, the tricks that Han Fei played were consuming too much of their spiritual energy. Chapter 336, Snake-Tentacled Shark-Faced Octopus. When there was a forest, there would be insects, whether the forest was above or underwater. Walking sticks were large insects that were best at disguising themselves. Sometimes, when one stared at a twig for a long time and confirmed that it was a twig, it was actually a walking stick. Han Fei regretted it the moment he barged into the bamboo wood, because he found that the walking sticks he perceived were only a tiny proportion of the population. At this point, he was still moving on rapidly, when one of the purple bamboos suddenly moved. Han Fei felt terrible. He had been looking for insects on the bamboo. Little did he anticipate that the bamboo could be insects themselves. Also, there was more than one of them. When Hanfei stopped briefly, he found that at least 5 of the 10 bamboo shoots were walking sticks. Fuck. Hanfei immediately went in half-stealth mode and quickly cut the insect limbs with 2 daggers. Chila, clink clink cit. The limbs were harder than he expected. Hanfei thought that they could be used to build magic weapons. A moment later, Hanfei's face changed. Different from other insects, the walking sticks had pointy hooks at the front end of their limbs, and those hooks weren't shown unless they were attacking. What shocked Hanfei was that the hooks were so penetrative that they could stab into his skin. Thankfully, the walking sticks weren't exotic creatures, or he would have been riddled with holes if all of them poked their hooks in him. Clank 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 clank. Hanfei swam quickly amidst the noise and ignored the minor injuries. It had occurred to him that earthworms with appalling fangs would emerge from the soil if he slowed down. Hanfei had been accidentally bitten when he was dodging the walking sticks, and hundreds of tentacles stretched out from the big worm and intended to tie him up. Hanfei was so scared that he launched a spiritual energy explosion immediately. To his astonishment, the big worm kept biting him when it had been half blown up, and it seemed to be planning to attack further. I'm going to kill you. The big worm was finally cut into pieces by 30 blue sea wandering dragon daggers, but when he was delayed, the tentacles of the walking sticks and other big worms popped up again. Little Gold, attach and retreat. Hanfei cast the divine healing technique on himself and fled. He knew that the water dungeon array couldn't stop the pursuers forever, and he had to find a place more dangerous before they broke free. In the middle of the sea red wood, one of the guys from the Sun family gathered half of his spiritual energy and crumbled the water dungeon array. He launched another attack and cut dozens of spiders apart. Their leader shouted, Sun Chi, you will retreat first. Whatever it takes, inform young Master Sun Mu of what has happened. Sun Chi was the guy who broke the water dungeon array. In order to break the array, Sun Chi had not just consumed half of his total spiritual energy, but also his mental power. He couldn't be back to his peak state soon after the attack. Sun Chi nodded and said, wait for me. Sun Chi turned around and left, and the other 5 didn't look too good. Their leader said, don't let the boy weaken us again. We'll circumvent the next spirit gathering array we see. While the people of the Sun family were stuck in the array, Hanfei finally passed through the bamboo wood, but he had tiny holes all over him and looked like a beehive. Hanfei found himself to be in a spacious place with seaweed and reefs everywhere. Above him were entangled algae, and below his feet were countless shells, mostly broken and in various colors. Not far away, Hanfei saw a huge clam opening and closing, and several black moon sicklefish were swimming quickly amongst the reef. Hanfei was slightly relieved. This place seemed much safer than the bamboo wood. He should be safe as long as he stayed away from the algae. However, when Hanfei was about to press forward, he noticed an enormous eyeball staring at him hundreds of meters away. On a closer look, he found that it was on the head of an enormous dark green snake. Shoot, data popped up in his eyes. Nama snake, tentacled shark, faced octopus introduction. This is a mutated creature that's developed from a combination of multiple eggs. It's appallingly fast and aggressive. It can swallow creatures 10 times its size. It's highly venomous. Level 39 or quality exotic S spiritual energies. 45-68 points E effect inedible. Exect inaudible or decollectible. None absorbable. Shoot. Hanfei was stunned for a moment. He had thought that it was a snake, but it turned out to be an octopus. Another 7 heads suddenly emerged next to the first snake head, which were gruesome. Hanfei had goosebumps all over his body. He could accept a 3-headed snake, or an 8-headed one, but how could this creature have 8 snake heads and a shark head? How did it grow? Hanfei stepped back when the 8 snake heads and the shark one stared at him, knowing that he must have trespassed on the creature's nest. He had sensed spiritual fruits behind the snake-tentacled shark, faced octopus. It was not one of the fruits on trees, but growing among bushes. Those spiritual fruits must be extraordinary since they had such a protector. If it were any other time, Hanfei might have fought this freak and tried to kill it. But this day was different. He had people chasing him. Now, he had to slip away from this creature or it would attack him relentlessly if nobody else distracted it. Hanfei did not intend to enter Forge the Universe here. By his estimation, strong as the creature was, it was only equal to a peak-level dangling fisher at best. If he had more than one hunter, this creature would definitely be killed by them. He didn't think that this creature was as invincible as it seemed. So, if he were to enter Forge the Universe here, when would he get out? Hanfei's plan was to consume the spiritual energy of his pursuers without giving them any time to rest. Then, he would attract a lot of creatures to a dangerous place and let them kill the pursuers. Even if the pursuers weren't killed, it would be very easy for him to finish them off. But it seemed that he had to give up his plan now. For a moment, Hanfei was in a dilemma. Damn it, let's do this. The water surged, and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and Little Gold were released at the same time. The moment the 2 legendary creatures were released, Hanfei saw that the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus retreated its heads. Hanfei said, 9-tailed mantis shrimp, stay there and watch it. Little Gold, too. Don't attack until I ask you to. As he spoke, Hanfei carved the mud with 3 blue sea wandering dragon daggers. This time, Hanfei did not create an array with spiritual energy, but carved it with daggers, which was much more difficult. Also, it was not a spirit-gathering array, but a stealth array. The stealth arrays that Han Fei had deployed earlier could only hinder other people's senses at best and prevent them from seeing things clearly. However, Han Fei had to wager on the stealth array that he wasn't very familiar with, because the octopus would definitely follow him if he were to leave immediately, and the pursuers would be here in no time if he stayed. After a minute, a complicated pattern took shape, but it was not enough. Han Fei filled spiritual energy into the lines, and the stealth array was finally activated. When the stealth array was filled with spiritual energy, the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus moved again. Damn it, don't panic. This is not a spirit-gathering array. Don't be excited. Han Fei hurried to establish a spirit explosion array outside of the stealth array. He had planned to threaten the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus with it, but the creature only got more excited. Han Fei's face immediately changed. Nine-tailed mantis shrimp, little gold, expand to your maximal size. Receiving Han Fei's message, the two contractual spiritual beasts bulged, and a moment later, two monsters 30 meters long appeared. The snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus was briefly stunned. Though it was opening its mouths non-stop as if it was going to challenge them, it didn't move in the end. Different creatures could perceive each other. Even though the exotic creature was of a higher level, it was naturally scared of a legendary creature. Han Fei was slightly relaxed and dug into the mud. He didn't know if the stealth array could trick his pursuers. For his safety, he decided to hide in the soil. He had made up his mind that he would take shelter in Forge the Universe for a couple of times if he was unfortunately exposed. He waited half an hour, and his pursuers were still not coming. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp's tails had almost been extended to the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus's face, and the creature's snake heads had bared their fangs. Hurry up! If you don't come, I'll have to fight this creature first. While Han Fei waited anxiously, he heard bamboo shoots being broken behind him. Immediately, Han Fei buried himself in the soil and recalled the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and little gold. The snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus was stunned. It finally gathered enough courage to fight its enemies, but where had the enemies gone? Chapter 337, Cunning Villain. Broken walking sticks were everywhere in the bamboo wood, and dozens of bamboo shoots were shattered by a cold saber. The 5 people of the Sun family had finally passed through the purple bamboo wood. They saw the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus the moment they came out. At this point, the creature was about to extend its 8 big heads into the stealth array that Han Fei set up when 5 strangers suddenly showed up. It was rather shocked. The 5 people of the Sun family were taken back too. They hurried to stop their charge. 000, the 8 snake heads suddenly roared. The 2 tough monsters had gone, only to be replaced by another 5 monsters that were even stronger, so the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus subconsciously decided to flee. However, the people of the Sun family didn't know that the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus was running. Usually, an octopus would boost itself with its tentacles when it was running. But as it happened, this creature's tentacles were snakes, and when it began to flee, all the snakes were straightened and darted at the people of the Sun family. Watch out, disperse and tame it. After an order, the 5 of them dispersed. One of them raised a bow and shot arrows at it. One of them went straight at the creature's tongues with a long whip. As for the remaining 3 of them, one opened the weapon box and unleashed weapons. One retreated to the rear and injected spiritual energy into his companions, and the last summoned tremendous amounts of algae that rolled towards the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus. Han Fei secretly sighed after seeing that. They were only short a hunter to make a team of all the 5 professions, but even so, they were still very strong. That creature could unlikely resist them unless their spirit gatherer and manipulator were down. Han Fei's first thought was to build hidden weapons, but there was no time for him to craft any and forge the universe now. Who knew when the battle would be over? He had needles, but they were all magic weapons and could barely penetrate through their spiritual energy protective covers. No, the spirit gatherer must die. The snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus was dumbfounded. I'm already fleeing. What more do you want from me? Aren't you taking advantage of me? The strange octopus burst into fury when it was hit by torrents of knives and swords, and its 8 snake heads roared simultaneously. However, before it finished its roar, a sharp arrow was shot into one of its heads and blew up the eyeball. Only half of this head remained. The sole warrior who held the bow said, "It's very sturdy. Surround it and we'll kill it together." At this point, the water was overshadowed by algae. Seeing that it could not escape, the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus finally counterattacked. 000, the 8 sneak heads expanded by multiple times and spurted out green stinky puke. Han Fei, who was hiding in the mud, saw a good chance. Now that the manipulator had blocked everybody's vision with the sea algae, he had a window to take action. Han Fei immediately summoned Little Black and Little White. Han Fei said, "Go bite that spirit gatherer." Seeing that Little Black was out, Han Fei pressed Little White, fearing that he might be exposed. But the guys were too occupied in the battle to notice the noises below the ground. They thought that it was only the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus's roar. The spirit gatherer shouted, "Not good. This monster is venomous. Keep your spiritual energy protective cover on." All of them were greatly shocked and hurried to take shelter when the enormous tongues of the monster bit them. Regretfully, they were all on the same level as the monster. The snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus wouldn't be scared at all to fight any one of them, but now that there were 5 of them, it couldn't defeat them even if it were legendary. However, since it was a time of life and death, the monster could only try its best. It simply stuck out its tongues. In the next moment, 2 waves of air, one freezing and the other scorching, gushed out. Crack. The man with the long whip was frozen together with his weapon. Crack. The ice was broken, and the man hurried to cut the tongue with his long whip. But suddenly, he felt pain on his calf, as if something just bit him. Damn it, something else is around here. Watch it. Yes, Hanfei had asked Little Black to change its target. In this fierce battle, everybody had been maintaining their spiritual energy protective cover, and it was definitely the best choice to attack those whose spiritual energy protective cover was broken. The manipulator asked, "What other things are there here? I've just examined the place. Did you feel something wrong?" The whipped guy frowned. He attacked and looked at his calf, only to see that part of his flesh had been bitten off. However, he did not consider it a big deal and merely thought that someone's weapon accidentally touched him. It escaped his attention that a drop of bright green liquid, enshrouded in a water current, was sent into his body. Hanfei swallowed in delight. One of them was down. Even if the man was not killed, he would be no threat if he lost half of his combat ability. At this point, the scales on the surface of the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus had been crumbled. Immediately, it was riddled with holes by the overwhelming sea algae. In the meantime, the 5 people of the Sun family were attacked too. The armorist slashed his saber, and after a flash, one of the snakeheads was cut off. The place was a complete mess. The place was a complete mess. The strange octopus burst into a fury when the snakehead was cut off, and it darted out its scales, making everybody's face change. One of them shouted, "Shield!" The armorist immediately unleashed multiple shields from the weapon box to block the incoming scales. Hew. At this point, the archer shot another arrow and blew up another one of the snakeheads. The snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus had lost 2.5 heads. The half-head had been broken by the same archer earlier. Hanfei grew impatient. "Monster, work harder. You'll lose all your heads if you don't do anything. You look scary. Why don't you do something scarier?" While Hanfei was complaining, nobody noticed that the snakehead that had been chopped off suddenly bounced and bit through the armorist's spiritual energy protective cover before it bit the man's hand off again. Hanfei was immediately excited. He didn't see that coming at all. Good job. Immediately, drops of venom were delivered into the armorist's body with the water current. Exactly at this moment, the whip guy's face changed. "I've been poisoned." The manipulator asked in shock, "Since when?" Everybody stepped back, only to see that the whip guy's face had turned green. The spirit gatherer roared, "Take the antidote now. This is the green arrow frog venom. That boy is somewhere around here." Hanfei realized that he had been exposed. He was surprised that it only took them 3 seconds to associate him with the poisoning. He was even more surprised to see that the man took out a fruit. He didn't know that there was an antidote. Hanfei couldn't wait anymore. He could not allow the man to take the antidote even if he had to be exposed. "Hoyu, hoyu, hoyu." Shooting 3 arrows, Hanfei revealed himself. Although he had only poisoned 2 people, it shouldn't be a problem for him to resist the remaining soul warrior, the spirit gatherer, and the manipulator. "Not good, little thief. Get out of the way." Hanfei's arrows weren't very powerful. Apart from the arrow of 800 points of spiritual energy that was aimed at the whip guy, the other 2 arrows were fired at the snakeheads. The spiritual fruit that the whip guy was holding was blown up by the unexpected arrow. Hanfei shouted, "If you want to fight, bring it on. I'm going to crush all of you today." However, the spirit gatherer whispered, "Careful. Disperse now." As it turned out, the strange octopus had gone crazy after being shot by another 2 arrows, and it finally opened its shark mouth that had remained closed so far. Ha, na, 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 na. The surging sound waves trembled the water within thousands of meters. Hanfei felt that his brain almost exploded. Soul attack? Hanfei was shocked. Hanfei was shocked. Even more shockingly, a snakehead appeared before Hanfei in the blink of an eye. It was too fast. It was not until this moment that Hanfei recalled that this creature was described to be extremely fast. Hanfei launched the water-dividing seal immediately, but he had been blown into the purple bamboo wood before he turned his head around. The other guys were blown back together with him. To Hanfei's shock, he saw one of the snakeheads biting the archer and waving him around crazily. Then, the man was easily bitten into halves. "Shoot, why didn't you go on a rampage sooner, Octopus? If you had, I wouldn't have needed to reveal myself." Chapter 338, Complete Annihilation. It never occurred to Hanfei that someone would be bitten in half directly. To Hanfei's surprise, he found that the whip guy had taken out another fruit and was sending it to his mouth. Hi-yu, he immediately shot another arrow, but it was too late. Though the man was bleeding because of the poison, he still blocked the attack as a peak-level dangling fisher. Besides, the monstrous octopus seemed to have completely lost interest in him after he was poisoned, and it was attacking the rest of the human beings. Atach! Atach! Hanfei immediately unfurled his wings and, dodging an enormous snakehead, carried a mottled rod on his shoulder. Seeing that Han Fei was going straight at him, the whip guy roared, "Little thief, you can't kill me even if I've been poisoned. Say that again after you take this attack." The iron rod was slashed down and collided with the long whip. Crack, crack, crack. The long whip, which was a spiritual weapon, was broken, and the whip guy vomited green blood, but he evaded Han Fei's attack. Sensing something behind him, Han Fei did not even bother to look back. He simply unleashed 30 blue sea wandering dragon daggers at the enemy. The best time to kill an enemy was when he was sick. Han Fei knew that very well and would certainly not give the man any time to rest. He pressed the water-dividing seal down like a hill and stabbed a blue sea wandering dragon dagger at him. The whip guy was very anxious. Everything was happening so fast that he had no time to cry for help. He widened his eyes and glared at Han Fei. "If you want me to die, just die with me." His broken whip was straightened like a sword and it stabbed into Han Fei's body. Boom! They crashed and fell on a cluster of purple bamboo. A walking stick was about to attack them, but was squashed by them. Han Fei vomited blood as the long whip penetrated through his abdomen, but the whip guy was even poorer. He had been stabbed in the neck by Han Fei, but he stuck the long whip to Han Fei's abdomen towards his death. Ho zao 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 zao! Han Fei sensed a stinky wind without looking back. He hurried to pick up the guy below him and sheltered himself behind the guy, but in the next second, half of the guy's body was gone. Shoot! Ignoring the pain, Han Fei drew out the long whip and cast the divine healing technique on himself. He then flapped his wings and flew towards the armorist. Because everything happened too fast, the armorist hadn't realized that he was poisoned yet. He had just minced one of the snakeheads when Han Fei passed him. He couldn't have looked more awful when he saw Han Fei swimming to him. His 2 companions had died in the past 10 seconds, and it was all this little thief's fault. Han Fei smiled bitterly. There were 4 snakeheads left and 3 guys from the Sun family. He couldn't defeat them yet. Han Fei suddenly disappeared, and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp was detached and started digging. "You want to run?" After only 10 meters deep, Han Fei saw that the enemy's spirit gatherer threw a ball of spiritual energy at him. Shoot! 9-star chain, clang, 9 chains blocked the unexpected snakehead, and Han Fei retreated quickly, glaring at the spirit gatherer. The enormous snakehead bit the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and tore it for quite a while. Failing to bite a tail off, it simply threw the 9-tailed mantis shrimp away. Han Fei's face greatly changed. He sensed that the 9-tailed mantis shrimp had been badly hurt. "You're asking to be killed." Han Fei recalled the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and gathered 3 balls of 1,000-point spiritual energy before he threw them at the 3 enemies. He roared, "Come on. Let's see if your spiritual energy is more than mine." Han Fei shot 3,200 points of spiritual energy at the shark head of the octopus as an arrow, cursing the creature for biting his shrimp. Immediately, tremendous scales tried to block that arrow, but they were all pierced through. The snakeheads were fine, but a huge hole was left on the shark head. The 2000. The chaotic battle went on. All 3 parties were exhausted. The people from the Sun family were all shocked, wondering how much spiritual energy Han Fei had and why he could still throw out 3,000 points so casually at this moment. The spirit gatherer was rendered speechless. He saw that a spiritual fruit was thrown to him and detonated. "Thief," Han Fei responded. "Thief, go to hell." The monstrous octopus was in dire need of spiritual energy. It was very strong, but it couldn't resist so many people. Seeing the outburst of spiritual energy over there, its 4 heads all moved there. "No, Sun Chi, give me a hand." The manipulator of the Sun family was quickly swimming to the sea algae, but he was too late. The 4 snakeheads bit him from multiple directions and tore him into shreds in the blink of an eye. He died the most miserable death. Pucci, Han Fei was feeling great when he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. He tried to swim away, but a saber was slashed on his back when he was 1 meter away. At that moment, Han Fei felt that he was dying. He had been hit hard and sure by the enemy's armorist from his shoulder to his waist. When Han Fei was hit, Little Black, eager to protect him, bit the armorist crazily. "Little Black, come back." Han Fei was lost for words. "That guy is poisoned. Don't you see that he never took an antidote? Why did you bite him?" Han Fei flew back with the counterforce and dissolved all the remaining green arrow frog venom in the water current towards the armorist. On the other side, he grabbed the half-body of the dead archer and searched his sea-swallowing seashell. Thankfully, he had seen the fruit earlier, so he soon found what he wanted. Holding back the agony, he stuffed the fruit into Little Black's mouth. "Remember not to bite until I tell you to." Not far away, the manipulator of the Sun family looked at him in shock. In his eyes, Han Fei inserted an antidote fruit into some empty water. "Wait, something is here, and it's stealthy," but it was too late. The manipulator, after discovering that, was about to break away from the battlefield and escape. However, there was no way that Han Fei could let him run away even at the cost of his own life. He darted out the 9 chains again, cutting through the sea algae and blocking the man. Han Fei unfolded his wings and simply threw 2 spiritual fruits towards the armorist who was taking the antidote. The armorist was already dying. He was already hopeless when he found he was poisoned. There was no telling how much green arrow frog venom Han Fei had filled him with, but he was bleeding after he took 3 antidote fruits. At this point, seeing that Han Fei threw 2 spiritual fruits at him, he simply cursed. Damn it. In the next second, the armorist was surrounded by snakeheads. What about Han Fei? He had raised his bow and gathered his magnificent spiritual energy as an arrow. The muscles, bones, and veins on his right arm were stretched out again. Hugh, activating the sixth arrow of the War Soul art again, Han Fei vomited blood, but he grinned. This battle was definitely worth it. He had annihilated all 5 of the peak-level dangling fishers. Looking at the manipulator who was trying to protect himself with the sea algae, Han Fei sneered. Do you think you can block my tracking arrow with your algae? Boom, tremendous amounts of purple bamboo was raised to the ground. Han Fei recalled Little Black and Little White and stood quietly while the monstrous octopus had the spiritual fruits. 3 seconds later, the monstrous octopus's 4 heads bit Han Fei simultaneously, but Han Fei's lips curled. Goodbye, my weird friend. By the time the 4 heads reached Han Fei had already been gone, leaving the crazy monstrous octopus turning the purple bamboo wood upside down. Han Fei had to thank the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus, which was more ferocious than he expected. Who could have thought that an exotic creature could kill 3 human experts on the same level as itself? Even though Han Fei had also played a part, the biting force and the astonishing speed of the monster were still remarkable. Inside Forge the Universe, Han Fei cast the divine healing technique on himself, now and then went in the spiritual spring. He was quite lucky this time to be helped by the monstrous octopus, or he might have only been able to kill one of the 5 peak-level dangling fishers at the cost of his own life. There was no way that he could have killed all of them. Pooh, Han Fei vomited blood and smiled bitterly at his right arm, which was bloody and deformed. It seems that I have to make a breakthrough. Chapter 339, Troubles of a Breakthrough. It occurred to Han Fei that the body he had been proud of was no longer invulnerable in the level 3 fishery. The peak-level dangling fishers caused wounds on him easily earlier, and just now he had been stabbed twice and almost chopped into 2 parts. Everything indicated that his body had fewer advantages now. Han Fei sensed that the indestructible body art he cultivated had shortcomings that originated from his own body. They seemed to be restricting the power of the indestructible body. But of course, the more important reason was that the enemy was 2 levels above him and had spiritual weapons. It was only logical that he was wounded. Though the War Soul bow was great, Han Fei could only shoot 6 arrows at this point, and his right arm would almost be wasted after that. The explosive power was too much for Han Fei. Han Fei hesitated, as he did not have much spiritual energy left. Now that he did not have an energy source, he could only polish his body with the spiritual energy in his storage. Based on the previous demands for a breakthrough, his spiritual energy would probably be used up after the recovery and the breakthrough. However, Han Fei didn't have a choice. He wondered if more people were after him, and he knew that he would be wounded again if he went out and fought the monstrous octopus. Let's do it. Suddenly, Han Fei gritted his teeth and made the determination. He had only pressed 1,000 kilometers into the seaborne prairie, and he had already run into such a powerful creature as the monstrous octopus. More challenging creatures must be awaiting him on his way to the Big Red Trunk. A day later, Han Fei's body was mostly recovered, but his spiritual energy had mostly run dry too. Han Fei estimated that there were no more than 300,000 points left. Plus the 40,000 points of spiritual energy in his demon purification pot, he only had 40,000 points of spiritual energy in total. Han Fei gritted his teeth. Break. Immediately, Han Fei was enshrouded in a storm of spiritual energy. The spiritual pool below Han Fei's butt was instantly dried without any sign, and the storage inside the demon purification pot was declining at a horrifying speed too. In the meantime, a torrent of spiritual energy flooded inside Han Fei's body, expanding his veins and polishing his flesh and bones. 100,000 points, 200,000 points, 500,000 points. It was not until 1 million points of spiritual energy were consumed that Han Fei finally felt that he was making a breakthrough. Half an hour later, a crack burst out, indicating that Han Fei had risen from a beginner, dangling fisher to an intermediate dangling fisher. After another hour, Han Fei sweated and frowned hard. He had a terrible feeling. He only had 500,000 points of spiritual energy, but his body was still consuming it crazily, showing no sign to stop. 500,000 points, 300,000 points, 100,000 points. Han Fei grew even more anxious. No, although he still had 2 spiritual fruits, they might still not be enough. When the spiritual energy was finally used up, 2 spiritual fruits flew towards Han Fei from Forge the Universe before they imploded and flowed into Han Fei's body as surging spiritual energy. Alas, the 2 spiritual fruits were also consumed after only a second. Damn it, Pooh, Han Fei vomited blood and stopped the physical polishing. The spiritual energy required for this breakthrough was completely beyond his expectation. He had spent almost 5 million points of spiritual energy, but he still hadn't achieved perfection. At this point, Han Fei was starving, and he was much thinner than before. Gritting his teeth, he looked at the data. Owner Han Fei, Levelco 36, Intermediate Dangling Fisher, Spiritual Energy, 04052, Spiritual Heritage Elko, Level 4, High Quality Damaged, Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Yang, Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 15. Weapon Blue Sea Wandering Dragon Daggers, Main Art Water Vein Technique, Volume 3 of Void Fishing, Spirit Level Divine Quality, Han Fei's eyes cramped, and he took a deep breath. His spiritual heritage was damaged. He suddenly remembered that he had almost been killed twice in a row. His body was stabbed multiple times, and several spiritual weapons had consumed him in their self-explosions. Did all those things affect my spiritual heritage? Han Fei's eyes grew cold. He didn't know that so much spiritual energy was consumed because his spiritual heritage was damaged. That wouldn't do. His spiritual heritage wasn't as good as other people's in the first place. Now that it was damaged too, he wouldn't be able to defeat the Sun family's reinforcements if they came. Han Fei suddenly reappeared in the purple bamboo wood, not to look for the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus, but to swim to where the people from the Sun family died. He had taken one of their sea-swallowing seashells, and there should be another 4. He was in dire need of spiritual energy. It was unrealistic to steal the spiritual fruit that the octopus was protecting. After all, it remained to be seen if he could defeat the monster without spiritual energy. No, it was certain that he could not defeat the monster if he didn't summon the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and little gold. Soon, Han Fei found the manipulator's sea-swallowing seashell. He scanned it, only to be lost for words, as there were no spiritual fruits inside. Damn it, you were a peak-level dangling fisher. It's not right that you don't have a single spiritual fruit in your sea-swallowing seashell? Han Fei turned back, only to see a snakehead among the seaweed not far away. Han Fei was rendered speechless. Why was this monster haunting him? Had he gotten its way again? Next to Han Fei, Little Gold and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp both appeared, except that the 9-tailed mantis shrimp seemed lackluster after being bitten by the octopus on the previous day. But when the 2 legendary creatures popped up, the snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus grew vigilant again. It was not stupid. Now that it had lost 4 of its 8 snakeheads, it did not want to fight either. However, this thief was the one who blew an enormous hole on its head. It was certainly not going to forget that. More importantly, the octopus was determined to protect the spiritual fruit that he had been guarding, unwilling to let it go. Han Fei simply ignored that and soon picked up another 2 sea-swallowing seashells. This time, he found 3 spiritual fruits. Delighted, Han Fei searched for the 4th sea-swallowing seashell only to no avail. He examined more carefully and found a calf of the last victim, whose torso must have been eaten. Han Fei immediately looked at the monstrous octopus. It went without saying that the octopus had devoured both the victim and his sea-swallowing seashell. After staring at the octopus for a while, Han Fei suddenly disappeared, which stunned the octopus. Where is he? Why is he gone again? Inside Forge the Universe, Han Fei swallowed 3 spiritual fruits, and spiritual energy flowed again in his body. His slim body was finally more or less restored because of the nutrition of spiritual energy. Han Fei was finally eased after seeing that. Han Fei took a long breath of relief. Seeing that his spiritual energy was restored to 238,242 points, he grew confident again. However, when he looked at his body, he found that his body was still slim due to the lack of spiritual energy. He had to find a way to return to his peak state. He had some spiritual energy now, but he dare not use it. It was all the spiritual energy he had, and it was not enough for him to fix his damaged spiritual heritage. But of course, despite the damages and the slimness, his capabilities had been greatly improved. In terms of physical strength, Han Fei felt that he could heave 10,000 kilograms easily. He grabbed the heavy rod and found it much more convenient. It was no longer so burdensome that he had to carry it on his shoulder. It could serve as a weapon now, except that the rod still felt rather heavy and was not very handy yet. It's good enough that I can use it now. When I return to my peak state, it will definitely be handy. Chapter 340, Subdue the Monster. The monstrous octopus was rather speechless. It had never been more annoyed by a human being. The guy just appeared and disappeared without any pattern. Because of Han Fei, it dare not sleep again. Yes, Han Fei was out again. This time, his target was very clear. He was going to kill the monstrous octopus or subdue it. As for the spiritual fruit, it was already Han Fei's possession. Little Black had already sneaked to it and could steal it if Han Fei distracted the octopus. Han Fei looked at the 4 heads of the octopus that were shivering and looking at himself, knowing that it wouldn't be easy to defeat this one. He wondered if he could afford being bitten by the creature with his current body. Grabbing his rod, Han Fei commanded Little Gold and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, "Let's go and kill it together." When Han Fei suddenly took action, the octopus was stunned at first, before it burst into rage and aimed its remaining 4 snakeheads at Han Fei, roaring. A stink of poison was flowing alongside the waves, but it was much weaker than the green arrow frog venom. Of course, Han Fei wouldn't let it reach him. He protected himself with a spiritual energy protective cover. The snakeheads were extremely fast. 2 of them bit Han Fei relentlessly. "Shoot, are you sure you're overestimating me? You think you can take care of the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and Little Gold with each of your heads?" Han Fei hurried to wave the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. Boosted by the saber manipulation art, the effect of the million knife art was doubled. At this point, the daggers launched at one of the heads like dancing dragons. In the meantime, Han Fei aimed his rod at the other head and dealt a spiritual energy explosion on it. The octopus didn't know how good the rod was, but it knew that the human being was dangerous and that it would win the battle if it killed him. Bam, boom, Han Fei was blown backwards, and half of the snakehead had been squashed by him. Han Fei warmed up his body. His strength had been increased by about 3,000 kilograms, and he was sturdier than before, or he would at least vomit blood after the previous blow. Han Fei stomped and charged again, but after suffering a setback, the octopus refused another head-on clash and simply spurted a cold stream of water at Han Fei. After the blink of an eye, Han Fei had been frozen in ice. Crack. Breaking the ice with his spiritual energy, Han Fei was very cold. He had always been curious how creatures acquired these weird abilities. Did it have ice in its stomach, or was it one of its skills? On the other hand, after being bitten by the octopus last time, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp dare not whip it with its tails anymore. At this point, it picked up its nature as a shrimp and punched the snakehead that was swimming towards it into the mud. Han Fei grinned. If the nine-tailed mantis shrimp hadn't punched, he might have forgotten that it was a mantis shrimp. Maybe the nine-tailed mantis shrimp was no match for the octopus in other aspects, but in terms of punching, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp was much better. After the punch, Han Fei couldn't see the nine-tailed mantis shrimp clearly anymore. He could only see that its feet and its limbs were fluttering quickly. Then, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp swam to the shark head, only to be scared back when the shark head roared. Han Fei's face was bleeding after the soul attack. His soul hardness was not good enough anymore. The soul resistance pearl seemed less effective now. No, it seems that I have to put the cultivation of the god-scaring painting on my agenda now. Han Fei put his rod down and took out the sea-wandering dragon bow before he shot arrows at the shark head. Keep screaming, don't stop! Han Fei shot a dozen arrows that each cost 800 points of spiritual energy. Explosions were bursting out on the octopus's head as if it were being struck by lightning. Haya, Little Gold, folded its wings and simply crashed at the shark head. Boom! Smoke and dust were rising within 100 meters. When Han Fei could see things clearly again, he found an enormous hole in the octopus's head. Little Black returned at this point with a green vine where a scarlet fruit was hanging in its mouth. Han Fei looked at it and felt awful. End name Angry Spirit. Fruit introduction. This is a spiritual fruit that grows where anger and hate gather. It contains a lot of irritating spiritual energy and may likely trigger mutations. Level spiritual quality. Quality I spiritual energy. Phi I spiritual. High spiritual energy to 10,564 points. Note. This must not be eaten, or it may lead to unexpected consequences. Fuck. Han Fei almost vomited blood. The spiritual fruit protected by such a powerful monstrous octopus turned out to be something full of negative effects? Did this octopus become this after having the fruit? Han Fei burst into rage and shot an arrow worth 3,200 points of spiritual energy. You lying son of a bitch? I thought that you were protecting something good, but it's only a garbage spiritual fruit? Boom. The arrow failed to blow up the shark head because one of the snake heads took the attack for it. Bam. The snake head exploded and the octopus furiously launched another soul attack, but Han Fei fired another arrow worth 3,200 points of spiritual energy, determined to kill it. The tentacles that had lost the heads rose together, trying to block Han Fei's arrow, but after an explosion, the octopus's body was full of wounds. Chila, when Han Fei was about to shoot the third arrow, a snake head drifted by before Han Fei's eyes. He turned around only to see that Little Gold had cut a snake head off with its sharp wings. Huh! Good job, Little Gold. The octopus, which only had 2 snake heads left, immediately attempted to run now that it had lost its spiritual fruit and it was about to be killed. Nobody could deny that the octopus was a very smart creature. Han Fei shouted, "Where are you going, Little Black? Bite it." Little Gold cut another snakehead, seeing that only 2 snakeheads were left and one of them had been half squashed by the 9-tailed mantis shrimp. Han Fei was no longer scared and quickly swam to the octopus. Collect the demon. While the octopus looked at it in fright, the demon purification pot flashed and the enormous monster disappeared. Han Fei saw that the 9-tailed mantis shrimp was still punching when the target was suddenly gone. It looked at Han Fei stunned. Han Fei was stunned as well. He had to try many times to collect other creatures, but this one did not put up any resistance at all. Han Fei was lost for words. If he had known that it would be so easy to do so, he would have collected it a long time ago. Han Fei snorted. Humph, did you think that you would be my contractual spiritual beast? You wish. I would never have such a hideous contractual spiritual beast. At this point, there were 4 creatures in Han Fei's demon purification pot, namely an exotic iron-armed lobster, a mysterious mutant devilfish, an exotic millennium snapper, and an exotic snake-tentacled shark-faced octopus. Han Fei realized that, if he collected another exotic creature, he would be able to combine them into a contractual spiritual beast, but he had his doubts. Up until now, nobody had a third contractual spiritual beast. He had never asked about it before. It seemed that he had to later. Han Fei couldn't help but imagine what a splendid scene it would be if he went treasure hunting with a bunch of legendary sea monsters. In that way, would he be able to explore all the dangerous treasure troves without doing anything himself? But on second thought, Han Fei became gloomy again, as he had consumed tremendous amounts of spiritual energy. The battle just now cost Han Fei 30,000 points of spiritual energy, and he only had 28,016 points left, which would be used up after another 2 battles of the previous day's size. Han Fei looked at the angry spirit fruit in his hand sadly. It was really the most helplessly thing to look at a spiritual fruit without being able to enjoy it. Right when Han Fei was about to store the spiritual fruit, Little White suddenly leaned close and bit the spiritual fruit. Hey, Little White, spit it out. You can't eat that, not unless you want to become like the monster just now. However, Little White simply looked at Han Fei innocently and swam to Han Fei's hand that had been moved away. Han Fei was briefly stunned, as Little White was brimming with spiritual energy, and so was Little Black. Those 2 little fish expanded a little bit. Really? You've leveled up? Han Fei was dazed. They leveled up so easily? Han Fei asked quickly. Good girl, do you feel anything wrong? You can really take it? Little White suddenly spewed out a mass of pure spiritual energy. Dumbfounded, Han Fei swallowed the spiritual energy. The storage of the demon purification pot was immediately increased by 8,000 points, and Han Fei's body was filled with spiritual energy. Hiss, puzzled, Han Fei looked at the angry spirit fruit and then at Little White. He suddenly had a speculation. Was it possible that Little White could overcome its negative effects? Chapter 341, Another Unexpected Encounter. Han Fei discovered Little White's new ability. Different from the monstrous octopus, Little White could ignore the irritating energy, and it did not mutate or change at all. Little White finished the angry spirit fruit very quickly. Han Fei observed them for a while and found spiritual energy circulating in them. However, they did not make a breakthrough, and their level was still 26. But the good thing was that the negative influences of the angry spirit fruit were not reflected in Little White. As for Little Black, since it was bad-tempered in the first place, Han Fei definitely did not spot any difference. Bo, 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 bo. A moment later, Little White began to spurt spiritual energy at Han Fei, and Han Fei absorbed 8,000 more points of spiritual energy very soon, the same amount that a regular spiritual fruit could provide. Han Fei pet Little White, feeling lucky that he had a good fish who was very helpful in critical moments. However, Han Fei felt bad that Little Black and Little White weren't growing as fast as the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and Little Gold, both of which were already above level 30. Han Fei sensed that both of them were still essentially kids and had no new skills. Little Black was only more aggressive and had tougher tusks, and Little White still stayed by his side all the time. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder how to enter the Soul Ocean. Was it an accident that he entered the Soul Ocean, or had he triggered certain conditions he wasn't aware of? Of course, he didn't have answers to those questions, so he stopped thinking about it. But he didn't leave in a rush either. He simply established a spirit-gathering array and cultivated in the middle of the array. 300,000 points of spiritual energy was not enough in the dangerous seaborne prairie. He had to garner more spiritual energy. After only a moment of cultivation, walking sticks, red spirit spiders, black moon sicklefish, big earthworms, and all kinds of crabs were already swarming him. Yes, Han Fei had restored to the old trick. Cultivation was only a disguise, and he was going to slaughter the sea creatures to absorb their spiritual energy. When the first walking stick extended its limbs to him, Han Fei gritted his teeth and did not move, but when a black moon sicklefish attacked him, Han Fei took action. After a torrent of blades, the black moon sicklefish was stabbed through before it realized what was going on. But to Han Fei's surprise, the moment he activated the million knife art, all the creatures escaped in herds. He had intended to go on a killing spree, but he caught nothing but a few walking sticks and some inferior fish and crabs. Plus the black moon sicklefish that Little Black bit, he absorbed no more than 20,000 points of spiritual energy in total. Damn it, aren't the creatures in the level 3 fishery too smart? They're already running? Han Fei was rather helpless. Seeing that his plan didn't work out, he could only leave a spirit explosion array on the spot. Little White, can you feel any place with abundant spiritual energy? Han Fei simply ignored the big red trunk. Even if he found the big red trunk at this point, he wouldn't have the spiritual energy or the time to refine it. Little White looked around. It wavered between left and right. Then it changed its mind and hesitated between up and ahead. In the end, it could only look at Han Fei pitifully. Han Fei didn't know what to say. He remembered that spiritual energy was everywhere in the jungle, and that there must be tremendous spiritual fruits and treasures here, except that he had to search for them. Forget it. Let's press forward. Since nobody was chasing him anymore, Han Fei didn't rush as hastily as before or leave spirit explosion arrays on his path. Passing the purple bamboo wood, Han Fei found himself in a world of seaweed and algae. Han Fei saw many bizarre-shaped sea urchins nibbling the seaweed. Since Han Fei wasn't close, those sea urchins did not attack him. The sea algae, on the other hand, were much more annoying. They floated towards Han Fei in clusters and would surround him and release paralyzing toxins if he was slow. But of course, Han Fei didn't give them any chance. In fact, it was a chance for him to absorb the plant's spiritual energy. But for some reason, the speed of his absorption was much lower than when he absorbed the fish and crabs. Han Fei gave up after a few attempts. This seaweed only covered about 200 square kilometers. During his exploration, Han Fei was engaged in a few minor battles where he couldn't be hurt at all. Han Fei talked to Little White now and then, hoping that Little White could find a spiritual fruit, only to be disappointed every time. 1 hour passed. Suddenly, Little White moved and swam to a direction for several hundred meters, before it stopped in hesitation. Han Fei's eyes glittered. He knew that something was out there since Little White moved on its own, and that Little White must have stopped because it might be dangerous. But Han Fei didn't mind. There were too many dangerous creatures in the ocean, such as the monstrous octopus, which would have taken Han Fei tremendous time and spiritual energy if he wanted to kill it. However, not all the sea creatures were like the octopus. Many fish in the ocean were full of treasures. A moment later, Han Fei swam there in excitement, but when a ripple spread out to him quickly, he was slightly surprised that someone was there. An intense battle must be going on up ahead to have caused the ripples. Han Fei immediately entered his half-stealth state and drew nearer the scene. A moment later, Han Fei saw that 3 people were fighting and that they were all wounded. What surprised Han Fei was not the battle of 3 fishers, but that he recognized one of them. Xuanhuan? At this point, Xuanhuan had 2 wounds on her body. Her mouth, her nose, and one of her hands were bleeding. The other 2 were actually twins. Both of them were hunters, and Han Fei could see that they made an excellent team. They seemed to have practiced a 2-person battle technique and had overpowered Xuanhuan. Who's there? Get out! When Han Fei was about to enjoy the drama, he heard 2 voices in his head, not from Xuanhuan but from the other 2 fighters. I knew that the mist stealth grass was absolutely useless. I'd been discovered before I even approached them. Han Fei revealed himself, and he heard Xuanhuan's voice in his head. It's you? Han Fei replied casually. What a coincidence. How many times have we met by chance? Han Fei was thinking whether or not it was a trap, but then he realized that it was unlikely to be one, because Xuanhuan couldn't have known where he was after he left the dragon boat, and he wouldn't have come to the seaborne prairie had it not been for the hunting of the Sun family. Struggling to resist, Xuanhuan said, Han Fei, don't you always want to explore treasure troves? Help me kill them, and I'll take you to a place that nobody has ever visited. As if they figured out that Xuanhuan was talking to Han Fei, the twins couldn't help but speak telepathically too. Brother, this woman has treasures with her. Let's kill her and split them evenly. Han Fei sneered and replied to them, Do you think I'm an idiot? Wouldn't you kill me too after you kill this woman? The 2 brothers said, Rest assured. We can tell that you are an intermediate dangling fisher, brother, and you must be extraordinary to explore the seaborne prairie on your own. We won't give you a hard time. Xuanhuan shouted anxiously, Don't listen to them. They won't spare you if I die. Han Fei looked at them and scratched his head. Actually, I was just passing by. Why don't you each give me 2 spiritual fruits? I'll leave immediately if you do. In the meantime, Han Fei whispered to Xuanhuan, I can save you, but for what? Don't fool me with the treasure trove. Let's talk about something more tangible. I'll help you if you give me 5 spiritual fruits. Xuanhuan gritted her teeth and replied, Han Fei, that's robbery. Han Fei did not reply to Xuanhuan. He took out 2 daggers and spoke to all of them. I'm here in the seaborne prairie for treasures. I'll go if you give me your spiritual fruits, but if you don't, I'll help this woman. With an awful expression, the 2 brothers talked to each other, and one of them threw 2 spiritual fruits to Han Fei. We only have 2 spiritual fruits. Brother, we hope that you can find your treasure soon. Han Fei picked up the 2 spiritual fruits, only to shout angrily, Do you think I'm kidding? Only 2? You think I'm a beggar? He raised his daggers and pointed at the 2 brothers. Give me another 2, or I will kill you. Chapter 342, Bad Boy Han Fei's sudden change of attitude disrupted the twins' attack. Both of them looked awful. Why had this guy burst into fury when he was smiling a moment ago? Xuanhuan was uneasy, but more or less relieved. It seemed that she had hope now. She wasn't sure about Han Fei's personality, except that he was a greedy person. After all, she had never seen anyone else who would hire pirates as their subordinates. The twins said telepathically, Boy, you think that spiritual fruits are just out there for you to pick? How can we have so many spiritual fruits? Han Fei said. You must be lying. When I was on the dragon boat, I could buy dozens of them easily. Why don't you have any? The twins almost vomited blood. That's the dragon boat. Hundreds of thousands of people live on a dragon boat. Of course you can buy spiritual fruits from them. But who would carry spiritual fruits with them? Han Fei realized that it did make sense. He only found 3 spiritual fruits from the sea-swallowing seashells of the guys from the Sun family. It seemed that they were indeed rare. However, Han Fei shook his head and said, Give me spiritual springs if you don't have spiritual fruits. Each of you will give me a spiritual spring worth of 100,000 points, or I will attack you. The twins were of a mind to skin Han Fei. Why did this guy come here at such a critical moment? They could not let go of Xuanhuan, but if she had a helper, it would be hard to tell the consequences. So, one of the twins said aloud, We don't have a lot of spiritual energy either, but we can give you a low-quality spiritual weapon. Han Fei was uninterested and thought to himself, A low-quality spiritual weapon? Why the hell would I want a low-quality spiritual weapon? Is that even usable? But Han Fei smiled and said, Give me the spiritual springs, and I'll go and leave you to your battle. The twins looked at each other and threw a spiritual spring at him. Han Fei enveloped the spiritual spring with water, and the twins were both surprised, knowing that it was a spirit gatherer's skill. Han Fei peeped at the spiritual spring and sniffed. It only contained slightly more than 40,000 points of spiritual energy, not nearly enough for what he needed. The twins looked at Han Fei warily, and Han Fei turned to Xuanhuan and said, What about you? Give me 5 spiritual fruits, and I'll help you kill them. The twins? Yang Ruoyun's face was dark, knowing that this was really a wicked man. The twins shouted angrily, "Brother, what's the meaning of this?" Han Fei glanced at them and said, "Why are you panicked? I'll leave after I get more spiritual fruits." Then, Han Fei spoke to Yang Ruoyun telepathically, "Give them to me. If you give them to me, I'll be justified to help you kill them." Yang Ruoyun rolled her eyes and thought to herself, "Who are you fooling? You're talking about justification in the level 3 fishery?" But Yang Ruoyun didn't say anything and simply threw 3 spiritual fruits to Han Fei. "I only have 3. Han Fei, stop messing around. I really know of a treasure trove." The twins were immediately vigilant. "What's going on? Do those two know each other?" Han Fei grinned and looked at them. "Give me your sea-swallowing seashells, and I won't help her." Han Fei was responded by a saber, which was so fast that it reached Han Fei in the blink of an eye. However, Han Fei grabbed the water-dividing seal and blew the saber away. "Why do you have to resolve a problem with violence instead of money? Can't we settle it peacefully? Can you ever fix a problem by fighting? Not good. Let's retreat." Han Fei smiled casually. Retreat? 9 chains appeared, and Han Fei grasped a long bow. Swish, swish. The 4th move of the War Soul art was activated twice towards those two. Shooting 2 arrows, Han Fei immediately took back the blue sea wandering dragon bow and said telepathically, "What a huge loss. Fighting is really costly, isn't it?" Yang Ruoyun was lost for words. "How much spiritual fruit did you extort just now?" "You took 5 spiritual fruits and a spiritual spring of 40,000 points of spiritual energy, and you're crying for losses?" The twins couldn't be more alarmed. They might be fast, but they were not as fast as the ferocious arrows. The 4th move of the War Soul art failed to hurt the peak-level dangling fishers, but since the twins were only intermediate dangling fishers, the arrows crumbled half of their spiritual energy and almost killed them. Soul Stab. Shadow Kill. Seeing that they had nowhere to run, the twins took reaction at the same time by filling themselves and their daggers with spiritual energy. In the meantime, Han Fei saw 2 purely dark squids emerging from them and extending their tentacles to the arrows that he shot. Bam, bam, the twins were blown away like disconnected kites. Tremendous amounts of seaweed was shattered when they crashed. Yang Ruoyun took the chance to approach one of them. Her contractual spiritual beast extended the scorpion tail and impaled one of them. The other man roared in the water, as if he couldn't bear his brother's death. Seeing that Han Fei was drawing near with his seal, and looking at Yang Ruoyun who was about to kill him, he suddenly grabbed 2 daggers and concentrated all his spiritual energy. In that moment, Han Fei retreated quickly and pulled Yang Ruoyun back with his fishing pole. Boom, the man detonated himself. The chaotic currents flung Han Fei and Yang Ruoyun away. Han Fei rose from the seaweed and patted off the dust on his clothes. "That was quite a ruthless man. He almost got me." Then Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Yang Ruoyun. "Why are you here?" At the same time, Yang Ruoyun turned around and looked at Han Fei too. "Why are you here?" Now that they asked the same question, Han Fei wasn't sure what was going on. "You tell me first." Yang Ruoyun stared at Han Fei and said, "This whole thing is all because of you." "Because of me?" Yang Ruoyun nodded. "Before you escaped from the dragon boat that day, I was going to talk to you. When I saw that strangers searched your room and asked other people about you, I followed them and found that they investigated your guide. So, I knew that you must have pissed off someone important." Han Fei gazed at Yang Ruoyun and asked, "But why did you end up in the Seaborn Prairie?" Yang Ruoyun replied straightforwardly, "I left after I knew that something happened to you, but I was never far away from the dragon boat until I saw you jump from the boat and escape with the guide." Then, Yang Ruoyun looked at Han Fei thoughtfully. "Where's the guide?" Han Fei snorted and said, "Dead." Yang Ruoyun shrugged. "Everybody has their own fate. It was preordained that she met you, but I didn't expect you to survive the hunting of 4 peak-level dangling fishers." Han Fei smiled casually. "Everybody has their own fate. I survived because of luck. I survived because of luck." Yang Ruoyun clearly didn't buy it. Nobody could have survived 4 peak-level dangling fishers with sheer luck. Han Fei didn't explain more. He simply asked, "After that, I swam all the way here. What about you?" Yang Ruoyun said, "My target in the level 3 fishery has always been the Seaborn Prairie, so I came here. As for those two, I made them my enemy on my way, and we fought all the way here." Han Fei didn't ask much further. As Old Bai said before, there were too many fortuitous incidents in this world, and everybody must have been through some. It was pointless to dig into the details. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Isn't the treasure trove you mentioned outside of the Seaborn Prairie?" Yang Ruoyun nodded and said, "It is. However, I never had a chance to go there because of those twins. Since we're already here, let's explore the Seaborn Prairie first. If we can make it out alive, I'll take you there." Han Fei was surprised. "Judging from your tone, you're not certain that you can make it out alive?" Yang Ruoyun looked around and said, "Nobody dares say that they can certainly return from the Seaborn Prairie alive." Giving no comment, Han Fei simply swallowed a spiritual fruit. Nurtured by the abundant spiritual energy, his body conditions were better. Yang Ruoyun said in surprise, "The spiritual energy in the fruit will disperse if you eat it this way." Han Fei pretended that he didn't care. I'm only having the fruit for fun. The dispersion of spiritual energy is not my concern, Yang Royun. Suddenly, Han Fei asked, why do the people here have few spiritual fruits when they're so cheap on the dragon boat? Yang Royun eyed Han Fei as if he were an idiot. Those on the dragon boat are different from those in the ocean. Except for special ones, most spiritual fruits only contain spiritual energy and can help with training. The spiritual energy inside a spiritual fruit can be cultivated by a regular dangling fisher within a month. Han Fei was lost for words. One spiritual fruit for a month? Is that good enough? Chapter 343, SpongeBob? Han Fei felt that they were idiots. If one fruit equaled a month of cultivation in the Blue Sea Town, he would have exchanged the fish dragon's business for spiritual fruit. Yang Royun said angrily, can you absorb all the spiritual energy inside the spiritual fruit? Your utilization rate will be remarkable if you can absorb half of it. Han Fei realized that she was right. He had never considered the problem because not a drop of spiritual energy that entered his mouth ever leaked out. He had preserved all of it. Yang Royun thought for a moment and said, nobody in the ocean replenishes themselves with spiritual fruit because it would be too extravagant to refill their spiritual energy with them. Instead of buying spiritual fruit, they prefer to buy spirit refilling pills, which are more effective and cheaper. So, few people carry a spiritual fruit with them on their trips to the ocean. They would only have it if they found any spiritual fruit during the trip. Enlightened, Han Fei asked again, why are spiritual fruits so cheap on the dragon boat if they're so rare? Yang Ruoyun shook her head. Cheap? A common spiritual fruit costs between 800 to 1,000 mid-quality pearls, and the finest spirit refilling pill only costs several dozen. Most people won't buy spiritual fruits unless they're making a breakthrough. Spiritual fruits are not as cheap as you think, Han Fei thought to himself. What a bunch of idiots. But he didn't ask further. 5 spiritual fruits and 40,000 points of spiritual energy equaled more than 400,000 points of spiritual energy. Plus the 300,000 he had stored earlier, he had 700,000 in total. If it were before, he couldn't have imagined that he could acquire such an amount in a few hours. If he had so much spiritual energy when he got started, he would have grown much stronger. Seeing that he had sufficient spiritual energy for now, Han Fei was not in a rush anymore. He asked Yang Ruyun, you said that you came to the level 3 fishery for the Seaborn Prairie. Do you want to team up with me? Yang Ruyun hesitated. Though Han Fei saved her, he was as much a danger as the Seaborn Prairie itself. Should she go with him when so many experts were hunting him? However, when she looked at the depths of the deep, dark jungle, she couldn't help but sigh. Okay, however, the place I'm going to is more dangerous than rewarding. You may be good, but too many experts have died in the depths of the Seaborn Prairie, including the peak-level dangling fishers. Han Fei asked casually, then why are you going there when you're just an intermediate dangling fisher? Yang Ruyun said solemnly, I have my reasons. Han Fei was surprised. It's more important than your own life? Yang Ruyun nodded. Yes, more important than my life. Han Fei somehow admired the woman. He came here because he was confident, but she was here with nothing but her determination. Judging from the battle between Yang Royun and the twins, she might be stronger than regular intermediate dangling fishers, but she couldn't be stronger than a high-level dangling fisher. She must have an important reason to travel on the Seaborn Prairie on her own. In Han Fei's opinion, what motivated her even at the risk of her life could only be treasure, which he had to fight for. Unlike Xia Xiaoshan and his other teammates who were talented, Han Fei knew that he had to fight for as many treasures to build himself up as possible. Han Fei smiled casually. Then let's go. However, try not to be killed. I'm still hoping to explore the treasure trove you mentioned. Yang Ruyun rolled her eyes. She really wondered why Han Fei was so interested in treasure troves. Well, fine, treasure troves were indeed attractive. Now that they were a team, Han Fei cast the divine healing technique on Yang Ruyun, and they didn't move until half an hour later when Yang Ruyun was mostly recovered. Yang Ruyun asked, which way did you come from? Han Fei said, the purple bamboo wood. It's a beautiful place, except it has too many pests. Yang Ruyun looked at Han Fei in surprise. You came here from the purple bamboo wood? Han Fei was puzzled. You didn't? Yang Ruyun's lips cramped. Of course not. The purple bamboo wood is extremely wide and well known for walking sticks and red spirit spiders in there. Nobody except armorists would enter the Seaborn Prairie from there. Han Fei shrugged. I'm not an armorist. I'm a spirit gatherer. Yang Ruyun rolled her eyes. I'll be damned if I believe this wicked man. She might have been tricked if she hadn't known Han Fei earlier. Yang Ruyun pointed ahead and said, the first 1,000 kilometers into the Seaborn Prairie is more dangerous than the middle part, but it has ensured the peace in the depths of the Seaborn Prairie. The next 500 kilometers after that will be safer, with mostly seaweed and algae. It's also the place suitable for common fish in the Seaborn Prairie. Han Fei asked in surprise. You were here before? Yang Ruyun shook her head. No, but I've studied this place for a long time. As they swam further, Yang Ruyun continued introducing the Seaborn Prairie to Han Fei. After the communication, Han Fei learned that, while this place was named after the reeds on the surface of the ocean, the reeds were much less dangerous than under the water. According to Yang Ruyun, with enough spiritual energy, one could fly across the reeds in the sky, so anyone or anything special had long been discovered and taken care of. While it was less dangerous on the surface of the ocean, most people wouldn't explore the reeds on foot because of the green arrow venomous frogs. Of course, for the people who were interested in poison, the place was interesting and full of collections. But those people weren't common, not because they hated poison, but because they might accidentally get them killed by poison. Few dangling fishers had poison-related arts. Things were different in the water. According to Yang Ruyun, she had been ambushed 3 times in the seaborne prairie. But since she had been fighting with the twins and other people kept a distance from them, she managed to come in. It was said that there would be more ambushes at the 1500-kilometer mark, which was the second barrier of the seaborne prairie. Those ambushers would be even stronger. Like she said, Han Fei did not run into any unusual beasts on his way. After 200 kilometers, Han Fei found that the view around him was changing. The seaweed and algae were reducing, replaced by stones, or rather weird objects in various colors that looked like stones. They were quite creepy. Some were pillars with holes in the center, some were lines like coral, and some were fat and wriggling. Sponges? Yang Ruyun nodded. It seems that we aren't so lucky. We're in the sponge section. Hundreds of kinds of sponges live here. They may seem dead, but there are special sponges in this place. Han Fei was rendered speechless. They're sponges however special they are. Can they jump and hit me? Yang Ruyun turned around and looked at Han Fei. They're even more horrible. Rumor has it that someone in the level 3 fishery ran into special sponges that could suck any living creature and transform them into stones. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Were they still sponges? Was he bad at biology, or was it a miracle of life? Sponges, as living creatures, had no head, tail, torso, limbs, or nerves. They were mostly made of calcium carbonate, silicon carbonate, and various gels. He knew that very well, and now someone told him that certain sponges could petrify people? Were they Medusa? Suddenly, Han Fei paused and said, "Wait a moment." Yang Ruyun, Han Fei, took out his fishing pole and cast the hook. The hook disappeared the moment it was cast out, turning to a water current. Yang Ruyun was slightly surprised at the strange fishing skill. She looked at where Han Fei was aiming and exclaimed, "Yellow blood sea cucumber." Han Fei said, "That's good and rare stuff. It's more expensive than a spiritual fruit. I bought one on the dragon boat, but I've always regretted it. I should have bought more." The yellow blood sea cucumber contains a lot of nutritions but not much spiritual energy. It's mainly for bodybuilding. You do that too? Han Fei didn't reply. He would have been killed a long time ago had it not been for his tough body. He activated Thousand Twining and Flash Hook at the same time, tying up the yellow blood sea cucumber before it realized what was going on. But when Han Fei retreated the hook, a spherical yellow sponge came close in contact with the hook. Han Fei, 1, Chapter 344, Wall of Seaweed. Han Fei had thought that Yang Ruyun was talking nonsense. Petrifying sponges? It didn't make any sense. Han Fei knew that sponges were used as tablecloths and bath balls in the Mediterranean area. How could those things kill people? But Han Fei's face had changed at this point. This was a new species that was as swift as a fish. In his eyes, data popped up. Name a star-chasing sponge introduction. This is a mutated sponge that has a brain thanks to the nurturing of spiritual energy. It will chase prey alongside the unusual water currents and will detonate itself when it runs into an enemy. L level 33 quality. Rare spiritual energy, 1096. Points E effecti, I edible ECE nettable. OS collectible. None unabsorbable. Han Fei shook the fishing pole quickly and got out of the attack range of the star-chasing sponge before he shouted to Yang Ruyun, "Run." Yang Ruyun didn't know what was happening, but seeing that Han Fei was fleeing in panic, she started running too. As it turned out, when they were only 100 meters away, an ear-splitting explosion burst out behind them and blew them away. Before they could swim aside, one star-chasing sponge came to them after another, as if they were attracted by the explosion. Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. What did I do? Nothing more than fishing for a yellow blood sea cucumber. Why should I deserve this? Yang Ruyun's face changed. Not good. "Why are the sponges following us?" Han Fei said helplessly. "They can sense the flow of water. I'm afraid that they'll keep following us until we stop swimming." To be honest, Han Fei had never met such a shameless creature that was like a haunting ghost, except that ghosts wouldn't explode, but those sponges detonated themselves like torpedoes without being attacked whatsoever. Bam, bam, bam. A moment later, Han Fei rushed out of the area of sponges. They couldn't have looked more miserable. Yang Ruyun was bleeding all over her body, her hair unkempt. Her face, her skin, and her clothes were covered by the disgusting yellowish fluids. Han Fei wasn't any better, however. Since his body was sturdier, he wasn't really hurt even though his clothes were ragged. Of course, Han Fei was drenched with yellowish fluids too. It was sticky and couldn't be washed off by seawater. He tried 3 times before he finally shook the fluids off from him with spiritual energy. Yang Ruyun's eyes were burning with fury, and Han Fei smiled in embarrassment and cast the divine healing technique on her. Han Fei said, "Don't blame me. I'm here for treasures. Who could have known that the sponges could be so disgusting?" Yang Ruoyun scolded, "Can you not take risks for petty returns? It's just a yellow blood sea cucumber. Next time you're on a dragon boat, you can buy whatever you want in the market, and you can eat the yellow blood sea cucumber every day." Han Fei raised his head and looked at the sky. Next time he was on a dragon boat, he was probably wanted on all the dragon boats in the level 3 fishery. If his guess was correct, there might be someone from the Sun family on every dragon boat too. Han Fei said, "This is all meant to increase our experience. Now that we've met those wretched sponges, they can do nothing to us next time. This minor setback has improved our odds of survival in the ocean. Just keep telling yourself that." Passing the area of sponges, they came to a place full of seaweed. A lot of sea urchins in different shapes and colors were here. Occasionally, eels would be crawling out of the seaweeds, but they returned to the seaweed upon seeing Han Fei and Yang Ruoyun. Han Fei even saw a green squid that was pretending to be a piece of seaweed. But Han Fei didn't take action this time. He would have picked a regular squid even if he wanted to eat one. This one looked suspicious and might be poisonous. Half an hour later, they came to the 1,500-kilometer border. Han Fei was completely shocked. Blocking Han Fei's way was a curtain of seaweed. It was as though a wall of seaweed had been established before his eyes. It stretched out infinitely on both sides. He looked up only to see that the seaweed seemed to have covered the whole area between the surface and the bottom of the ocean. It was most splendid. On the seaweed, Han Fei saw tremendous amounts of barnacles and sea sunflowers. Well, they weren't the only creatures. There were also green spiders and long worms wriggling on the seaweed, as well as colorful sea urchins. On a closer look, one would discover a lot of amazing creatures, and at distance, the wall looked like a green curtain dotted with colorful stars. Han Fei looked at it in awe. How are we going to get past this? Yang Ruoyun was as shocked as Han Fei was. At this point, she was also gazing at the undersea wonder with curiosity. Yang Ruoyun said, "I thought that the wall of seaweed was just a rumor and that there should be a passage. I didn't know that it would be a dead end." Han Fei almost vomited blood. "So you didn't really know what's out there?" Yang Ruoyun shook her head. "The books I read said that the wall of seaweed in the seaborne prairie could resist fish tides and give birth to all creatures, that it was as high as the sky and as thick as the shell of divine turtles. I always thought that it was an exaggeration." Han Fei swallowed. "That's really a neat description, Yang Ruoyun." The two of them stared at the wall for a while, not knowing what to do. Eventually, Han Fei proposed, "Why don't we swim up?" Yang Ruoyun nodded. They swam straightly to the surface of the ocean for almost 1,000 meters. When the plants on the surface of the ocean were almost dangling on their faces, Han Fei finally admitted that the gap was really flawless. They returned to the bottom of the ocean. Looking at the wall, Han Fei said casually, "If this wall is as high and sturdy as it is described, there is no way that we can break through it by force." Yang Ruoyun agreed with him. "Of course we can't. We need to circumvent it from below." Han Fei knew that it was necessary to go from below too. Though it was ungraceful to dig tunnels, it was still better than crawling through the seaweed. Otherwise, if certain strange poisonous trees popped up among the seaweed, it might not be possible for him to cut through them. Han Fei immediately summoned the 9-tailed mantis shrimp. Kicking the 9-tailed mantis shrimp in the butt, Han Fei declared, "Start digging. Your master needs to get past this." Then, Han Fei looked at Yang Ruoyun and said, "There's no way up here, so we have to go underground." "In that case, are the ambushes you mentioned underground too?" Yang Ruoyun nodded. "If my intelligence is correct, that must be the case." The 9-tailed mantis shrimp dug the tunnel diligently, complaining that its master summoned it for digging and fighting every time. Why was it never summoned because there was a girlfriend for it? Following the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, Han Fei and Yang Ruoyun saw that it dug the soil with its 9 tails and pushed the mud away with its limbs. Yang Ruoyun exclaimed in shock, "Is this contractual spiritual beast of yours really an exotic creature?" Han Fei nodded. "It's not like I can get a legendary one, can I?" Yang Ruoyun was amazed. "It's really good." "I don't know anything that can dig so fast," Han Fei said in amusement. "You're joking. Crabs are great diggers too. If you catch an exotic crab, it can also dig a tunnel quickly. So can a lobster for that matter." Yang Ruoyun was uninterested in that, but she felt lucky that she cooperated with Han Fei. The trip so far had been safe and sound except for the random explosions in the area of sponges. There was no telling how far the 9-tailed mantis shrimp had dug, but a lot of roots emerged in the tunnel and tried to tie up the intruders. Han Fei and Yang Ruoyun were immediately occupied. Both of them cut the roots non-stop with daggers in both hands. Han Fei had been perceiving the environment. When he found that the 9-tailed mantis shrimp was slower and slower, he kicked its butt and said, "Dig down." Yang Ruoyun was lost for words. "Is that how you treat your contractual spiritual beast? I feel sorry for this creature that has met such a master." A moment later, Han Fei grew excited. He had detected several hollow spots nearby. Someone was indeed lurking under the soil. Chapter 345, A Great Graveyard. The tunnel was dim and misty. Barely anything could be seen. Everything had to be perceived through other senses. However, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp had made a lot of noises during the digging, so Han Fei and Yang Ruyun must have been exposed. Han Fei said, "What do we do if anyone ambushes us in this place?" Yang Ruyun replied quickly, "We kill them. Whoever sets up an ambush here can't be weak. We cannot show mercy on them." She stopped and asked, "Have we been ambushed?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes, but only by 2 people. Yang Ruyun's face slightly changed in the target. "Let's change our way," Han Fei asked. "Why?" Yang Ruyun quickly explained. "If it were you, would you dare to set up an ambush with only 1 person here in the seaborne prairie?" Han Fei said. "I think I would." Yang Ruyun, Han Fei suddenly said, "Wait, don't be stupid. If the ambushers are as good as me, they must have a lot of good stuff." Yang Ruyun paused and asked, "What are you getting at?" She had a bad feeling. Han Fei was very strong and not entirely decent, though he was not a villain. At this point, the man must be planning to rob the other people. As he expected, Han Fei said in the next moment, "You keep walking." Yang Ruyun asked, "What about you?" Han Fei said, "Don't worry. I'll catch up with you later." Han Fei dug a tunnel downwards with a ring of blue sea wandering dragon daggers like a drill and disappeared from Yang Ruyun's senses in the blink of an eye. "What a jerk. He's using me as bait." Yang Ruyun gnashed her teeth. "How did I run into such a jerk? Wasn't he here for treasure hunting? Why is he suddenly interested in robbery?" Han Fei didn't know what Yang Ruyun was thinking, but his senses covered everything within 300 meters. He entered the tunnel that the ambushers had dug and was several hundred meters away from them. Han Fei drew a stealth array with his spiritual energy quickly. At this point, Han Fei wished that he were a hunter, in which case he would be able to approach the ambushers without a sound. Han Fei raised the blue sea wandering dragon bow and gathered 600 points of spiritual energy into an arrow. Not far away, 2 peak-level dangling fishers were listening attentively. Suddenly, one of them said, "Do you feel that the spiritual energy here is intensifying?" The other frowned and replied, "Seems so." "Is the spirit gatherer in the team up above gathering spiritual energy?" Phew. Their faces both changed drastically in the middle of their discussion. They turned around at the same time, initiating the spiritual energy protective cover and fusing with their spiritual beasts. Boom. Up above, Yang Ruyun's face changed. She gnashed her teeth and disappeared. What a jerk. Down below, Han Fei's attack succeeded. The 2 peak-level dangling fishers didn't realize it until their life was under threat. At this point, one of them had been blown away and the other had lost one of his daggers. His hand was shivering too. Strength was what mattered most in a head-on clash. The tunnel was not very wide, and Han Fei had blocked it with the water-dividing seal, which defended himself while he launched the attack. Electric soul attack, ultimate shadow stab, tremendous flashing blue electric arcs popped up in the water, and Han Fei trembled under the electric shock. But to their surprise, Han Fei resisted the attack without being defeated. Bam! They were blown away again. The weight of the water-dividing seal, plus Han Fei's enormous force, had crushed them even though they were peak-level dangling fishers. At this point, the blue sea wandering dragon daggers were launched, and Yang Ruyun pressed her daggers at them too. However, the peak-level dangling fishers wouldn't be taken down so easily even though they had been heavily wounded. After a dozen attacks and counterattacks, Yang Ruyun had to retreat when she was cut 3 times. Han Fei spoke to her telepathically. "Why are you here? Those 2 are mine. Don't steal them." Yang Ruyun was infuriated as she was here to help, not to steal. That man was truly ungrateful. She was quite shocked too, as Han Fei seemed to be horrifyingly strong. 2 peak-level dangling fishers had been heavily wounded by him the moment they engaged. How strong must he be? Actually, Han Fei felt no pressure at all. The million knife art under the control of the saber manipulation art was the best of the saber arts for dangling fishers. Those 2 hunters had been cut dozens of times without being able to put up any resistance. Han Fei secretly chuckled. This might have been tricky for him if he hadn't made the breakthrough, but right now he was essentially 1 step away from a peak-level dangling fisher, and he was much stronger than them in terms of comprehensive abilities. If he couldn't defeat them, he would feel sorry for his divine-level arts and techniques as well as his indestructible body. "Bro, let's talk nicely. Don't kill us." The 9-tailed mantis shrimp charged in and tied them up with its chains, waving its limbs threateningly, ready to crumble their heads if they intended to run. Seeing that the mantis shrimp's hammer-like limbs had almost reached their face, both of them looked horrified. With a dagger in each hand, Han Fei stood before them and said, "When you ambush other people, be ready to be ambushed. Submit your sea-swallowing seashells." Those 2 had no choices except to submit them, or he could have taken the sea-swallowing shells all the same after killing them. Immediately, 2 sea-swallowing seashells floated in the water. Han Fei picked them up and frowned, as there was nothing but 1 spiritual fruit inside the 2 sea-swallowing seashells. Those 2 were really poor. Apart from the spiritual fruit, there were a few spiritual weapons, magic weapons, and some materials and mid-quality pearls. What a pauper. "Everyone," Han Fei squinted and said, "I can spare you, but I have my terms. Just tell us. As long as you spare us, we're willing to do anything for you." Han Fei's lips curled. "You will lead the vanguard as we explore the depths of the seaborne prairie." Yang Ruyun looked at Han Fei, surprised that Han Fei was not going to kill the 2 ambushers. Then, she immediately realized that nobody served as scouts better than 2 peak-level dangling fishers in the rest of the journey, which would be even more dangerous. Those 2 were immediately chilled after seeing that. One of them said, "Bro, you really shouldn't press on any further." Han Fei turned cold. "Why not?" One of them said in fright, "We had 4 teammates at the beginning. 1 died at the edge, and 1 died in the deeper parts where terrible gigantic worms live." "Gigantic worms?" Han Fei looked at Yang Ruoyun, and she shook her head. "I've never read or heard that before." Han Fei sneered at them and said, "This is not a discussion. You will go whether you want to or not. If you do, you still have a chance to live. If you don't, I'll kill you here and now." Those 2 paused a moment and accepted the demand. Like Han Fei said, they might live if they went with him, but they would be dead for sure if they refused to. If they passed the nests of worms, it was possible that they could get rid of Han Fei. They secretly communicated with each other and decided to take the risk. In the meantime, Han Fei received Yang Ruoyun's secret message. "Don't believe them, and kill them instantly if they do anything unusual, or there may be great problems." Han Fei grinned and said, "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing." A moment later, led by those 2 people, Han Fei and Yang Ruoyun pressed on in a tunnel that had been dug earlier. About half an hour later, the 2 people up ahead suddenly turned around and said, "It's a dead end here." "We sealed the tunnel after we fled back." Han Fei asked, "Why didn't you go around it?" One of them smiled bitterly. "How could we? Worm nests are everywhere. The only opening is up in the water. But if we go there, the seaweeds that are much denser than reeds would tie us up in no time." Han Fei speculated that those gigantic worms might be creatures similar to the enormous sandworms. If those 2 had escaped, there was no reason why he couldn't. 9-tailed mantis shrimp dig into the worm nests. Seeing that, Yang Ruoyun pulled Han Fei and asked, "Have you lost your mind? You're still digging?" Han Fei shook her hand off and said solemnly, "If all the paths in front of you are dangerous, you will have to choose the least dangerous one of them. Since those 2 escaped, it means that the worm nests are not really perilous." Maybe that's the only way out here. Yang Ruoyun was briefly stunned, feeling that he had a point. But she wondered why Han Fei was risking so much to explore the seaborne prairie. Was it really for treasure hunting? Yang Ruoyun said. "With your capabilities, you could have explored countless other treasure troves in the level 3 fishery." "Why the seaborne prairie?" Han Fei grinned and, remembering the guys from the Sun family, remarked, "Because this place makes a great graveyard." Chapter 346, Dry Leaf Worms. Han Fei was exploring the seaborne prairie not just for the treasures. After all, the trip was somewhat risky even for him. Treasure hunting was only one of his goals. He wondered if he would be chased again if he were to leave the seaborne prairie in a hurry. It would remain to be seen if he could survive 5 peak-level dangling fishers in another place. In the previous 2 battles, he had been heavily wounded. They were really challenging enemies for him. But the seaborne prairie was different in that it was full of unknown dangers, which were protections in disguise for Han Fei. If the Sun family sent more hunters, this complicated environment would be in his favor. Actually, Han Fei's instincts were quite reliable, but he was too ignorant to know what the big families were capable of yet. At this moment, a dozen people were following a young man in the place where Han Fei fought the monstrous octopus. "Young Master Mew, the traces are all gone from here." "I'm afraid they've all died." With his eyes closed and his hands on his back, the young man slowly raised his arm, and a green snake leaped out of his sleeve and scoured the place. The young man said casually, "All of them have perished here. Their flesh has been consumed by the ocean, their bones buried in the mud. Han Fei has already escaped." "Huh?" Everybody behind the young man was shocked. All 5 peak-level dangling fishers were dead. Someone dug where the green snake stopped and soon found broken bones. He yelled, "Sun Chi, did you run into any exotic creatures? These bones are broken and incomplete, as if they were bitten by something." Sun Chi was the person who escaped earlier. He shook his head in confusion. "No, we didn't run into anything, at least not until I left." Useless. But the young man waved his hands and said, "There's no need to argue." The green snake squeezed into the soil and pulled out an enormous skull of a snake. Everybody held their breath as the skull was intimidating and its fangs were still shining. The young man smiled casually. "It's an exotic creature. This must be one of its heads. Interesting. I've long been told of the wall of seaweed in the seaborne prairie. It would be a shame if I don't pay a visit to it now that I'm here." Boom. The tunnel was broken through, and Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing when he saw the long worm pit. After a quick glance, he saw a big fat worm, 30 meters long and almost 5 meters thick, wriggling inside the pit with a yellow trace behind it. In his eyes, data popped up. TN name. Dry leaf worm introduction. This gigantic creature is made of countless dry leaf bugs. It will dismember in a battle into a storm of insects that can absorb the life vitality of creatures. Because the individual insects are too weak, this is not considered an exotic creature. L level 34 quality. Rare E spiritual energy. 1,999 points. E effect inedible E's collectible. None M absorbable. Han Fei was about to jump and run, but he managed to hold himself back. "Huh, it's the dry leaf worm," Yang Ruoyun asked in surprise. "Do you know it?" Han Fei nodded. Of course he knew it. Actually, the dry leaf worm was not famous for themselves, but for the dry leaf worm leaf, which was a spiritual plant that grew in their nests. According to the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants, the dry leaf worm leaf looked like a worm and had the color of dry leaves. It was so lethal that it could kill anyone who touched it within 10 seconds. Han Fei grew vigilant. Although he hadn't seen a dry leaf worm leaf yet, he didn't think he would be immune to it as a mere dangling fisher. Of course, while the dry leaf worm leaf was lethal, it had its own usage. According to the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants, this spiritual plant would turn into a treasure after absorbing enough vitality. Han Fei was rather tempted. It was the most poisonous and precious spiritual plant that he had ever known. However, the dry leaf worms were too disgusting. The big fat worm made of countless smaller insects made Han Fei's blood cold. Xuanhuan asked, what do we do? The two guys up front intended to retreat, but the nine-tailed mantis shrimp stuck and stopped them. Han Fei said, don't intend to flee or I'll simply kill you. One of them said, bro, there's no dealing with those worms. We will meet more nests whichever direction we go. Han Fei asked in surprise, there are a lot of such nests? Yes. So it's impossible to press deeper from underground. Han Fei sneered in disdain. What if we dig downwards? Are there more worm nests down below? Those two guys shook their heads quickly. Don't do that. There are big gathered worms up here, but if you dig deeper, you will find countless individual insects, which will be even trickier and dangerous. Han Fei was rather lost for words as it was not easy to deal with the worms. Things would be easier if they were sandworms, which did not absorb vitality or consist of smaller individual bugs. Not good. The worms are creepy here. Her face changing greatly, Xuanhuan pulled Han Fei back. Xuanhuan said, let's go up and get out of here. Han Fei frowned and asked, it's just clusters of seaweed up there. You dare to go into them? Xuanhuan replied, we have to try. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and nodded, okay, let's go up. The two hunters were reluctant at first, but Han Fei simply stabbed them and said, don't think of running anymore or I'll kill you immediately. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp was digging quickly, followed by the two hunters, and Xuanhuan and Han Fei were at the end. Because Han Fei's arrival had caused a huge ruckus, too many dry leaf worms the size of arms were wriggling towards them. Han Fei shouted, hurry up, dig faster. The tunnel was only 100 meters from the ground, and it only took a minute before the nine-tailed mantis shrimp reached it. Then, Han Fei immediately recalled the nine-tailed mantis shrimp. The two hunters had cursed Han Fei countless times in their heart. The moment they left the soil, they looked at the seaweed and whispered to each other, let's run separately, or we will be killed by him sooner or later. Xuanhuan hurried to say, they're running. Han Fei replied unhurriedly, I know. How can they scout for us if they don't run? Let's just follow one of them. After Han Fei and Xuanhuan were out, they found two holes among the seaweed. Han Fei picked one of them randomly and minced the seaweed crazily with the blue sea wandering dragon daggers, trying to expand the hole. Poochie, when Han Fei only moved 100 meters, something appeared among the seaweed. It was part of a green vine, which came at him like an agile snake. Han Fei had seen it coming and was not anxious. He simply cut the vine apart. From the tunnel behind him, many dry leaf worms flooded out. To Han Fei's surprise, those worms were tied up by the seaweeds the moment they were out. At first, the seaweeds withered and turned into pieces, but after a moment of stalemate, the dry leaf worms were invaded and dismembered by the seaweed. Han Fei was greatly refreshed. I know how to deal with the worms now. While Han Fei was still excited, he found that Xuanhuan was cutting the vines and the seaweeds crazily. She shouted, there are more and more vines and seaweed. We can't go very far. Han Fei looked at the water which had almost been dyed green, and his blue sea wandering dragon daggers were slower and slower. At this point, Han Fei felt that his back was cold and something seemed to be coming from above his head. Water, stirring seal technique. As the enormous seal was summoned, a weird vine that looked like a long serpent smashed the water-dividing seal. Bam! Han Fei looked back, only to see that Xuanhuan had been whipped to the ground and almost been covered by the seaweed. Han Fei did not return immediately. Just now, it was Xuanhuan who proposed to dig a tunnel out when there was another option, which was to retreat. Xuanhuan chose to take risks instead of retreating, which was unusual. Was this woman reckless, or did she know something that she never spoke out? Was that why she wanted to dig out? Pretending that he was busy dealing with the weird vine, Han Fei ignored Xuanhuan. 3 seconds later, Han Fei, do you want to go to your treasure trove or not? Come help me. Actually, Xuanhuan's status was under his perception. Having been bound by dozens of bundles of seaweed, she could barely move and had to ask for Han Fei's help. Damn it. Seeing that she didn't betray herself, Han Fei returned and launched a torrent of blue sea wandering dragon daggers at the seaweed. Pooh, 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 the seaweeds and the vines were cut apart. Han Fei landed before Xuanhuan and raised his head at the hundreds of green vines that were surging at them. Han Fei said with an awful expression, there's a huge tree up above. Those vines are just its branches. We have to go back. Chapter 347, Worm Eats Grass, Grass Eats Worm. Han Fei didn't feel very good. These little vines were cut too easily. This made no sense. Were the vines in the seagrass wall so weak? Would he become a decoration? Could it be to trap him? Han Fei summoned 9 tails and kicked him. Dig through the bottom. Han Fei turned to look at Xuanhuan. You're not so weak, are you? I think the vines are just a piece of cake for you, right? Xuanhuan said angrily. A piece of cake? Can't you see how many spiritual weapons you have and how many I have? Why don't you try not using those spiritual weapons? Han Fei smiled. Forget it, let's continue to go down on the ground. I feel a bit strange. Those two guys should have made some noise when they ran away, but there was no sound at all. Did they really run away? In fact, things like seaweed could never be cut out. In the seagrass city-like wall, there were more than hundreds of millions of seagrasses. This couldn't be dealt with by manpower at all. Nine Tails dug hard, and in a short time, 3 or 5 holes were drilled down. Han Fei instructed, continue to dig. Yang Ru-yun asked, aren't we going down? Han Fei smiled disdainfully and said, those worms are afraid of grass. I'd like to see whether the worms or seaweed are stronger. While Han Fei was cutting down the vines and waiting for Nine Tails to dig deeper holes, a figure suddenly appeared 100 meters away, which was one of the two who ran out just now. However, before he spoke, he broke into a cold sweat. That bastard now only had the upper half of his body left. As for the lower half of the body, it had long since disappeared, replaced by a body made up of vines. Han Fei muttered, fuck, Yang Ro-yun was terrified. Run, human, your strength has been recognized by me, and I will not give you a hard time. Oh, who is speaking? Han Fei was horrified. He pulled Yang Ro-yun up and fled into the hole. Yang Ro-yun stopped him. Wait, someone is speaking, Han Fei said impatiently. Are you stupid? Didn't you hear it called you human just now? There is an alien creature in this seaweed wall. Han Fei's heart was pounding. That thing made people into ornaments, which it even showed to him. He couldn't be a kind demon. Han Fei had 9 tails attached to him directly. He hit the ground with the 9-star chain and at the same time threw 5 or 6 masses of spiritual energy into those holes. Bam, bam, bam. Spiritual energy exploded and dust was flying. It became muddy all around. Feeling the countless vines rushing up behind him, Han Fei sighed. Boom. The giant worm was furious, turned its head up to Han Fei and roared. As soon as it opened its mouth, swarms of small dry leaf worms spewed forth like waves. Han Fei's face was black. The 9-star chain kept stabbing into the worm nest and he hurriedly moved away. However, large patches of seaweed and vines also penetrated through the hole, covering a small half of the worm nest in almost a moment. Han Fei's eyes almost popped out. Damn, why are these seaweeds so fierce? Human, I won't hurt you. I just want to have a chat with you. Chat my ass. If you really want to chat, get rid of this dry leaf worm to show your sincerity. Well, this is not too difficult. Han Fei was ready to dig a hole to escape. However, at this time, a large number of vines and seaweeds gathered up, rushing directly to the giant dry leaf worm and sweeping it away. Han Fei felt his blood freeze. What kind of demon is this? Did it really get rid of the worm? Almost in the blink of an eye, all the seaweed and vines that came in from the outside withered, but the next moment, endless seaweeds and vines were still pouring in. Han Fei said to Yang Ru-yen through a voice transmission, this thing is by no means good in nature. Tell me how we can escape. Come on, Yang Ru-yen hesitated. I really don't know, Han Fei sneered. Liar, if you really don't know, how do you dare to run into the depths of the seagrass land? When you saw this monster, you didn't say a word. Did you really not know of its existence? You know what? If this dry leaf worm can't resist this monster, I'll run by myself. I can still find other dangerous places. But you won't be able to get my help again. With that, Han Fei let go of Yang Ro-yun and joined 9 Tails to dig holes. After a while, a large number of dry leaf worms burst with excessive life energy and turned into sticky liquid. Within half an hour, the huge dry leaf worm had shrunk by nearly half its size. The weird voice still echoed in Han Fei's ear. Human, I have no intention of hurting you. Then go away and don't get in the way. Human, I need something. Can you find it for me? Han Fei responded. Just tell me what it is. If I can, I will find it for you. But if I can't, don't bother me. Then, the sound suddenly disappeared. However, there were quite a few vines and seaweeds pouring towards Han Fei and Yang Ru-yun respectively. Han Fei shouted angrily via voice transmission. Yang Ru-yun. Yang Ru-yun glanced at Han Fei lightly, stretched out her hand, and 2 flash stones flew towards Han Fei. As he expected, this woman was already ready. 1 flashstone could take a person dozens of miles away. This woman gave him 2 so easily. There must be more in her. Han Fei said, it's not enough. Give me a few more. Yang Ro-yun took a deep look at Han Fei. Sorry, I only have a limited number of flashstones. Thank you for helping me get here. It has exceeded my own expectations. Good luck, Then Yang Ro-yun suddenly disappeared from his eyes. Fuck you, Yang Ro-yun. Next time I see you, I'll kill you. Han Fei was speechless. He knew Yang Ro-yun was not trustworthy, but he thought everything was under his control. Yang Ro-yun borrowed his strength, and he borrowed Yang Ro-yun's knowledge of this place. They were actually mutually benefited. However, in the end, it was he who was fooled. Han Fei wondered if his head was hit by an iron-headed fish. However, this time it was just a coincidence, and he asked to follow her. He got himself into this trouble. Where is that girl? Han Fei said with a dark face. You, hey, what should I call you? Did the dry leaf worms offend you? Why do you have to kill them all? Han Fei's eyelids twitched when he saw that only 1/3 of the dry leaf worms were left. Oh, I occasionally need to release life energy. These worms are strong and can just satisfy me. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. No, so are you seaweed or vines? I am me. I don't have a name. I can feel a familiar breath in you, so I ask you for help. Then Han Fei saw two vines sticking out, on which two people hung, who were those two cannon fodder hunters. At this moment, they were both dead and a lot of seaweed grew out of their bodies. This scene made Han Fei's hair stand on end. What do you mean? They are not dead. Han Fei's eyes widened. Half their bodies are gone, and you tell me they are not dead. However, the next moment, Han Fei saw the two men open their eyes at the same time. Two strong life energies radiated from the bodies of these two people. Help! Help me! Kill me! Kill me! Kill me! Han Fei swallowed. They didn't speak clearly because they also had seaweed in their mouths. However, Han Fei could feel that they were supported by powerful life energy, but it was better to die than to live like this. Swish, swish, blue sea. Wandering dragon daggers shot through the skulls of the two people, and Han Fei helped them get free. Even if they were disposable to him, they didn't deserve to be tortured like this. Han Fei gritted his teeth. What the hell do you want? If you want to ask for help, stand up right in front of me. While talking, Han Fei held the flash stones in his hand. If anything happened, he was going to escape with the help of the stones first, and then hide and forge the universe. Then, no matter how powerful this monster was, it wouldn't be able to find him, at this moment. The dry leaf worm had basically been wiped out. A worm nest had turned countless seaweeds and vines into ashes, but it was still not enough. Han Fei overestimated the dry leaf worm and underestimated the monster in the seaweed wall. At this moment, just below the place where the worms originally converged, a finger-long worm was floating. Han Fei was slightly surprised. Dry leaf worm? Leaf? A string of data appeared in his eyes. Namia, dry leaf worm, leaf introduction. Grows in the nest of dry leaf worms. It is extremely poisonous in the first 9 years. Any dangling fisher who touches it will die in 5 minutes and hanging fishers in 3 years. 9 years later, it turns from poison into medicine and absorbs vitality from the outside world. After another 9 years, it ripens into a spiritual fruit that contains a lot of energy. Level spiritual level. Quality ultra quality contained spiritual energy. Ultra 8 sees 2 points. O effect 8 sees 2 points. O effect, eating the right fruit can greatly enhance one's physique. Current state. The 7th Yay, Chapter 348, Foxy Seaweed Monster. Han Fei felt the scene at this moment was very weird. This seaweed monster really didn't care about vitality. A large amount of seaweed and vines directly enveloped the dry leaf worm grass. Thousands of vines turned from green to yellow, and a large area of seaweed withered instantly. That voice rang again casually. This thing is interesting. It's so small but can absorb a huge amount of vitality. However, it's a pity that it's full after only absorbing for a short while. Han Fei, In Han Fei's eyes, the dry leaf worm grass was maturing rapidly. In just a moment, it became a supertonic. Gulp, Han Fei asked carefully. Well, is your vitality endless? Han Fei didn't panic anymore. He couldn't figure it out at all. What did this thing mean? Why did it harm itself in front of him? Is it trying to impress me through self-harm? If this was the case, then this seaweed monster had succeeded. Han Fei was indeed shocked. A vine wrapped the dry leaf worm grass and sent it to Han Fei. This thing is of no use to me, but to humans it seems to be an extremely rare treasure. This was certainly a supertonic. Although it didn't contain much spiritual energy, it contained a lot of pure energy and a lot of vitality. If practicing the indestructible body art with it, he would yield twice the results with half the effort. Do you need it? Han Fei suddenly came back to his senses, suppressing his desire to take it. Han Fei nodded. Okay, just tell me what you want. Don't talk nonsense that you smell a familiar breath on me. I won't believe it. Just tell me your purpose. However, the figure said very seriously, No, I do smell a familiar breath on you. A few years ago, a creature ran past here and I failed to stop it. Yes, you seem to have the same smell. Huh? Han Fei was puzzled. A few years ago? At that time, let alone the level 3 fishery, I was still in the ordinary fishery. The voice seemed a little confused. I don't know. However, I can be sure that you have the same smell. Whatever, you can't attack me. If you dare to do it, I will smash the flash stones and run away. Now tell me what you want me to do for you. I will think about it. Han Fei pondered. This monster is so strong that it doesn't have to cheat me. What's the point for it to kill me since it is so powerful and intelligent? Help me grab a fruit. Huh! Han Fei was stunned and blurted out, You are so powerful. It is not a problem for you to grab a piece of fruit, the voice said. I can't leave this seagrass water area and the fruit is thousands of miles away. Was this guy talking about the center of the sea grassland? Han Fei shivered. I haven't reached the central area yet and I've already met a strong master like you. In the central area, will there be other powerful creatures? If so, how can I resist them? No, you are very special. Just like the creature I saw last time, although you can't beat me, I seem unable to kill you. You should be able to avoid my pursuit, right? Han Fei was silent for a while. Who is this bastard talking about? Who do I know in the level 3 fishery? Is it Ren Tianfei? No, Ren Tianfei is an old monster who lived hundreds of years ago. He certainly wouldn't bother to come to the level 3 fishery. This seaweed monster should not be able to stop him. But if it's not Ren Tianfei, who is it? My dad? Could it be old Jiang? Sister Qin? Damn, is it Tongay? Immediately, Han Fei shook his head. It can't be Tongay. Years ago? No matter how fast Tongay's strength grew, he couldn't have become a dangling fisher a few years ago. Forget it. Han Fei did not continue to guess. As the seaweed monster said, he wasn't quite afraid of it. Especially now he also had flash stones. Hanfei held his head high and said, "Okay, I'll try to pick it for you. However, just one dry leaf worm grass is not enough. 10 pieces. Wow, Hanfei swallowed. This seaweed monster is really awesome. 10 pieces of dry leaf worm grass? Gosh. Although Hanfei had not taken this dry leaf worm grass, he knew the energy contained in it couldn't be underestimated. Just think about the huge amount of life energy the seaweed monster had. However, Hanfei did not immediately agree. The greater the temptation, the greater the price he might have to pay. Hanfei asked, "What does the fruit you're looking for look like? Do you know what it is called?" The seagrass monster said leisurely, "I don't know, but that kind of fruit is as red as blood, occasionally turning into a red fish." Poof, Hanfei was dumbfounded. "Is it a fruit demon? Turning into a fish? Are you kidding me?" The seaweed monster said lightly. "You can have a try. It's okay. Whether you can get it or not, this grass is yours." With that, the vine put down the worm grass. Hanfei reached out and took it. Of course, he wanted it. Then, a cunning gleam flickered through Hanfei's eyes. "Hey, promise me 2 more conditions." "Yes," Hanfei said. "I need a spiritual spring. The more, the better. Since you are so strong, you must have noticed that I can absorb a lot of spiritual energy." The seaweed monster thought for a while and said, "I have a lot of spiritual energy, but I won't give it to you. After you get the spiritual fruit, I can give you 1,000,000 points of spiritual energy." When Hanfei said, "You see, I wasted tens of thousands of points just to avoid you just now." However, the seaweed monster said leisurely, "The spiritual energy you just consumed does not exceed 10,000 points in total." Hanfei, the seaweed monster continued, "I can give you 100,000 points of spiritual energy. Sometimes it's not a good thing to have too much spiritual energy. Bring me the fruit, and you'll get even more than you want." Hanfei's eyes almost narrowed into a line. This bastard is really cunning. It is afraid that if I'm given too much spiritual energy, I'll run away. But 100,000 points of spiritual energy is too little. Only the amount of spiritual energy in a single spiritual fruit. It might not even be enough for me to run away if I need to. Seeing that he could not talk the spiritual energy out of the seaweed monster, Hanfei said, "If I've guessed right, in the next few days, there may be many peak-level dangling fishers passing by the seaweed wall. Can you help me kill them? I can help you block them, but whether I can kill them depends on their strength." Hanfei frowned. This seaweed monster's answer is ambiguous, and it literally promises me nothing. I can't manage it. However, Hanfei made no further requests. He grabbed the dry leaf worm grass and stuffed it directly into Forge the Universe. He would just leave this damn place first. What this seaweed monster wanted so badly couldn't be a common thing. Maybe, when he got the fruit, he could just keep it. Hanfei nodded. "Okay, I agree to help you find the fruit. Let me go now." The seaweed monster said, "You can come up, I won't stop you." Hanfei pondered. If he went out, he could still escape if the monster attacked him. After all, he had flash stones in his hand. Besides, he could still enter Forge the Universe. When the seaweed receded, Hanfei got out of the cave. After coming out, the seaweed did make way for him and no longer stopped him. Those vines also disappeared. Hanfei looked around. "Hi, who are you?" "What do you look like? Why don't you come out? We will meet one day." Humph! Hanfei remained vigilant and walked unhurriedly. He did not dare to use combat skills to speed up, in case this seaweed monster played any tricks on him. About 2 hours later, when Hanfei was about to walk out of this seagrass forest, his face lightened up. "I'm finally getting out of here." However, when Hanfei was walking carefully, he suddenly felt pain in his feet. Hanfei suddenly used combat skills to break through the last seaweed blockade. Looking down, he found a circle of green seaweed on his ankle. Damn, Hanfei was angry. I was so fucking careful, but who would have expected that I was tricked at the last moment? Hanfei was furious. "Asshole, what did you do to me?" The seaweed monster still said leisurely, "This is my soul lock, which represents the contract between you and me. Get me the spirit fruit and I will remove it." Hanfei was furious. "I was fucking tricked again. How I want to have Ninetails kill it. Spiritual energy, give it to me." Hanfei gnashed his teeth. When a mass of spirit spring flew towards Hanfei, he took it and left without looking back, and the seaweed monster's leisure voice rang again. "Don't try to erase this soul lock. Otherwise, it will self-destruct." Hanfei narrowed his eyes and said without turning his head, "Remember to kill those peak-level dangling fishers for me." Chapter 349, Color Crystal Mussel. And Lotus Fish. Hanfei didn't look back, because he was afraid that he would go crazy, rush in, and hack that monster to death. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even see the shadow of that bastard, but had to take all its demands, which made him feel really unsettled. Passing through the Seaweed City wall, there were many types of common seaweed for hundreds of kilometers. Hanfei saw that he was far away from the Seaweed City wall, so he sat on the ground and checked his feet. Namao Soul Lock Introduction. A special talent of very few creatures. Such creatures compress and refine a large amount of vitality, spiritual power, and spiritual energy to make a soul lock. Once a soul lock forms, it is telepathic to its maker. It is often used to control other creatures and explode when necessary. Level Advanced 8C contained spiritual energy, 18862 points, 8C 62 points. When he saw this data, Hanfei's face immediately turned green. He certainly couldn't let this damn thing blow up. More than 80,000 points of spiritual energy. Even a spiritual weapon could be turned to dust. However, when Han Fei saw the word absorbable, he grinned. That's great. His dear demon purification pot was always so awesome. Undoubtedly, Han Fei would certainly not cooperate with the grass he hadn't even seen at the risk of his own life. Hee hee, angry, wanna kill? That's exactly what I want. Absorb it. The spiritual energy in the soul lock was gradually decreasing. After absorbing less than 1,000 points, Han Fei suddenly saw the soul lock glow slightly. Han Fei was startled. That monster was telepathic to this soul lock. He forgot about that. Swish, huh? In the seaweed city wall, a huge ball of seaweed suddenly shook. Where is my soul lock? It had just noticed something unusual, but in a blink of an eye, it lost contact with the lock. Han Fei didn't know what the reaction of that grass was at this moment, but it must have been mad. But he didn't care. As long as he entered Forge the Universe, nobody could sense it. Absorb. After a while, Han Fei looked at the soul lock, exhausted of spiritual energy, and chuckled. Humph, do you think you can trick me? When I get a chance, I'll definitely make you pay a price. The soul lock without spiritual energy was easily torn off by Han Fei. Then, he cut it into 17 or 18 segments. Coming out of Forge the Universe, Han Fei was all smiles. His reserve of spiritual energy had almost reached 1,000,000 points again. To be precise, it was a bit more than 980,000 points, but it could round up to 1,000,000. As for the 10 pieces of worm grass that the grass monster mentioned, Han Fei didn't care about it. He couldn't imagine who would be so stupid as to spend such a huge amount of vitality to ripen 10 poisonous fruits of this level. Ha ha ha, Han Fei couldn't help laughing, only to spit out a string of bubbles. After getting rid of the strange grass, Han Fei was relieved. However, he snorted again. Yang Ruoyun, this nasty woman. She tricked him over and over again. Now that he had come out and their destination was the same, they would meet sooner or later as long as she didn't die. Then, no matter what she said, he wouldn't believe her. After a while, Han Fei saw many undulating flake creatures in the distance. Han Fei couldn't see clearly because they were far away. This time, Han Fei was more cautious and didn't rashly rush over, but he activated his spiritual perception in advance and walked over step by step. Safety mattered more than speed. After a while, Han Fei discovered that 3 or 2 round-shaped sea mussels appeared before his eyes. Noticing his presence, these sea mussels closed their mouths quickly and then hid in the mud. Huh. Sea mussels? In Han Fei's view, a sea mussel had always been the lowest level creature. Whether in the ordinary fishery or in the level 1 or level 2 fishery, the seabed was almost covered with sea mussels and sea mussel shells. Han Fei also saw a lot of sea mussels in the level 3 fishery, but he didn't pay much attention to these sea mussels. But Han Fei suddenly remembered that since he entered the sea grassland, it seemed that there were not many sea mussels found on the seabed. Was there any difference in these sea mussels he just found? A string of data appeared in his eyes. Nama color crystal mussel. Introduction. A mutated species of sea mussel, containing color crystal pearls that contain all kinds of colors and match the colors of all things. A-level 27 first quality. Rare contained spiritual energy, 856 points, 8 ebal effect, long-term consumption, can enhance the body's blood and ki. Collectible. Color crystal pearl absorbable. Han Fei was surprised. Color crystal pearl, what is it? Without hesitation, Han Fei picked up a knife and chopped it on the shell of a color crystal mussel with a clang. With a crack, the color crystal mussel was split in half. After all, it was only a level 27 creature, which was quite vulnerable to Han Fei. However, before Han Fei dug out the mussel meat, he saw many bright lotus flowers floating over. Yes, Han Fei saw a group of 3 colored lotus flowers floating towards him. With a cautious attitude, Han Fei immediately backed away. After retreating for several meters, Han Fei saw flower-like little fish floating on the 3 colored lotus flower. Oh, that's amazing! Life is full of miracles. What the hell is this? Another string of data appeared in his eyes. Name a lotus fish introduction. Mild and peaceful in nature, dislike fighting and killing. When it's going to die, it will close its petals and sink to the bottom of the sea. The lotus fish likes to eat color crystal pearls, which can keep its body shiny forever. Because of its inherent purity, it can get rid of filth. L level 31 quality. Rare contained spiritual energy. 1,219 points, edible effect, 1 term consumption, can broaden one's meridians. All collectible, one's meridians. A collectible. None absorbable. Han Fei blinked, watching the 3 colored lotus flowers spread out vertically and horizontally. These fishes were about the same size as Little White, but more colorful. Although they were not as beautiful as Little White in body shape, they were chubby and adorable. On the heads of these lotus fish, there were small flowers of different colors. When they swarmed up, the scene was gorgeous. Han Fei had seen 2 kinds of plant fish. The first was the wooden fish, which was not aesthetically pleasing. The second species was this lotus fish. Its body and fins seemed to be made of lotus leaves, and it was a non-aggressive fish. At this moment, a group of chubby and adorable lotus fish were surrounding the color crystal mussel that was hacked to death by Han Fei, forming a small circle which looked quite amazing. After a few purple pearls floated out of the mussel flesh, the color crystal mussel began to sink slowly, gradually sinking into the sand. Han Fei couldn't help but curiously look closely at it. As a result, a group of lotus fish pouted their mouths and kept gently tapping Han Fei's head, cheeks, and chest. It seemed that these little lotus fishes seemed to be angry that Han Fei hacked the color crystal mussel to death. Han Fei was speechless. I just killed a color crystal mussel. Why are you guys angry? Don't many fishes like to eat sea mussels? How come these lotus fish are so friendly to sea mussels? However, those lotus fish were soon mollified. They seemed very happy to see Han Fei. 5 or 6 lotus fish began to revolve around Han Fei. As they revolved, Han Fei discovered that there were colorful bits of stardust flying out of their bodies and sprinkled on him, which made him a bit uncomfortable. Han Fei touched the heads of these little fishes, and after teasing them for a while, he found how these lotus fishes took food. It turned out that they didn't eat meat at all but the color crystal pearls in these colorful crystal mussels. No wonder they all looked pretty. Han Fei only stayed for half an hour before he was about to move on. But when Han Fei was about to move forward, he saw that thousands of lotus fishes had stopped in front of him, stopping him from leaving. Han Fei smiled. Let me go, little fishes. I have something to tend to. I will play with you later, huh? Han Fei suddenly turned around and found that a big lotus fish had bit his clothes and dragged him back. Han Fei couldn't help but frown. Why do you stop me from going forward? Is there something ahead? Chapter 350, Across a Sea of Worms. Traversing through the sea grassland, Han Fei only felt tired. Why did he come across so many strange creatures along the way? Now he finally encountered a group of adorable and harmless lotus fish, but they seemed to be trapped here by something. Han Fei stroked the large lotus fish. Regardless of whether the other party could understand him or not, he said, "Let me go. I'm here to hunt for treasure and I can't stay here. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll bring you disaster." Perhaps this lotus fish understood Han Fei's meaning. When he swam forward again, although there were still some lotus fish in front of him, they no longer stopped him, instead. Under the leadership of the big lotus fish, thousands of lotus fish swarmed around Han Fei and swam forward. Han Fei smiled. Why are you here too? To bid my farewell? Thank you, but you don't have to be so polite. Seeing that the lotus fishes still surrounded him, he didn't say any more. Perhaps these lotus fish were innocent and hospitable by nature. He still had a long way to swim. Han Fei was not in a hurry anyway, so he swam forward while playing with the lotus fish. For some reason, Han Fei felt very peaceful in his heart along the way. In the shower of colorful dust, his spiritual power seemed to be increasing, and his spiritual perception range had obviously increased by several meters. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the lotus fish again, who looked so cute as if unaware of what happened. Huh, that's weird. Why has my spiritual power suddenly increased? Han Fei couldn't help but be a little surprised. Could it be possible that the colorful dust sprinkled by these lotus fish could increase spiritual power? Suddenly, Han Fei sat cross-legged and small pieces of the god-scaring painting appeared in his mind. But different from the past, the effect of meditating on the god-scaring painting this time was dozens of times more than before. All kinds of complicated lines, graphics, and text seemed to be easier to remember. After half a day, when a piece of the god-scaring painting was completely memorized by Han Fei was surprised to find that his spiritual perception range increased by 50 meters, and now it was 350 in total. He opened his eyes and those lotus fish surrounded him, scattering a piece of glittering colored stardust from time to time. What a bunch of little cuties, haha. Han Fei looked at the colorful stardust on his body and couldn't help closing his eyes again. What is chance? This is a so-called chance. Does any dangling fisher dare to say that he can increase his perception range by 50 meters in half a day? Wenren Yu once said that a great fishing master can only try to learn spiritual perception. Only after you become a dangling fisher would you gradually understand and acquire the ability of spiritual perception. But in fact, among the people Han Fei had encountered so far, even advanced dangling fishers only had a spiritual perception range less than 100 meters. Han Fei also wondered under what circumstances could this so-called spiritual perception be improved on a large scale. But probably not before he became a peak-level dangling fisher. After another half-day, when Han Fei's perception range reached 400 meters, he seemed to hit a bottleneck. Although he could still improve, the speed was much slower than before. Interesting. If I have enough time to stay here for a full month to forcefully meditate on the god-scaring painting, my perception range would increase by more than 100 meters more even if the speed has slowed down. However, Han Fei did not plan to spend this time. It was impossible for him to waste a month of time in the sea grassland. The level 3 fishery was so big and there were too many places he hadn't been to. Han Fei opened his eyes and then suddenly stood up. Clatter, to his surprise, he was covered by the stardust which consisted of thousands of colors. At the moment he got up, the small stardust particles like fine quicksand fell from his body. And the lotus fish around Han Fei wagged their tails from time to time and turned the lotus, causing the stardust to start flying. Gradually, this area of surrounding waters seemed to have changed into a colorful fairyland. Han Fei touched the heads of the lotus fish that had come closer and smiled. This time, I really have to leave. I will come again when I have a chance. Every time Han Fei took a step, stardust slipped off his body, making him look like a celestial being. But the more Han Fei got closer to the periphery of the waters, the more he could feel the tension of the lotus fish behind him. Gradually, there were only a few hundred lotus fishes still following Han Fei, and their number was still decreasing. Han Fei knew that the danger was coming. Especially when there was only the biggest lotus fish left, he held his breath. He saw the silent sea ahead. Like black and white, where he was now was a prosperous and gorgeous sea of lotus fish, while 100 meters in front of him was an icy, deserted wasteland with dull colors. Han Fei shouted, "Go back!" But the big lotus fish refused to leave, and Han Fei could only let it. He activated his spiritual perception and walked forward step by step. After swimming about 500 meters, the big lotus fish also stopped and looked at Han Fei reluctantly behind. At this moment, Han Fei was standing in the front, watching the scene in front of him and swallowing saliva. In front of his eyes, there was a huge abyss with no end in sight. However, in this seemingly barren taboo place, there were still lives. In the gully, there were dense schools of wormfish, which were palm-sized and resembled rotting worms with a hole in their heads. Half of their bodies were exposed outside their holes. When Han Fei saw the information in his eyes, he felt a creepy sensation all over. Nama wormfish introduction. The combination of worm and fish, a parasitic fish species. Saprophagus, love to kill each other, ferocious and cruel, the filth of fish. Its worm can act as a parasite outside its body and penetrate into the marrow. Level 9 or quality or rare a spiritual energy. 4 points E effect. I effect or edible or collectible. None or absorbable. Fuck, what the hell is this damn place? How many unknown creatures are there in this damn sea? Although this wormfish was only at level 9, it made sense. Marching sea leeches were also low-leveled and contained little spiritual energy, but if they targeted you, you would be in serious trouble. The same went for the wormfish. They seemed to be low-leveled, but they had incredible numbers. As far as Han Fei could see, all he saw was a dense spread of wormfishes. Fuck! Han Fei looked up at the sky where there were also scattered wormfish swimming in the dark. Han Fei thought maybe he could swim past from a height, but as soon as he went to try, he felt something was pulling him behind. Han Fei looked back and found that it was that big lotus fish. Han Fei assured the fish, "Well, it's okay. If anything happens, I'll be back." Then he swiftly swam to the top of this abyss. On his back, 2 wings appeared and he drew a dazzling arc in the sea. However, at the moment when Han Fei swam away, the abyss seemed to be in chaos. Countless wormfish, like the storm of the doomsday, swept up. Little Gold's speed was fast enough. However, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't resist the densely packed wormfish in this sea area. Han Fei's face was all dark. He waved and a water ball enveloped him, and at the same time, he activated a spiritual energy protective cover. In the school of the wormfishes, he twisted and turned to avoid being caught. In the quiet and dark waters, his figure was dazzling. That scene was chaotic. But only after a while, Han Fei had already lost his direction, because all he could perceive were wormfish and there was no gap in any direction. Han Fei frowned, thinking about rushing out away first and then choosing a direction. But when Han Fei was murderously brandishing the blue sea wandering dragon daggers, the wormfish around him suddenly gave way. And behind them, a lotus fish was swimming over slowly. Huh? The lotus fish's lotus seat was spinning under it, and a mass of colored light mist was scattered. The wormfish immediately escaped when they saw it. When the lotus fish swam in front of Han Fei, the lotus seat under it suddenly spun off automatically and fell at Han Fei's feet. Han Fei was surprised. He knew that the lotus fish could repel filth, but he didn't know it could be so magical. The lotus fish was opening away with the lotus seat. Wherever it went, all fishes retreated. This scene was simply shocking. Han Fei almost couldn't believe it. Is there really such a good fish in the world? It has really helped me a lot, but I haven't helped them much except by playing with them for a short while.